that completely off, the public participation report requires that the applicant notify.
I'm confirming with the clerk, but was that the full 10 minutes?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, that is your time. Please.
In any event, the public participation report was misleading, and on the basis of the fact that the calculations were incorrect, there's a question as to the overall area of the property, and the application very specifically says, it is incumbent on the applicant to submit correct information. Any misleading, deceptive, incomplete, or incorrect information may invalidate your approval. So at this point, given the issues I've raised, I'm asking for a rehearing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Procedurally, who speaks next? I don't have my cheat sheet.
Generally, the requester is the only
Yeah.
one who speaks for this. So if we could, Kayla, if you could put the criteria
Yep.
back up for everybody on the screen.
And as she's pulling up the criteria to confirm with legal, we're not getting into any of the substance. It's just whether or not we think that there's criteria, and then the substance would happen on a rehearing if it took place.
Correct.
Okay. So we are directly into executive session then. Does anyone have any discussion items? I guess I'm good.
I'll just start by saying I don't think 1 and 3 are relevant. I think it's 2 is what. No, that's not true. I guess the issue that, well, you know, 1 is basically faulty notification. That's not the claim. The claim is that there was incorrect information given on the area of the site and the area of the impervious surface, and there was incorrect information provided in the application related to the neighborhood outreach or the community outreach. So both of those would fall under number 2, wouldn't they?
They would, and then, so I think the question becomes, so what we heard citing to was errors in the site plan, discrepancy with property appraiser records, participation report, but I think the question falls on, is any of that new evidence?
Right.
All of that was available or was in the record at the first hearing.
I don't know that the reduced site area that's being raised was a part of our consideration prior. I think that's evidence that changes the calculations a bit. You know.
Well, am I reading it correctly? It's actually just stating that it's increased site area. Oops.
Right, so the increased site, I'm sorry, I misspoke. So the increased site area, no, the site area that they proposed was larger, and the property appraisal has a smaller area, which makes the ISR percentage higher in reality. Right, so if we could find sort of resolve that through a survey or through, you know, then we'd have better information. I mean, I think it's relevant in terms of, you know, the ISR that was being sought and for what purposes.
The survey that was provided is by a licensed and registered surveyor, Murphy Land Surveying. Quite a few of their surveys have shown before this board on multiple cases, so I don't have any reason to doubt the area.
In my generally, I would say that a survey is more accurate and more reliable than a property appraiser's.
Yeah.
That's been my,
Yeah.
that's certainly been my experience, is that the property appraisers,
Property appraiser's more of a close ballpark, but they are wrong on dimensions. I would lean towards a surveyor for specific square footages.
especially on sites that have complicated shapes.
Yeah, I just actually keep coming back to the last clause of number 2, which could not have been discovered before the hearing by due diligence. This information all could have been discovered, presented, modified, changed prior to the last hearing.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of what I was getting at and pointing out that those items were available at the last hearing. It's worth pointing out that the vote, because this board is made up of various professionals, right? And the vote came down to 3 lawyers who were standing largely on procedure and on one side, and then other professionals on the other. Again, being a lawyer on the board, I'm looking at this purely from a procedural perspective, and number 2, to me, seems not satisfied because those were in the record or available at the first hearing. That being said, right, there's a reason that the board has a mix of professionals, so I respect Commissioner Batalow's, position and understand that, there's a concern about the relevance of that information. Any other comments from the group, or should we? I think ultimately it's just going to be a decision of the individual decisions of the commissioners, which is what this is supposed to be, right?
Personally, I voted against it a couple months ago. I'm not a fan of the changes here, but from a rehearing standpoint, I don't think it rises to the level of a rehearing.
Getting quiet up here, I'll entertain a motion.
And the motion would be
Grant the rehearing.
to grant the variance.
Well, to grant.
Rehearing.
Rehearing, and that'd be in the affirmative, you'd have to vote.
Yes. Yes to grant the rehearing, no to deny the rehearing.
I move approval for a request for a rehearing of an appeal of a streamlined approval of a variance to the front yard setback for an elevated landing and a variance to the maximum allowed corner yard impervious surface ratio.
Second.
Bialy,
No.
Flint,
No.
Clemens,
No.
Gonzalez,
No.
Conroy,
No.
Badalow.
Yes.
Motion passes. Oh, no, Hugglestone, you need a vote.
Okay.
No.
Motion does not pass. It fails.
Yeah, just to be clear, on the first pass, on the first reading, you said pass, but it does fail.
Oh, no, it fails, sorry.
Fails 1 to 6.
2 to,
What's that?
there was 2 no votes.
There was 1 yes vote.
1 yes.
There was, 1 to 6.
6 yes, 1 no.
The next item is a legislative item. It's a request for extension. It's case 2233000018.
I have to go talk to you.
Good afternoon. Hello. Oh, it's broken? Hello. Should I go? Hello? Can you hear me? Should I move to the other one?
No, I think it's
I'm gonna-
something with the system because,
I'm getting messages that the feed's glitchy as well.
yeah,
You want me to test the other one?
you're coming through the mic. You just have to be very close for it to come through.
Oh,
Same as me.
I don't like that.
Hello, is this better?
That one's good? Oh, all right. Good afternoon. For the record, Cheryl Bergalo with Development Review Services. This request is for an extension of time of a previously approved partial right-of-way vacation at 1160 62nd Avenue Northeast. So the applicant is requesting a 1-year extension of the partial vacation of street right-of-way on the south side of 62nd Avenue Northeast, abutting the Northeast Water Reclamation Facility. The vacation application was originally approved by the DRC on November 2nd, 2022, and a 1-year extension was approved on November 6th, 2024, which is set to expire on November 6th, 2025. The vacation was necessitated to effectuate a city capital improvement project at the facility. So this is the sketch of the area that was vacated. It's generally 25 feet wide and comes to a point at its eastern end. So it's oriented toward up is east. It is 1,148 feet in length. The vacation ordinance was adopted by City Council on December 15th, 2022. However, it will not be recorded until all conditions of approval have been satisfied. Vacation ordinances expire within 2 years of the adoption date unless they are recorded or extensions are granted by DRC. In terms of the conditions, these are actually the conditions, and they were bulleted by me instead of numbered. They should have been numbered. So the top one is condition number 1. In terms of conditions, number 1 is sufficiently met. The 6-foot wide public sidewalk required by engineering is substantially complete. Condition number 2 has been partially satisfied. The minor site plan modification application was approved administratively on July 13th, 2023. The easements to private utilities are underway and are anticipated for completion within 1 year. Per the applicant, the improvement project is on track to be completed this summer as originally scheduled.
This summer.
2026, this coming summer. So, these are pictures of the area that was vacated. You can see the new 6-foot sidewalk and the relocated fence. Staff recommends approval of the 1-year extension of the partial right-of-way vacation. It's a reasonable request in our eyes, and a delay in the finalization of the vacation isn't anticipated to negatively impact any surrounding property owners or the general public. That's the end of my presentation. I'll wait for questions, and the project manager is here if you have any questions about the project.
I have a question before you go, Cheryl. So the project is actually on schedule. It's just the easements that are taking longer?
Yes. So there's the project in total, and then there's the satisfaction of the conditions of the vacation, which are lagging. So the project is on schedule overall. It's just getting the conditions of the vacation finalized within certain time periods is taking a little longer.
I had a question too, but for the hurricanes last year, would this request have been made?
We'll let the project manager respond to that. Is that it for me?
Yes.
Okay.
I actually realized I probably didn't ask that as crisply as I should. If the hurricanes had not hit, would this have been done already, do you think?
No. Yeah, it's actually, the project's actually expedited because of the hurricane.
And just for the record, can you confirm your name and that you've been sworn?
Yep. Tanel Andre, Senior Professional Engineer, Engineering Capital Improvement, City of St. Pete.
And confirm you've been sworn?
Yes, I was sworn, yes.
Okay. Any other questions? No. Thank you. Do we have any blue cards?
We do not.
Okay. Look, this is not an uncommon thing in development for an administrative thing like this to take an unusually long amount of time. There's no neighbor here that's at risk. I think that it's likely that this request would be approved. Okay. So, and does anyone have any contrary thoughts to any of that? Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
I know. I think we're gonna have to really raise our voices today. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm guilty too. But let's be loud going forward. So
You're my motion, my second.
Yes, motion to approve.
Reale,
yes.
Flint,
Yes.
Clemens,
Yes.
Gonzalez,
Yes.
Conroy,
Yes.
Badalow,
Yes.
Hugglestone.
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, the next item is case number 2554000081. Staff?
For the record, Scott Boyer with Planning and Zoning.
You're going to have to talk loud also.
So,
Yeah.
I'll need to talk loud so you can hear me, but just so you're aware, I was informed that they can't hear this mic on the TV.
Yeah, I've been working with them downstairs.
I was handed a note that says so we don't have Commissioner Griner tonight, this afternoon, is that correct?
Correct. And Commissioner Conroy has a conflict.
So,
This one?
Yes.
yep.
Chair, if
Would
there-
the mobile microphone work potentially?
Please hold.
Chair,
at
it
this
could
time,
be
Corey,
that maybe we
is
need
the
to take a
applicant-
little break to see if we
Yeah,
can resolve.
I think that's a good idea because it seems to be all the microphones.
You guys are aware we have one less commissioner?
We're going to take a recess to try and see if we can figure out the IT issue because it probably affects the record keeping as well. Yeah. So we're in recess. I don't know how long it'll be. Okay, so we're back in session. Before staff starts on this case, we are short one commissioner that we expected to be here today, and we have a unique number of conflicts today. So we have 4 commissioners who are conflicted on 4 different items. So item numbers 3, 4, 8, and 9 are all going to have one commissioner conflicted. And we already have 7 now, so that means that if you are one of those items, you would only have 6 voting members, and it doesn't change the number of votes you need to move to get an approval. It's always 4. So even if you have 7, 6, or 5, it's still 4 votes for approval. So I want to point that out, and if any of those applicants would like to defer to a later hearing to have a full commission, we usually give that right, and I would offer that now so that you don't have to wait for the whole hearing just to say you don't want to move forward. Is the applicant for case 3, case 3 is next. Is the applicant for case 3 here? You want to move forward with 6? That's a yes. Is the applicant for case 4 here, which is 4720 4th Avenue North? Do you want to move forward with 6? Yes, okay, they're saying yes. The applicant for 1266 Snell Isle Boulevard, are they here? That's number 8.
Not yet.
They're outside? Uh-oh, they didn't hear the whole spiel.
I'm sorry, it's not case 4, it's case 7, I'm case 7.
Oh, all right. Another correction. It's It's case 7. So,
Case 4 has the full.
yeah, okay, so the confusion there was case 4 is for 4th Avenue North, we will have 7 for that. Case 7 is for 4th Street North. So there would be only 6 votes for that one. Do you all want to move forward with 6, or would you ask to defer?
Commissioner Clemens, you are not conflicted on number 4, correct?
Correct. Yeah, it was the 4, there was 4th Ave and 4th Street. He was looking at the wrong thing.
Hey, Don, you guys can still talk about what we can move.
Yeah, we can come back if you want, yeah. So we'll check in with you after this case. And then the last one is case item 9 at 8734 Street North. Do you want to move forward with 6? Actually, it may actually be 5 at that point, because we have one commissioner leaving at 5, but that's hard to estimate.
Oh, I guess we'll see how the day plays out. If we lose that 5th person, I think that we will probably want to push to the next meeting or the one after. But for now, we'll see if we can make it before 5 p.m.
Okay, so we're moving forward with everything right now, and those 2 applicants may change their mind, but they're late on the agenda, so that's their prerogative. Okay, moving to case number 2554000081. Commissioner Conroy has a conflict, and staff.
Again, for the record, Scott Boyer with the Zoning Division. This subject property is located at 4995 16th Avenue North. The request before you is for a variance to the requirement to install a public sidewalk along the east side of 50th Street North in association with the construction of a new single-family residence. Whoops. There we go. The property is located within the NT1 Neighborhood Traditional Single-Family Residential Zoning District. Per the city code, public sidewalks are required on both sides of all streets within traditional zoning districts. The public sidewalk along 16th Avenue North was existing at time of permitting of the new home, and the required public sidewalk was included on the approved site plan to be installed along 50th Street North with a detectable warning surface at the corner of 16th Avenue North and 50th Street North per engineering requirements. In this area of the block, the subject property is located on the southwest corner with sidewalks currently provided along all block faces except for 50th Street North. The subject block abuts 49th Street North on the eastern side, which is a designated future major street denoted by the green line. Here's a view of the property from the intersection of 16th Avenue North and 50th Street North. Here's a view looking north up 50th Street North. The sidewalk to be installed is to be located 2 feet off of the fence line visible in this photo. This is looking south down 50th Street North. There's approximately 4.5 feet between the fence and power pole in this photo, and about 6 feet between the power pole and back of curb of 50th Street North. Due to the location of the power pole, the sidewalk would need to be installed between the pole and the back of curb. And this photo was taken looking east on 16th Avenue North from 50th Street. This graphic was provided by engineering and identifies the ADA issues that they have with the public sidewalks for this site. One of the main issues with the 50th Street sidewalk is that the max slope for ADA is a 2% cross slope. And I don't know if you could tell from the photo, there is a significant slope on that site. Staff analyzed the request for consistency with code requirements. Staff's neighborhood character analysis found that the request would be consistent with the existing character of the block face of 50th Street North, which does not feature any public sidewalks. Installation of the sidewalk would not be considered an unnecessary hardship, and also it would not affect the utilization of private property. The request is consistent with the requirements of the city code to install sidewalks on both sides of the street and policies T13.4 and T15.6 within the transportation element of the comprehensive plan, which promotes the installation of sidewalks. Approval of the request will not impact neighboring properties, but may be detrimental to public welfare, as it may be harmful for pedestrians who must either walk within the swale or within the street on a block that directly connects to a major street. The subject property is not located within the boundaries of any neighborhood associations. The request was routed to engineering and transportation for comments. Both indicated objections due to the proximity of 49th Street North, a designated future major street, and to date, staff has not received any public comments either in support of or opposition to the request. Based on staff's analysis included in the report and this presentation, staff is recommending denial. This concludes staff's presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
Questions for staff?
Chuck?
Is this one of the cases where they could potentially use the payment in lieu of?
You know, I have not routed it to engineering or transportation to see if they would support payment in lieu, so I honestly don't know one way or another whether that would work in this case. I mean, I suppose if they were denied the variance request, they could pursue the payment in lieu option.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions for staff? No? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Applicant? Please state your name, address, and confirm you've been sworn.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Starr, representing Coastline Homes, address 1335, 46th Avenue Northeast, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33703, and I have been sworn in. Thank you for allowing us to present a short PowerPoint to y'all and open it up for discussion. So thank you to Scott for providing some of the pictures. You're going to see some similar ones in here as well. 4995 16th Avenue, this is a lot that we split in two before two new homes were constructed earlier this year. We've been working with Scott and city staff over the last few months to figure out the sidewalk discussion that's in front of this committee today. A couple just quick bullet points here before we get into the photos. The driveway inspection for 4995 16th Avenue North was approved on August 21st, 2025 by the engineering department. One of the other comments that we'd like to bring to your attention is that there are no other sidewalks running north and south on 50th Street in this area, and we'll show a couple pictures of that as an example. If the sidewalk was installed, it would lead to nowhere. In the city, there's two city utilities that would be in the middle of the sidewalk, and the power pole for utilities would also be in the middle of the sidewalk if the sidewalk was not rerouted. And just want to make a note here as well, if the city requires a sidewalk, and it does become mandatory as a result of this meeting, the city's corner portion leading to the intersection would have to be removed, and there would be no ADA or stroller access onto the sidewalk from 50th Street without walking over the grass to enter there. So, a couple pictures, very similar to what Scott mentioned earlier. Pictures looking at the property. You'll see we have the variance request sign out front. Looking east on the bottom picture towards 49th Street, you'll see the sidewalks run east and west. Another picture of the property. Now we're going to move a little bit away. So this is another picture of 4995 16th Avenue. But when we start to get away from this area along 50th Street, there are no other sidewalks. They run north and south. The only sidewalks there run east and west. And these are just more example pictures, one block north and one block south of the intersection of 50th Street and 16th Avenue North, showing that there's no other sidewalks that run north and south. And another picture showing there's no sidewalks in the area. And so the request here today is, do we need to put in the sidewalk or do we not need to put in the sidewalk? And just a couple comments here before we run out of time regarding the driveway. The city plans that Scott mentioned earlier, they do have the elevations on them that show the pitch of the driveway. And again, the driveway was approved that leads to the sidewalk that is there now. Working with the city's driveway inspector, we've had multiple meetings on site with him, and he indicated that the only way that this can pass was to leave the street corner piece in place because it was already there previously prior to construction. That's the city's intersection with the blind little bumps on it at the corner. Even though the slope is too much on the city's portion, the city's inspector for the driveway indicated that essentially that would have to be grandfathered in because it's already there. It's been there for 30 or 40 years. And And that was the comments that I had. My business partner, Keith Krasuski. Any
That's
further
pretty
comments?
much it, yeah.
Okay. That is the end of our presentation, and we will let Scott and staff open it up for discussion. Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant?
I do have a question. Sir, I don't understand, on the sheet of it, you had the 4 bullet points. I don't understand the last bullet point. You're saying that if the sidewalk was installed, then there would be a section of grass between the sidewalk and the new sidewalk along 50th Street and the existing sidewalk on 16th Avenue? Why would there be a section of grass in between?
Okay, understood. Great question. Let me pull up a picture here and we can take a look at that.
I think he's talking about on the north end, where it will dead end.
At the north end,
This piece right here,
right?
this would have to come out if we put in the requested sidewalk.
I thought the sidewalk was going to be on the other side of that fire hydrant.
Essentially, the image that Scott showed with the site plan shows the sidewalk coming down to the west and then taking a jog to the north. The sidewalk would be on the right side of the fire hydrant, on the left side of the fence. So it would essentially go right in this little area here.
Right.
And then do a 90-degree to the existing sidewalk, and then this part would come out.
Why would it come out? Why would that be removed?
I'm Keith Krasuski. I live at 1450 52nd Ave Northeast in St. Pete. But yeah, that...
Sorry, procedurally, confirm you've been sworn also, please.
I'm sorry?
Confirm you've been sworn also.
Yes, I've been sworn in, yeah. That corner, it doesn't, the slope is too much
Right.
as it is currently. And if we poured that corner there now, it would not pass. But it's kind of like grandfathered in because it's been there so long. But if we put the sidewalk this way, that second part that's there, that's the dark part right there, that one has a little slope also. It has to be a flat landing if it curves to have the little piece on the end. So either we have to take that corner piece out. So it's just going to be a 90 like this and just grass right there now. Or else the slope will be too much. If you're in a wheelchair or stroller or whatever, you'll just roll backwards. So, and it doesn't match the rest of the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
But that's, yeah, what it'll look like.
I have a question. On your site plan sheet, drawing A1, revision number R1, the site plan shows the sidewalk running along the west side of the property, and it shows a rebuilt ramp to the roadway with tactile pad. That's what the bumps are for. It's tactile for blind and hard of vision. Why didn't you build that? That is part of your permitted plans.
We couldn't put that in because of the slope. The city inspector, his name's Chris, he came out there, he said, if we put the 90 there, if we put the sidewalk along the side, we have to remove that. We'd have to remove it because the slope is too much, but if we took that out, the current one out, and added one in, the slope is going to be even more. So if we poured that in right now at the current slope, it wouldn't pass ADA. And
Can't you cut the newer sidewalk back towards the driveway to lessen the slope? First, are either of you engineers or architects?
He's an engineer, yeah.
No, we are not. We have an engineering firm that does our plans for us.
Did you have a letter from an engineer or architect saying that it's impossible to meet ADA? Or is this just your opinion?
No, this was the city inspector, the driveway inspector.
What was this person's name?
It's Chris. I don't know if you know who he is. Yeah.
So you don't have anything saying that it's an impossibility to meet ADA, even though it shows on your plans that are engineered that you were going to do this?
We just went by what Chris said. We actually framed out the sidewalk on the side, and he did not allow us. He said you can't do that. So,
did you start to cut out the existing ramp that just has the struck lines in the concrete? It's in the photos at the existing.
You can see where we cut and where we didn't. The old part, we didn't start to cut that out because we were going to. Yeah, where we're gonna go from the sidewalk, I forget where it's gonna start. It's gonna be, yeah, between the fence and the fire hydrant, and just go straight there. But that second part also has a slope too, so we'd have to raise that up so it's flatter, which we would also have to raise the other one, which by the corner to make it, it would even have a higher slope. It's, yeah, it's just the slope, that's the only reason. And this is
But
just.
could you re-pour to the west side of your driveway? All that sidewalk is new. Until you get to the older section, you can see the change in color.
Yes.
Could that be cut back all the way to the driveway and change the slope starting there?
Don't really know the answer to that question, you know, because I think that does that, do you know if that has to have a slope or a slight slope as well? Because I know that can't be more of a slope.
There's a maximum of 5% of Scott.
Yeah, there's a maximum,
But
5%.
the answer is yes.
I actually have it
They could.
on one of our slides, the information the engineering
I
provided.
think I've got my answer on that.
Yeah, 5%, you are correct.
Other questions to the applicant? All right, thank you. Do we have any blue cards?
Not for this one, no.
No blue cards, okay. Staff, do you have any cross-examination questions?
Staff waves.
Applicant, do either of you have any cross-examination questions for staff?
No other questions at this time. Thank you.
Staff, you have any closing remarks?
Just for confirmation, the engineering inspector's name is Chris Laskowski. That's it.
Thank you. And applicant, do you have any closing remarks?
No closing remarks from us at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go into executive session.
I have one question. Go back. You mentioned that this was a lot split. Was this
to
who? City staff, I believe. Was this a lot split that had to come before this board?
No, they did a parcel separation. It was one home on two fully platted lots, but each of the lots met the, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So there's certainly conditions where it could be harder to install sidewalks due to grade issues, but we didn't get any evidence today from someone who's qualified to make that judgment call. In other words, a civil engineer or perhaps an architect, but I would trust a civil engineer over an architect in this case, he says as an architect. That leads me to believe that it's not possible to have done this. I think so I don't see any reason to overturn the city staff's opinion on this.
Yeah, I mean, we have had a lot of these. You've been on the commission longer than I have, as others have as well. And, you know, we're hoping to see less of them as you have the payment in lieu process. And I think what gets lost is that every applicant comes in and says, this makes no sense. But we've seen it before, and there's not a good opportunity under the code to support it. And while we're looking forward to that payment in lieu taking the place of these awkward decisions, you know, I tend to agree that this is one of those decisions that I think falls in line with what we have typically seen.
Well, and I guess the other comment I'll make, because it comes up a lot on these type of cases, is currently there is no sidewalk there, or there's no sidewalk on the north half of the block. That, I think, was well understood when this ordinance was put in place, that we don't have complete sidewalk coverage in St. Petersburg. That's in fact why the ordinance was put in place, so that over time, in our traditional neighborhoods, we would get sidewalks on both sides of the street, and in our suburban neighborhoods, we would get sidewalks on at least one of the two sides of each street. And we know that, and it's not reasonable to ask any one home builder to fix the whole problem for his neighborhood. We're just asking you to fix it on your property. So in this case, again, I understand there's not a sidewalk in the north half of the block. Maybe there will be in 5 years or 10 years' time.
You cannot overnight just drop sidewalks on an entire city and be done with it. It's piecemeal. And then when you look at one of the photos provided by the applicant, you're seeing a pickup truck parked against the curb, and then you're seeing a huge bush or tree that's obstructing the grass. So let's say, and we got to look at this from everybody that would live in the neighborhood. elderly person with a walker, a child, a parent with kids, whatever, they can't even walk on the grass to stay out of the roadway. So part of your site plan, which you agreed to, and it shows on your plan, was to put the sidewalk in. Yes, it doesn't tie in, but you have to do it bit by bit to make it work eventually.
Well, the fact that it doesn't tie in, I think, is a miss in planning, right? Because it could have tied in as drawn if proper grading were enacted. And to Commissioner Clemens' point, we haven't seen anything from a design professional that says it's technically infeasible to slope and grade this area in order to connect to the street in a way that is ADA compliant. It's doable. It's just not been done properly.
I agree. The intent of the code is to have a long-term vision, and that's why we have to stick by it. We have two staff reports. We have the transportation and we have engineering, who also agree that the sidewalk should go in place and there's a necessity for it. So I feel that that recommendation stands.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. I move for approval of a variance to install a public sidewalk along the east side of 50th Street North as required for construction of a new single-family residence.
Second.
Subject to staff conditions of approval.
Second.
Reale,
No.
Flynn,
No.
Clemens,
No.
Gonzalez,
No.
Battlefield,
No.
Hugglestone.
No.
That motion fails.
For what it's worth, it's a nice house.
No, not this one. You got it really routed in your head. Yes. Yes, and the confusion we had was that Clemens has a conflict on 7. Yeah, okay. 9 is me, yep. That's how I have it all marked.
8.
Yep. All right, the next case on the agenda today is, actually, I didn't mark this, as case number 2554000082. Staff?
Good afternoon. Jordan Elmore, planner with the zoning division.
It's not working. There you go.
All right, this property is located at 4720 4th Avenue North. It's an interior lot that has an alley to both the south and east side of the property. The applicant is requesting approval of an after-the-fact variance to both the front and side yard setbacks for an existing addition. The property is zoned NT2, Neighborhood Traditional, part of the Central Oak Park Neighborhood Association. The house was built in 1926, and the current owners purchased in 2024. They were cited in January of 25 for work without a permit. In March of 25, they applied for the permit. It was returned for corrections because the existing portion that was already constructed did not meet setbacks. I received a phone call from one of the neighbors who gave me some additional information. She mentioned that the back building, which appeared to be a garage, was being used for short-term rentals. This was given to me after the staff report was published, so it is not addressed in there. I did additional research to see that both the house and the previous garage were converted, and there was no permit on file for that. So here are the setbacks. It requires a front yard setback of 25 feet. They are proposed at 22.4 feet, interior side of 6 foot, where it exists at 4.2 feet. Here is the as-built survey. You can see the zoomed in portion on the left. You have a 4.2 setback to the front of the building at the interior side. It's 5.9 at the rear. and then 22.4 feet for that front corner. This is the proposed addition. The area circled in red is the portion that is existing. The clouded area in blue is the remainder to be constructed. So we have the site plan. Here it is zoomed in. You can see the two portions of that part of the building encroaching into the front and interior side setback. The remaining portion will meet the front 25-foot setback. There's the floor plans. It will not add an additional bedroom to the property. Some elevations of the front. Here is from the rear. This is the side elevation. There's some photos of the house. And from the street, you can see in the background, there's one a little closer of the existing portion that is already there. Here's another photo. This is the interior side of the property. Staff received no comment from Kona or Central Park Neighborhood Association. The applicant submitted signature support from 6 abutting property owners. I received 2 phone calls in objection. One of those phone calls did follow up with an email in objection. Staff is recommending denial of the after-the-fact variance to the front and side yard setbacks for the addition. If it's approved, it will be subject to conditions in the staff report. Thank you.
Questions for staff?
I have a question. Can you please confirm that the gym building is being was constructed without a permit?
Yes, that entire portion of the building is there.
And now a permit is being sought to connect that building to the existing structure?
Yes, so the applicant did stop work upon receiving the code complaint, so it's not finished yet.
So that was gonna be my question. So the image we saw with the exposed building materials, that's from, that's when the work was stopped?
Correct, yep, and I confirmed that with site visit 2 days ago.
It's not a conversion, it's a new building.
It is a new building, yep.
Well, so, and then I follow up on that. You mentioned conversion, but you said it quickly. I don't think I followed that. What do you mean conversion?
There is let me go back to the survey so you can see it. So right here on the south side of the property is what was a garage. After I did some additional research, I found that it was converted and it is now living space. I was able to see that there was an older hinged garage type door with the hinges still on the back of the building.
And when you say research, is that permits?
I did a quick Google search and there were images and a video of a home walkthrough from when the house was listed.
Okay.
So just to be clear, there was no permit pulled for the conversion?
Correct.
Thank you.
Other questions for staff? Okay, applicant?
Good afternoon. My name is Lori Dunlight. My wife and I own the home at 4724th Avenue North. And we appreciate the opportunity to show y'all a couple slides about our project.
Can you just confirm you've
Oh, yeah.
been sworn to?
I've been sworn in.
Christy Dunn, 4724th Avenue North. I have been sworn in.
Thank you.
All right, so you can go to the next slide. Oh, am I doing that? All right, so I just wanted to start with a little bit about us. I was actually raised in Seminole, Florida. My parents still live over there, and Christy grew up in Illinois, came to Florida in 2018, and we were living separately in Orlando and Riverview, and when we got married last year, 2023, we decided to buy a house here in St. Pete. And in doing that, well, one, we wanted to be closer to my parents who are still here, getting older and need some help. We moved from our 2,000 square foot plus homes in Orlando and Riverview to a much smaller one home together. So we had to offloads a lot of our assets, and, pare down, and we found that, as you'll see in the slides, that we still kind of need some more space. But coming to St. Pete, again, was to be closer to family, and also wanted to be part of St. Pete's welcoming and inclusive community. So we have heard some of the misconceptions and misinformation that has been circulating. So we want to start out with just the statement that our project is simply an extension of our home for work, for fitness, and for storage. I think it said on the last slide that we both work from home. So we spend a lot of time there, both living and working. And as I mentioned with the downsizing, we found that we needed more space, and that's really the essence of why we needed to initiate this project. So let me go to the next slide. And you can see there in the upper right corner the plan of the personal gym and the office space. Okay, so how we got here, as I mentioned, our home does not have enough space. We don't have a garage because apparently that garage that was there before was converted, obviously. That's how it was when we bought the home. Our offices are currently set up in the 3-foot by 6-foot laundry room area. You can see a picture in the upper right corner. That's where I sit pretty much, 10 hours a day, every day that I go to work. And Christy's office is in the master closet. And so we found a need not only for storage space, but for our work spaces to be a little bit more set up and facilitating a more productive environment. Obviously, health and wellness is an essential aspect of our lives, and I have had some recent health issues, and I have a need to work out in a isolated space, and so that was kind of the third piece of the puzzle, was we need a workout space. So I think the first bullet here should probably be, we were misguided by a contractor friend about permitting. We're told that we didn't need to get a permit before beginning to build, and that if we did need to get one, we could get one after the fact and it wouldn't be a problem. We were also misguided by our architect about the existing structure position being allowable if it was attached to the primary dwelling. So that's how it initially was going to be just a building, just the one separate structure, but we ended up connecting it on the plan because we were told the front setback would not be a problem if we did that it would be part of the primary dwelling, and it would be grandfathered into the front setback being 20 feet instead of 25 feet. And then the last one there, as soon as code compliance concern became known, we stopped building immediately. And we're here to, try and become compliant and do what we need to do to meet the city's requirements. So I added some pictures in here as well. The west side setback is on the right side of the screen here. The back corner is the 4.2 feet where it should be 6. The front corner is compliant. So it's kind of twisted as it relates to the property line itself. The reason for that is that it matches up with the pool deck in the back, and so it seems twisted to the property line, but it makes sense in the yard configuration. The front setback on the bottom left corner, we weren't aware of that, as I mentioned, until the staff report came out. We were told that it wasn't a compliance issue until the staff pointed that out to us. So obviously we're addressing it here, but we weren't aware because, our architect told us it wasn't a problem. So just to point out in the bullets, or 2.6 too close on one corner and 1.8 feet too close on another corner. So the path forward here is, we're requesting your consideration of our variance requests, and so that we can move forward with our dedicated gym space, our dedicated office spaces, and some additional storage space. Obviously, if it's denied, we'll move forward in the ways that you propose and recommend, and we'll do what we need to do to keep moving with the project. That is all I have. Did you have anything?
I just want to say that we realized we messed up and we are here to take full accountability of what we did. And we did learn our lesson, and it is not for a rental, so.
That's correct.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
I do have, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
The existing house, that's 20 feet from the property line, is the front room a porch that at some time, to the best of your knowledge, does it appear that that front room
Yes.
was a porch that was enclosed at some time in the past?
Yes.
Okay, I've got a follow-up question for staff, but I can wait till we follow.
Who is your contractor on this?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Well, we are going to have to hire a new contractor because.
Who was your contractor on this?
It was a friend of ours.
Who is your friend?
His name's Danny.
What's his full name?
I have his full name.
I don't know his last name, actually.
It's her brother's friend, so. I mean, we have an architect, though. We have his name, but not.
Yeah, he was the
Is
one.
this person a licensed contractor?
Is he?
I believe so, but I don't have the details of,
What's this person's last name?
I don't have it on me, but we can provide that after.
Yeah.
So you've got all this going on, and in the meantime, you don't even know the name of the contractor?
He wasn't the one doing the building. He was the one that told us what we needed to do to,
So who was doing the building then? You?
no, I didn't do it, but a friend of mine did.
Okay, I have no further.
Other questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you. Do we have any blue cards?
No, we do.
No blue cards. Okay. Staff, do you have any cross-examination questions? Do you all have any questions for staff? You don't have to.
I don't think so.
No, okay, thank you. Staff, do you have any closing statements? This is your chance to close. Do you have any closing statements?
Well, again, we're here trying to get things in line, and we really would appreciate if the variance was approved so we can move forward with the building. But if not, we will, again, move and comply to what you need us to do for it to be compliant, but we would appreciate it if we were able to keep building.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go into executive session.
So I have my follow-up question for
Okay.
city staff. The existing house has a front setback of 20 feet.
Correct.
But it looks like the original house, if that was a porch, would have been more than 25 foot. But at some point in the past, have you researched to see is the 20 foot, was it legally done, I guess? And I understand that these people, the current owners didn't do it. In other words, was the front yard setback at some point at 20 feet in our zoning code? Do you have it, do you know?
That I cannot.
I'm not sure about 1926.
Okay, but even if the existing house was fully legal, was built in compliance, and the porch was enclosed in compliance, because perhaps at that time, the front yard setback was 20 feet or less. And today, just because the existing house is at 20 feet, if I'm doing an addition, I still have to respect the 25 feet?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
We're in executive session, so we can comment now. Other comments?
I kind of look at it from a standpoint of if this came before us prior to construction, would we have granted a variance at that time? Our variances are based upon hardships, unique features of the property, pie shape, irregular, curved lines, whatever. Kind of like the first one today. Grand oak tree, where we're trying to protect a tree. Those are the types of things we grant our variances on. There's been no discussion here about any actual hardships that would qualify for a setback. You know, I have concerns that even a pretty direct question, who is your contractor, is not actually being answered. Seems evasive. Okay? The applicant has built a structure without a permit, not meeting setbacks. We wouldn't probably have approved it to begin with. And now they're kind of seeing that their garage is converted without a permit, that they were sort of carrying on the tradition of this property. I just can't see any hardship here to grant this variance. I just couldn't support it. It's after the fact. We cannot, because people make huge mistakes, we can't let that be the norm, that people build things improperly, then they come here for a variance to make it right, when it was 100% property owner caused.
I appreciate that the applicant, you know, what you said about that you recognize that you're not trying to make excuses or that you made a mistake. And I can also appreciate that you got bad advice from several people, it sounded like. But at the end of the day, I still have to agree with Commissioner Flynn that there's not a standard here we can use to approve this, other than it's an unfortunate situation.
Yeah. I was going to say, I can't tell you the number of times that I've been approached when I was a sole proprietor, one-man architecture shop. So many times I was approached and asked if I would do these after the fact things, and I tried a couple of times, and it's so unfortunate that you've been either misled or just misinformed in one way or another, but it's impossible for me to get past the fact that, like Commissioner Flynn said, you know, if this were before us and it wasn't after the fact, I don't think any of us, I mean, I can't speak for the rest of you, but I would certainly not be in favor of this one. So I don't see any way, and it's really unfortunate because you've done so much. But there are other reasons to be concerned, even though you have an engineer after the fact, a reputable engineer in Belt, saying that, you know, he's taking responsibility for it essentially by signing and sealing those after the fact plans. I still wonder, you know, how much was done that you can't see that may not be safe or done properly in one way or another. So, and this is why I started to say no to all those clients back in the day. You know, it's just it's such an unfortunate gray area. But it's not gray. The law's not gray. You know, I think if you didn't know about how and why permits are required, that's unfortunate. But they exist for those reasons.
This would have been an easy fix on paper, and unfortunately, we're way past that stage, and it's very unfortunate that the design professional that advised you poorly, which is they were not living up to their professional standard in doing that. They should have advised you about setbacks and about the proper procedure for getting a structure built in this city.
I agree with all my colleagues here. You know, it's a responsibility ultimately for the homeowner to be educated before moving forward in any project to avoid issues like this.
I'll entertain a motion.
Move approval of an after-effect variance to the front and side yard setbacks for the addition.
Second.
Reale?
No.
Flynn?
No.
Clemens?
No.
Gonzalez?
No.
Conroy?
No.
Battle?
No.
Hugglestone?
No.
Motion fails.
Chair?
Yes.
So I did receive an email for the case. Let me just make sure I get the correct number here. 2531-507. the address 434 4th Street North, 432 Fifth Ave North, 442 Fifth Ave North, 450 Fifth Ave North, and 466 Fifth Ave North. The applicant wishes to defer to date certain of January 7th. I'm not sure if anyone's here in the audience to speak on that item. It's number 7 on the agenda.
We do have 2 blue cards for 7.
And according to the rules, the commission can take those 2 cards now if they would like.
Yeah.
I believe there's also emails that are in
We have the
record from these as well.
And when you say take comment on the application or on the continuance?
So the code says that the commission may decide whether to receive comments of persons in attendance before rescheduling the case.
So one of these cards here is,
I think it's John Potts.
yeah, John Potts. Okay, yeah, that's what it is. But that just says, he says that he is against and is not speaking. And then Karen Potts said against, and would you like to speak on the item being, well, we're saying continue but deferred to January?
I'm okay with speaking at that time.
Okay, thank you. Just because she's not in front of the microphone, I'll restate that Ms. Potts identifies that she's okay with speaking at January. So, I mean, we still need to vote on this, correct? I mean, it's typical for us to approve, but do we need to vote, or is it deferred at their option because we only have 6 members?
I think because we're going to a date certain for January, just for the record, if we could take a vote moving case number 25-31000007, approval of a site plan to construct a 21-story building, to January, the January meeting, that would be appropriate.
Can,
Motion for that?
yes, yes. Yes.
Are you voting to defer it? Because what I'm thinking is if you're actually voting on the issue.
No.
No,
we're
ma'am.
just voting to hear it in January. Yeah.
And you are not going
We're just setting the new public hearing date.
I'll make a motion on case 25-3100007.
00007.
All right, I'll take your word. Approval of a site plan to construct 21-story building with 370 dwelling units, including 3819 square foot ground floor commercial space and 485 space parking garage, requesting FAR bonuses and building height bonus, that we defer this case until January 7th, 2026.
Is that the meeting date, January 7th?
It is.
Second?
Reale,
Yes.
Flint,
Yes.
Gonzalez,
Yes.
Conroy,
Yes.
Badalow.
Yes.
Yes.
That motion passes to defer to January 7, 2026.
And then Reale, Chair Reale, for 2532-5005, do we get confirmation from the school?
I don't think they were in the room.
The applicant's in the room now.
So, for that case, one at 1266 Nella Boulevard, we're going to have one commissioner with a conflict and another commissioner, we're not sure why they're not here, and they were scheduled to be here, so you will only have 6, but your vote requirement is still 4, and we just want to confirm that you still want to proceed. Oh, sorry. I thought someone pointed over here. I'm staring the wrong way. You want to? Okay. So we'll continue on. So the next case then is case 25-54-00-0075. Staff.
One moment, staff.
Well, you're not conflicted on this one. No.
What?
No. We were just confirming they want to proceed. This is 5050 Shore Acres Boulevard. Yeah, we're all over the place today, but I promise. Yeah.
Haven't you usually run such a tight meeting?
Well, we're still in order.
You've been sworn in?
Just have. Just a lot of balls being juggled.
Siobhan Chambliss of the Zoning Department. I'm here to present the case for 5050 Shore Acres Boulevard Northeast. The subject property is zoned NS1, Neighborhood Suburban Single Family, and is located in the Shore Acres neighborhood. The property is situated on Shore Acres Boulevard between Venetian Boulevard Northeast and Huntington Street Northeast. as a bit of background, the subject property was developed with a pre-existing one-story ranch home in 1967. This application requests approval of a variance to the required front yard setback for a front stoop from 17 feet required to 12 feet proposed. The pre-existing structure was damaged in the 2024 hurricane season. Permits have since been approved for the site to construct the living space above the floodplain. As shown on the left, permitting has been approved for the rebuild, and it includes steps that were approved at the compliant 17-foot front yard setback for the steps. This application seeks to enlarge the steps with a 5-foot encroachment to create more of an L shape, as shown on the image to the right. And then here we have close-ups of the approved plans on the left and the proposed on the right, showing the elongation of the proposed stoop. And then here are some site images. To the left, you have an image of the pre-existing residence pre-storm, and then the image on the right is of the site. This image was taken October 16th. And then here we have the elevations of what was approved in plan review towards the top left and what is being proposed by the applicant today at the bottom left. To the right, we have an example of what was approved in plan review. Located to the west of the subject property at 5058 Shore Acres Boulevard Northeast is a residence that has had its living space also constructed above the floodplain. It too has the staircase approved consistent with the elevation provided at the top left. And then here are images of the site that were also taken on the 16th of October, showing construction in progress. Here we have some existing conditions. So the subject property is actually, or would actually be situated between these two structures, the newly constructed residence to the left, and then the existing one-story single-family home to the right. The subdivision is predominantly developed with one-story ranches that were developed in the 60s and the 70s. And here are images of neighboring properties that also share the binding street. Pursuant to the review criteria, the special conditions related to the location of the home or the pre-existing location of the home, the previous home, and the flood damage are not the result of applicant action. However, the reorientation of the staircase that results in the requested variance is the result of applicant action. A permit was approved with the front-loading stairs that do comply with the required 17-foot front yard setback. Literal enforcement of the provisions of this chapter would not result in unnecessary hardship, and enforcement of the chapter would not result in unnecessary hardship as well. The applicant would not be deprived of an access point, as the access point has been previously approved in plan review, and the request is not seen to be the minimum necessary to make reasonable use of the structure once constructed. The requested variance does not appear injurious to public welfare or neighboring properties, and the request does not appear to be consistent with the purpose and intent of the code. Reasons set forth in the application do not justify the granting of the variance, as plan review was not contingent upon the granting of the variance prior to a permit having been approved. And no other non-conforming structures were used in the evaluation of this particular request. The land development regulations were amended in July of this year to accommodate situations like this where homes that sustained damage, if they were elevated, it does provide a concession or an encroachment from the 17-foot stoop setback to a maximum of 14 feet to accommodate entry stairs if the house is lifted. This particular allowance does not apply if a home is newly constructed or if there are additions that are made to an existing structure. With regards to public comment, the applicant was able to obtain a letter from the Shore Acres Civic Association and 4 signatures from the surrounding property owners. Based on the review of the variance application and the evaluation of the criteria contained in the code, the zoning division recommends denial of the requested variance, and I remain available for questions.
Questions for staff?
What portion of the structure is considered an addition, a new addition?
It would be the structure in general.
In general, so if they didn't elevate the house, they built a new,
Correct. So here we have the side yard walls that essentially have been preserved, but the living space is being elevated. So there was no home to lift. There's just a home to
so
reconstruct.
they only kept the perimeter walls, okay.
And I think that's a strategy, if you can confirm, for tax purposes, right? The property appraiser doesn't reassess the same. It doesn't matter. Maybe yes, maybe no, you don't know. Yeah, okay, fine, sorry. We can ask the applicant.
So the foundations that were preserved?
To my knowledge, yes.
And can you share the originally approved entry stair floor plan? That image. Okay, thank you. So even, I'm sorry, but so even in that lower left floor plan, where it flares out, the lower left-hand corner, which is presumably closest to the property line, is still 17 feet away as it was approved.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions for staff? Thank you. Applicant?
Let's see. Give her a second, okay? Right, top button exances or the arrows, do you know? All right, hi. Good afternoon, I am Douglas Thigpen, 5050 Shore Acres Boulevard Northeast, and yes, I'm sworn in. So, the goal for this presentation is simply to gain your approval for the use of 5 out of 60 feet of our property between our house and the street. In the next 10 minutes, we'll review the circumstances leading to this variance request, review the proposed stair design, alternate stair designs that we considered, and also we'll touch on safety, accessibility, aesthetics factors, and examine community cost benefits, and conclude with a request for your support. So, to start off with, my wife and I are rooted in this community, and we're reinvesting in the future Shore Acres and St. Petersburg. We've raised our family in this home for 31 years, and we're deeply connected to the Shore Acres community. Hurricane Helene was the first time our house was ever flooded in 31 years of living there, and we're committed to ensuring it's the last time our house is ever flooded, which is why we made the choice we did. We're invested in the community as Shore Acres Community Association members, Pinellas County volunteers. We are elders and deacons in the Gathering Church, Girl Scouts, Boy Scout leaders, Pinellas County school volunteers, parents, and grandparents. We aren't looking to flip a house. We're looking to rebuild our home. If you look at this property survey, we have 60 feet between our house and the street. This distance is comprised of 27 foot 3 inches of unrestricted private property, 26 foot 8 inches of easement, right? And then 6 feet of sidewalk. Because of this 17 foot setback, right, requirement, we only have 10 foot and 3 inches, right, to build new stairs from the existing living space. So the blue shows you the distance from the house as it was previously. The red is the 17-foot setback, and that green indicates the small 5-foot variance that we're asking for so that we can build some useful stairs. It is important to note that we're not engaging this project on whimsy. Our home was substantially damaged by Hurricane Helene, requiring us to rebuild at elevation. Repair was not an option. When we began planning the new home, we consulted with some engineers, architects, realtors, and a home designer. The engineers recommended rebuilding on the existing cinder block walls to reduce cost, permitting, construction schedule, and as well as maximize environmental efficiency because we're reusing materials. The realtor suggested a street-facing front door with inviting front stairs. And the home designer underscored the desirability of street-facing front stairs and said you want to use the most desirable water view space dedicated to high-value functions such as living room, dining room, kitchen, master bedroom, and for aesthetics and resale value. I also, in my presentation, listed the engineers, architects, realtors, et cetera, that we consulted for your reference. The key attributes for stair design can be grouped into 3 categories, and that would be utility, safety, and aesthetics. From a utility perspective, exterior stairs should afford unimpeded access to the upper floor, taking into consideration the need for quick exit for residents in an emergency, speed for first responders, and be a minimum of 36 inches wide to support movement of furniture and appliances, because we would like to move things into our new home one day. Interior stairs should enter the upper floor in a place and manner that accommodates both flow, weather, and contaminating conditions. Simply put, you don't want to enter the living space with muddy, dirty, or wet shoes. You don't want your children or your husband walking up the stairs into the middle of your living room. This is important since it influences the placement of the interior and exterior stairs, as you'll see. From a safety aspect, exterior stairs should be designed to avoid turns, curves, bends, and angles so you minimize tripping and enable the transport of large items such as furniture and appliances and quick ingress for first responders. From an aesthetic standpoint, front stairs and your front door should face the street and invite you to ascend. Front steps with complicated turns negatively contribute to the welcoming appearance of the house, and therefore they detract from the appearance of the house and therefore the overall neighborhood. With these guidelines in mind, the designer and architect provided the following floor plan and guidance for how to place the stairs. The best overall design, as you can see, and as Siobhan kindly showed us earlier, right, was to incorporate 5-foot wide stairs, moving from a 3-foot landing or upper deck, descending to the street from a street-facing door with a single 5-foot square landing in the middle. Unfortunately, the height of the new elevated living space, which is required by code, dictates that these stairs would extend towards the street 13 foot 10 inches from the edge of the structure. If you look at this, due to the curvature of the street, one corner of the stairs would extend approximately 5 feet into that 17-foot setback, as you can see. And you can see the highlighted number there in blue on the right-hand side. We considered numerous other stair designs, trying to keep within that 17-foot setback requirement, but all of them violated one or more of the key design principles provided. This design was one that we came up with, right, which violated the aesthetic design principle to have a front door facing street and the safety design principle to avoid sharp turns. You'll note that, in fact, this design looks more like the side view of a house and challenges the visitor to decide if these stairs should actually lead up to your main front door. This design provides entrance to the street-facing front doors, but it visually appears like a maze, not an invitation. The design also violates not only aesthetic design principles, but also safety design principles to avoid sharp turns. Unfortunately, this was the only design that our architect could provide that the permitting office would approve. I'll note that we did actually submit the design that we're asking for here previously, and it was rejected by zoning, so. This is the top view of the design, highlighting this U-shaped turn required and the right angle turn into the front door, which has been approved by permitting office. I'm going to ask you to imagine if you were the person carrying the back end of a sofa when the lead person makes that hard right turn into the front door. With only a 3-foot stair there, you're going to be hard-pressed not to be ejected over the front rail. So returning to the stairs that we're asking you to approve, these meet all of the utility, safety, and aesthetic guidelines, but they require your approval to use just 5 more feet of that 60 feet between our house and the street. As a side note, we did research the average easements in zip code 33703, our zip code, Shore Acres, and surrounding areas. And we found that in average, including power, sewer, and water, it's usually 15 feet. That easement is on the front of our properties, almost double that average. Our request to you today is please let us build our house with simple, safe, useful stairs by approving just this 5-foot variance. So, in conclusion, we respectfully request that you would grant this variance. Thank you.
Questions for the applicant?
I have a question. Did we see images that the current configuration that you're looking for us to approve has already started to be built on site? Did we see images of
House
that?
structure, yes, the stairs are the last piece, because we weren't going to build anything until we had approval.
Okay.
House next door.
Okay.
Yeah, good point, good point. Oh, by the way, same builder
Okay.
and same architect.
Thank you.
Yeah, I see that you explored a couple of options, but did your architect explore maybe moving the entrance over to where your bathroom is? Because, I mean, I think that there are some other creative solutions to this that could have been considered instead of having the entrance. It looks like you just, I know you shuffled things around on the inside, you know, you moved bedrooms over here and kitchen over there, but it looks like when it came to deciding where the entrance is, it's like wherever it was downstairs, you know? So.
Yeah, no, actually, good question. So I can't, unfortunately, I can't go backwards to show you, but.
You can. We can bring it back up.
Oh, thank you. All right, let's see if we can find a bathroom.
You go to the second floor plan.
Right. Oh.
If it is in there, it's in our packet, yeah.
Is it in Siobhan?
Okay, good. Well, so yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't include it in my slides.
But yeah, if the stair would hug the front of the house and then land and then turn around the corner, and you could even have like a covered porch at the second level potentially.
Isn't that the side view that we presented, sir?
That's one option, is to do a complete 180 when you get to the top, but I'm saying just do a 90 and then walk into the front door facing the street as you wished.
That's what resulted in the proposal that we're giving you, sir.
Yeah, it's just a lot tighter, and I'm saying you could even go farther to the east, I guess that is, and then turn around the corner of the house, have your front. I wish I had a laser.
Have a laser?
We do have a laser. Would you like to use it?
Does it have a laser? Yeah, I would have loved it as you as an architect, because we went through probably 3 weeks of back and forth trying to come up with ways to bring inside stairs up and, into a way you're not walking into the middle of a living space. I actually submitted a packet that had numerous plans showing all
I might have hit that.
Yes, the button at the top, that's a red line. There you are. So just the button at the top.
Okay. So.
Is it reaching?
I did hit it. Oops. Okay. Thanks. All right. So, yeah, so I'm suggesting that the entrance could be right here. You could hug the front of the house, wrap the corner, and then have your front entrance potentially here. If the initial decision hadn't been made to just copy the first floor plan and move the door up, it's just a thought. I'm just wondering.
I wish I had the full set of slides. We actually mailed many sets, Siobhan. You and I go back and forth trying to give you to 3 different addresses. And
Probably need to be back at the microphone.
You want the document camera?
But anyway, we actually looked at interior stair designs to do exactly that. I wish I had that first packet. I could do it from my laptop. But unfortunately what happens, and you can envision this probably better than a lot of people, remember your lower stairs, right, need to penetrate the upper floor. And so because of your 6'8", right, 6'8" headroom, or 6'10" headroom clearance, it's actually changed this year, it penetrates, and so you have to have an opening, right, in your upper floor. And so we did exactly that, and we're trying to come up from one way and the other to bring it into a different location. And that was unfortunately what we presented to you was the only thing that really made any sense, because you end up taking up, I can't remember the number, I'm going to tell you it's 10 feet of space that you need to either rail off as a stairway so your kids don't fall over it, or you build a wall up to keep to make it safe. Yeah. And what we chose was to put a wall up on that inside on that inside inner stairs. Man, it's a great suggestion, and we did actually try that.
Yeah, I was just curious if you had explored moving the front door.
We did.
Because it looks like you wrapped your head, you had decided the front door's here, now the stair has to land here. Yeah. But if you move the front door, maybe the stair's not an issue.
Right, yeah. We did look at some alternate positions on front door. Did we do every single one? The one you're suggesting, it sounds like we did, but I'm going to tell you that we did our best, in all honesty, and because again, we did submit this original plan. And they said, oh, well, it extends out here because of the curvature of the street. And I think that really falls into what you said earlier, right? Which is, it talks about curvature of the property line. Because if it was a straight property line, I don't think we'd be here today.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I have a question for Siobhan. So remind me again in which conditions the city would approve a 14-foot, the stoop being or the stair being with just a 14-foot setback?
It's if the house was elevated.
Not doing an addition or changing it, but if you're just...
Additions and new construction subject to compliance, correct.
Which implies that it would have been not in good enough structural condition to lift up. I mean...
Correct, to just go vertical.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions for the applicant? No? Do we have any blue cards?
We do not.
No blue cards. Okay, staff, do you have any cross-examination questions?
Staff waives.
Sir, do you have any cross-examination questions for staff?
I'd just like to ask the comment about, I think you called it addition or whatever, because, I mean, we're rebuilding on top of the existing cinder block walls, so, and it was recommended not to lift the structure by an engineer. Why is that called an addition instead of a build on or a rebuild on top, sir?
So the actual elevation itself is to take the existing footprint and to raise it as is. Yep. So the construction, like if you were to hollow out the first floor and construct a second floor on top of it, the second floor on top of the first is still considered an addition to the existing structure.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm. Any more questions? Staff, do you have any closing remarks?
Staff waives.
Sir, you have the opportunity to conclude.
I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey, so just to follow up with the questioning you just had, is the new house that you're building, the rebuilding on the second floor, is it essentially the same as the house that existed on the first floor? Or is it
the perimeter? Yes, sir.
And in the interior layout?
Oh, no.
Yeah, interior
no,
layout.
the interior layout, we moved the bedroom.
Very different.
We
But
moved
the
things to
perimeter.
back.
But
Okay. And you get whatever your garage was, right?
Right.
That's now new living space.
Right.
And someone made a comment about, well, did you choose to do it because of tax? And the original decision was that was a consideration, but Commissioner Twitty, actually, they changed that this year in February, I believe it was. So.
Okay.
So we are in executive session. We can ask more questions or comments. Thoughts of the commission?
I'm going to throw out something, well, a little unusual. I do think there's some issues here, and I do think that the approved stair design meets code, meets our zoning, but is a mean stair. By mean, I mean just, it's kind of a minimum, and I think the points made about the functionality of the stair were good points. I'm going to propose that personally I would be able to support a 14-foot encroachment, even though this is not elevating an existing house. This is an addition under the definition of the code. But because we're within the same footprint of the house, and I think there's ways with that additional 2 feet, I don't think that you necessarily need a 5-foot wide stair for a single-family residence. That's a pretty, in my opinion, a pretty grand stair. And that additional 2 feet would give the ability to make something that is more gracious, more functional, and more safe, but still be consistent with what we're going to see with other houses in the neighborhood in terms of their lifting up and encroachments. I also do understand the argument of, even though the property line is what we judge by, and for good reason, effectively and visually what the neighbors see is how far back from the curb a house appears or the sidewalk. And in this case, there's a very wide right-of-way. So I think that's also a very good point. But
Also look at it from a standpoint of, this is a very common thing on Shore Acres, these sweeping curves. So it's not like a fluke in a neighborhood. This is a very common condition, the curve and these setbacks. So I don't think it's a unique feature to this property, because at that point, everybody, for the most part, most people on Shore Acres would be in the same position. They can claim, well, the setback doesn't apply because it's curved.
And right, and maybe, the stair could be skewed to be more parallel to that curve, which might also give a little bit more room to add 1 or 2 more risers on the lower section of the stair, so it could push, which would take out 1 or 2 risers in the sort of part that's coming out from the front door, and effectively that would push it back a couple feet closer to the house.
I think that's an articulate solution, because I'm partially swayed by the right-of-way argument, just simply because it is a unique feature, and we're dealing with a pretty challenging situation in Shore Acres, right? The strategy of starting the work and then sort of figuring this out, I get that, but it's still the right order, right? The stairs aren't built yet, so I don't begrudge that strategy.
No, not at all.
And there's a workable solution under the code if this was denied, right? I agree with Commissioner Hugglestone that there's a limit on the far end, but I do think that might be the middle ground, because basically then we're giving a variance basically.
Playing Solomon here, but I think there's a basis for it in saying
that's what I mean. Yes.
We already have this 14-foot standard, which is going to be applied in other cases, and although this is technically different, he's doing it for the same reason. His house was damaged during the hurricane. He's trying to move on with his life and live in the home he's lived in for 31 years, and I appreciate that. And if there's a way we can do it and accommodate their needs and still be consistent with sort of what appears to be intent in other places in the code, then that seems to me to maybe be a good compromise solution.
I agree with all that. I agree that the stair is not functional as designed and as approved, but I also agree with Commissioner Hugglestone that the location of the front door is a self-imposed hardship. It doesn't need to be there. It's there, and you're trying to accommodate a thing that's there in an imaginary way at this point in time, right? And so, there are other configurations that could work that potentially haven't been explored. So I don't know that I agree this is not the minimum variance that could be sought. But then I also find the 14-foot argument to be sound.
And I was incorrect. Earlier I said this would give an additional 2 feet. It actually gives an additional 3 feet because it would be going from 17 to 14 feet. So it actually gets, you know.
It's a difficult thing here. If this was a house just being lifted due to the flooding, I think we can make it work under that 14. Yes, it's a new construction, but it is a result of the flood. They've kept the slab, they've kept two of the sidewalls, yeah, they've kept a little bit of it. It's,
Counts.
the current permitted stairway, I think functionally, it's not a good functional stairway. And then visually, it's really cluttered when you look at it. I think Commissioner Clemens' idea to maybe narrow the stairway leading up to minimize that setback so that we treat this as a lifting of the building itself, you know, the actual conditioned space instead of building brand new. I think we're close enough to, you know, have a little bit of a leeway on, a little bit of a variance on this one compared to some of the others.
So if I was to make a motion, I would be making a motion to change it from approval of the variance to required front yard setback from 17 feet to 12 feet. I would change it from 17 feet to 14 feet. If that passed, that passed. If it failed, then we could still vote on the original motion.
Question.
So,
Or vote to amend it, and if that failed.
Okay.
Yeah.
so I think the first question, the first thing I want to say is the applicant has a request before you and they are entitled to a vote on that request. So it could be that you might want to ask them how they feel about the motion. So is your question, what was your recommendation that you?
Well, just procedurally, you sort of partially answered it because if I just made the motion, I would be denying him the ability to get his motion heard, potentially, and I did not want to go there. I didn't think what the obvious solution is to ask if you would support a revision of your request. So, okay, so I'll do that now. So we have an option of voting on your request just as it's stated, or I'm making an argument, or I'm telling you that I would be personally able to support a 14-foot variance better than a 12-foot, or a 14-foot setback for your front stair better than a 12-foot, and that would convince me to vote for it. I can't speak for anybody else. So would you support changing your setback request from 12 feet to 14 feet? You have the perfect right to have us vote on it as it's presented to us.
Yeah, I'm trying to mentally calculate it out because we really tried narrowing stairs and doing things to meet it.
Would it be best if we put the proposed stairway on there so that we could get a?
I can tell you the
visual?
simple way to do it, but there's probably more elegant ways with a little bit of thought, is you had a 5-foot front porch and you had a 5-foot.
Yes, sir. 3-foot front porch.
I thought you said 5.
It's a 5-foot landing. Yeah. And the.
I'm sorry, in the new proposal.
10-foot run requirement for stairs is what dictates how far out it comes. Otherwise, it goes into the driveway.
In the upper right-hand floor plan,
Yes.
the distance between the doorway and the first step is
3 foot 3 inches, I believe, isn't it?
I don't see a dimension there.
Yeah.
I heard you say 5, and I probably misinterpreted what you were.
Definitely a 5-foot square landing.
Square landing's 5 by 5. Okay.
I mean, but I do recommend that we stay away from redesigning it.
Right.
I'd pay for it if you can do it within code.
Well, the comment there is just that, you have a bunch of professionals here that
think you have reasonable
that have multiple ideas, and but it's really your project. So, Jermon?
Oh, just clarification, the applicant is correct. The deck
Three
is 3 feet.
3 feet 3 inches.
So you can't. So right, you'd have to make the stair narrower, or crank the stair, or add one more step at the bottom of the stair and take one stair out of the upper section of the stairs.
And unfortunately, that lands into the driveway. Yeah. You're right.
You could also,
Well, hang on. So, I mean, you know, you have the right to request that we vote on your request as stated. But we can also modify the request based on Commissioner Clemens' recommendation, and that's your choice. So, what would you prefer?
If you deny the original request, do you still have the option, will you exercise the option to?
No, unfortunately, no. If anything, we would do it the other way, which doesn't help you.
Corey, if the request for the original variance is denied, would it be substantially similar to request a variance at 14 feet?
It can be determined that it's not substantially similar.
but you still have to come back at a later meeting. So if you get I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, yeah, it would still be one decision today.
I apologize, I didn't follow that.
So we're trying to find a way to give you more flexibility on your question there, but no, we can only vote one way today.
If we denied it at 12 feet today, if city staff determined, if Corey determined that you came back later with the request for 14 feet, if he determined that that was considered substantially different, then you could come back to us in a month or two, in a couple months. Otherwise, you gotta wait 18 months. But if it's a substantial change, you could come back. But I don't even know if you wanna wait 2 months, because you're in the middle of construction.
We've been told we'll be in the home in March.
Yeah.
So we'd really like it, because the
Good thing
RV
you have an internal stair.
the RV is an amazing, cozy time with my wife of 41 years. But, yeah.
So unfortunately, you have to be on the spot here and ask us to proceed as you requested, which is your right, or if you give us flexibility to modify the request. And we can't really say much more than that procedurally, unfortunately.
Based upon what I perceive as the emotions or the opinions that are expressed here, I don't think that you're likely to vote in favor of our request, even though I feel like we've done diligence, substantial diligence, and presented what I thought was a pretty convincing case. So, in this case, I guess, I say that I ask that you provide flexibility.
Okay. Commissioner Clemens, then, you want to make a motion?
Sure. Are there any conditions of this one?
No, you can just change the way you read it into the record.
Yeah. Approval of a variance to the required front stoop setback from 17 feet to 14 feet, subject to the standard conditions of approval.
Second.
Reale,
Yes.
Flint,
Yes.
Clemens,
Yes.
Gonzalez,
Yes.
Conroy,
Yes.
Badalow,
Yes.
Hugglestone.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you. How are we doing? Do we need a break, or can we continue?
We take a little break?
Take a, try and make it timely here. Let's come back at 3:15.
You're good, he can hear us.
What's that? Okay.
Still hear us back there.
Okay, we are back in session. The next case number is case 2532000004. Staff.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Katrina Lunan Gordon, Planner 2 with the Planning Department Zoning Division for the record. The case before you is a special exception request for a bed and breakfast located at 1536 55th Avenue North. The subject property is approximately 6,858 square feet in area. The site contains one single-family residence constructed in 1954 and a detached accessory structure at the rear of the lot that includes a one-car garage and an accessory living space. Vehicle access is provided from both 55th Avenue North at the front and in the front and an unpaved alley along the rear. There are 5 on-site parking spaces, 2 in the front driveway and 3 accessed via the alley. The applicant's owner is requesting approval to convert the existing single-family home into a bed and breakfast. The bed and breakfast is classified as a special exception use in the NT1 zoning district, which means the proposal requires DRC review and approval based on its potential impacts, including but not limited to noise, lighting, traffic, and neighborhood compatibility with surrounding development patterns. So here we go. The bed and breakfast proposed would include several outdoor amenities, including a covered patio, a turf dog run, a plunge pool, and an above-ground pool. Inside, there will be 3 guest rooms, 2 bathrooms, a kitchen, dining, and living areas. The property owner intends to reside on-site within the existing accessory living space, which would be reclassified as an accessory dwelling unit. No additions to the principal structure are proposed. The existing residential character of the building will remain. For context, the property was purchased in February 2024. In April 2025, the Codes Compliance Department issued a notice of violation for operating a short-term rental without proper authorization. The case remains active to date. Additionally, a building permit was approved in 2024 to partially convert the detached 2-car garage into a 1-car garage with an accessory living space. The property located on the south side of 55th Avenue North is classified as a local street, and it can be accessed from 16-foot wide alleyways, and here those are. Okay. And here are the surrounding zoning districts. So the subject is in NT1, and to the west is CRS, and then further is NS for neighborhood suburban, and then south is NTM1 for neighborhood traditional mixed residential, and CCS across 54th, which is corridor commercial suburban. Okay. While there are schools, the surrounding area is primarily of single-family homes. While there are schools, medical, and general offices, retail, and service uses along 16th Street North and 54th Avenue North, however, the subject property itself is interior to a residential block. The site is approximately 0.1 miles from the minor arterial future major streets, that is 16th here, 54th Avenue North. It is not located within 1/8 mile buffer of a high-frequency transit route, and the closest high-frequency transit line is along Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Street, about half a mile east. All right, we're just gonna take a tour around the neighborhood. Here's images of the surrounding neighborhood. This is the house. Across the street. And then we're just gonna scroll down. You can see other residential scale and character. All right. So here are the CRS properties with the general and medical offices. And then here's across from 16th Street North, where NS1, where the school is located, and just north where the NTM are single-family residences. And then behind, from the alleyway down, are also NTM1 with single-family homes. And then across from 54th is where the gas station, the Tire Plus, and another retail store. Okay. Staff conducted a Google search and identified 5 possible vacation rentals within the surrounding area and within the NT1 zoning district. Of those, 1 property located at 1243 55th Avenue North had a prior code compliance case, which has since been resolved and closed. Staff has evaluated and requests according to the Staff has evaluated the request according to the criteria for special exception review outlined in the code. While the proposal meets the physical site development standards, including parking, staff finds the use itself is not consistent with the intent of the comprehensive plan or the NT1 zoning district. The planned redevelopment residential future land use is intended to promote the rehabilitation and improvement of established residential areas while maintaining their residential character and scale. Staff also notes that previous DRC approvals for bed and breakfast uses have generally been located along major streets, high-frequency transit routes, or mixed-use corridors, contexts more compatible with a transient accommodation. Based on these findings, staff recommends denial of the special exception and related site plan. The basis for denial is that the proposed bed and breakfast is not compatible with the established residential pattern of the area and is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan's intent to preserve neighborhood stability. However, should the DRC choose to approve the request, staff recommends conditions including obtaining a change of use permit, converting the ALS, the accessory living space, into an accessory dwelling unit, ADU, securing an after-the-fact pool permit, and redesigning the front driveway to meet the code. The applicant also submitted 3 signatures of support for the neighboring property owners. Staff received a letter, which I believe you have a copy of, from the property just north, the one with the neutral, the green and the black. The correspondent appears to be neutral in tone. Also received a phone call from another resident inquiring about the proposal and indicating their intent to attend today's meeting. Staff has not received any comments from Kona or nearby active neighborhood associations. This concludes staff's presentation, and thank you for your time. And the applicant is in the audience with a presentation as well.
Presentation.
Any questions?
Verbal presentation. Oh, not yet. Hold on one second.
I do. Trina, could you put the last slide back up? So in the zoning code, when it has listed uses as special exceptions, that implies that there are conditions and cases in which it would be appropriate to have that use in that zoning district. And as you said, in this case, because it's not a mixed-use street itself or adjacent to primary high-frequency transit, those are the 2 main reasons for denying it at this location, correct?
Correct. And
So-
of course, the neighborhood.
So the property just to the south, highlighted in green here, is now NTM1, which
Correct.
is a relatively new zoning category. And maybe this question's more for Corey. Is NTM1, well, maybe this is for you, is NTM1 allow bed and breakfast as a special exception use
Special exception will be required
for NTM1?
for NTM1, correct.
And the reason I ask that is NTM1 is a relatively new zoning district. And I would guess that green area here probably was NT1 until last year when it became NTM1. So the point of that is that there may be very few locations where NT1 now would meet your internal staff criteria for supporting a bed and breakfast as a special exception use, because almost all of the corridors that were used to be NT1 or NT2 are now NTM.
Well, and we also, Katrina and I discussed that looking at predominantly when you see some of the B&Bs are typically more in the older neighborhoods in the city. There's a couple in Central Oak, Old Northeast, Kenwood, Old Southeast, and some of those may be on a major road. I think some of the most recent ones are. The one we did in Kenwood not too long ago was, my case was on 28th Street and like 7th
Right.
Avenue. You know, those neighborhoods are typically a mix of single-family, multifamily. You got, and all different building typologies, and extremely walkable, even if they're not right on a high frequency, or they're near downtown or, you know, the park system. So that was kind of, we're also looking at that.
So there's a longer tradition in that neighborhood of having a variety, more variety of building types and housing types.
Correct, and we, you know, a lot of those neighborhoods used to have boarding, you know, they
Right.
had short-term rentals. So it's historically, something that's a little more consistent too as well. Where this neighborhood isn't as old as those neighborhoods, and it's more just single family within the neighborhood. So that was another kind of look at, you know, kind of what you're talking about, like, oh, there are only 2 houses from a major street, but, you know, what's the makeup of the neighborhood too?
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to get a little bit deeper into the justification. Thank you.
Other questions for staff?
I just want to clarify, so the way the code is at NT1, they could still, the minimum rental could be 30 days, correct? Okay.
Yeah, so if you're looking to not be a transient accommodation, correct. And then 3 times a year, you can be less than 30 days.
Other questions for staff? Okay. Applicant? Please state your name, address, and confirm you've been sworn.
Hello, Ariana Barba, 1536 55th Avenue North, St. Petersburg, Florida, and I have been sworn in. Hello, thank you so much for your time and for meeting with me today. I would like to speak on my property. So I'm originally from California and I'm an Army veteran. I moved here to Florida. I purchased my home in February 2024. In November of 2024, I lost my my job and I was working from home remotely. After I lost my job came, my first tax season of being a homeowner. My taxes in the area increased dramatically. So with losing my job, I also had to, pay from my savings for taxes because I didn't want that to be added to my mortgage for this coming year. And that forced me to have to rent my home. I live in the ADU in the back. And if I am not able to rent my home, then I cannot pay for it. And I still do not have employment. I'm actively looking. I have a bachelor's and a master's degree, but unfortunately, I just have suffered economic hardship. And that's why I'm coming to you all and asking to grant me the variance and allowing me time to change anything that's needed on my property for me to be able to continue being in business.
Any questions for the applicant?
So,
Yes, sir.
but you can rent your home, you just can't rent it short-term, correct? I mean, you could, wouldn't you be allowed, maybe this is a question for staff, but you would be allowed to rent your home, but it would have to be a 6-month or longer rental period, and then you could still live in the ADU. Is that correct?
Well, when you look at transient, there's a couple different definitions.
Non-transient, she could rent it non-transient, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, so I mean, you can do, we just look at month to month, so it's 30 days. So anything less than 30 days is transient accommodation.
Oh, so it's just 30 days.
So, and then 3 times a year, you can do it less for 30 days.
But more than 30 days, that's all? Okay. I thought it was 6 months, but,
We get, that gets into the definition of social service, is that,
Yeah.
if it's anything less than 6 months, but if they're doing a month to month with opportunity for 6 months
Yeah.
days.
okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure I understood that you could rent your home, it just could be short-term rental. Okay.
Yes, and I would also like to add to your comment, sir, that the reason why I'm here asking for a special exemption is if I were to continue renting my home for at least 30 days, I'm not making enough money to pay for my mortgage as well as utilities and maintaining the property in its great condition that it is.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, sir.
In the staff report, there was a message from the fire officials about a bed and breakfast is going to require a fire sprinkler system.
Yes, sir.
Familiar with the expenses of that?
It has been brought to my attention that that is something I'm going to investigate, but I am more than happy to investigate and to look at other options and get other opinions. That way I have everything in front of me to make a formal decision moving forward of that cost. But I am aware of that, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have you had a chance to speak, in addition to the fire sprinkler, but with the building department about what compliance would cost on the rest of the conditions of approval? So if we were to approve today and there's the 6 special conditions in addition to the standard, have you had a chance to talk with the building department about making sure you comply with those?
As far as the variances that you're speaking of, I'm aware that the driveway is having to be reevaluated. I know that there's going to be a cost for that, as well as the stock tank pool. I had that installed without knowing that there was a permit needed. I understand that it may have to be moved, and I'm ready to take on that that pay, or to change it. I just really want the opportunity to be able to change it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have another question.
Yes, ma'am.
So operating an Airbnb and a bed and breakfast are different. So what is your plan to transition from an Airbnb to a bed and breakfast? Like, how are you going to change those operations?
The changes I'm going to be doing is I will be serving breakfast, as well as currently having myself or a manager living at the property at all times. The property does get serviced weekly, such as lawn maintenance. I do the pools myself, so it'll be just providing breakfast. Thank you. Yes, sir.
So if you obtain a full-time job, are you looking to eliminate the bed and breakfast use at that point? Because what I'm hearing is you're doing a bed and breakfast because you don't have a job right now. Is that correct?
Yes, that is partially correct, but also I live there. So, I mean, I'm at this point right now in my life, that is my job. If I am not able to no longer live at the property, then I will be able to outsource a manager that will be able to continue operating as a bed and breakfast.
Other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any blue cards?
We do not.
No blue cards. Okay. Staff, do you have any cross-examination questions? Ma'am, do you have any cross-examination questions?
I do not have any questions, but I would like to all thank you very much for your opportunity today. Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Staff, do you have any closing remarks?
Staff waves.
And you have the chance to conclude now, ma'am.
Hi again, sorry. I would like to thank you all again for your time and opportunity. It's been quite a process to be up here and to make sure that I've turned in everything and done everything of me that has been asked. And, with looking at my packet, I hope it shows that. Thank you again.
Thank you. And we'll go into executive session. Comments?
So I have a question, maybe it's for legal, I'm not sure. Let's say that this was approved, and at what point, so if she later finds out that fire protection system is too expensive, can't afford it, change my mind, want to stay as a single family home, what are the consequences of an approval today if, for whatever reason, she changes her mind?
I think Corey can answer that.
So there are conditions of approval as established in the report, and there's certain requirements, outside of what building code might be or Florida Fire Prevention Code, as well as getting licensed from the state for a B&B. So the conditions that zoning has in there as well. So if none of that is met, this will expire in 3 years.
Okay.
It would not run with the property,
It will not run with the
not
property.
like a variance. No.
Correct.
And
But if
3
she,
years is required?
it's in the code for approval. So there's a 3-year from today. If they get approved, she has 3 years to complete all the requirements. If she does do that and then she decides to move out or switch it back to a single family, she can still do that. The B&B does at that point still go with that property though.
Right, okay. Once you comply.
Once you comply with the original approval, correct?
Even if you let the occupational license lapse, that does not rescind
Correct.
the special exception. Okay.
And do you review, or do you have the ability to, how do you confirm the compliance with the special condition?
So they will have to come in for a change of use to convert it to a B&B. And then it'll get routed, of course, to fire, building, and zoning. And, one of the staff members will review the cases to make sure that it meets the zoning criteria. And then, fire sprinkler or any exiting requirements or things like that will go through building and fire department.
Thank you.
If there is, let me back up. I find that when I have tenants over the years that are in financial situations, like this is driven by a financial situation here, I tend to get tenants that do things that are not right. Nuisance, whatever. What are the rules on nuisance for a motel? Because essentially this is a motel in a residential neighborhood. How is that handled by zoning if a bed and breakfast ends up having issues on the property?
I'm gonna let our legal expert over here.
Okay, so if you're talking about normal nuisance like traffic noise, that would be handled the same way it is with any other single family or multifamily residence. It would be a call to either the code enforcement department, if it's a junk trash debris issue, or if it's a noise issue for the police. If it's an issue with complying with the rules related to their licensure as a bed and breakfast, that's actually enforced through DBPR and the Division of Hotel Restaurant. And so we don't do those inspections. We could refer to them and have them do an inspection, but their licensure is governed by the state and not by us. Now, if we found out that since it's a condition of approval that they obtain that licensure, if they were unlicensed, then this approval could also be suspended.
And that's created by the state, essentially.
Yes, they're licensing, yes.
No further.
Any other comments? I'll entertain a motion.
Motion for approval of a special exception and related site plan to convert an existing single-family residence into a bed and breakfast, subject to the special conditions.
I'll second that.
Really?
I'm sympathetic to the situation, but I'm going to follow staff's recommendation, no.
Flint?
I agree, it's a no.
Clements?
Yeah, no, sorry. No, I'm sorry.
Gonzalez?
I meant to say the same logic, is that no.
Gonzalez, you were a no? No. Conroy?
Yes.
Nottolo?
No.
Huddlestone?
No.
Motion fails.
That was item number 6 for the agenda. Item number 7 has been deferred to January 7th. Item 8, Commissioner Huddlestone has a conflict here. So this is case number 2532000005. Staff? Who's staff on this one?
Adriana?
There's probably a delay in.
Yeah, it's a long delay, actually.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Adriana Puentes Shaw, Urban Design Development Coordinator with the Zoning Division. We're here today to discuss the project located at 1200, at 1256, and 1266 Nell Isle Boulevard. The subject property is currently developed with a single-family residence and a house of worship, as well as a private school campus. An expansion of the private school onto an additional NS1 zone parcel is considered to be a special exception use and requires a Development Review Commission's approval. The DRC is responsible to evaluate the proposed use and ensure compliance with applicable review criteria as outlined in the city code. These are some photos of the existing conditions. To the top left, or actually just on the left, is the single-family residence in question, and the rest are photos of the campus. The request we're here for today is for an approval of a special exception and related site plan to incorporate additional land and expand an existing playfield for an existing private school. City records show that the house of worship and private school have existed since the 1950s. The campus has received various approvals to expand over the years, including
including to provide an existing outdoor play area along Raphael Boulevard Northeast. This was approved under special exception case 0532000029. Most recently, the campus received an approval under special exception case 2432000004 to incorporate additional land into the overall campus and construct an open playfield with a small shade structure. With the incorporated new land, the overall ISR of the property will not increase and still remains within the allowable 60%. This is the site plan of the existing single-family residence that is to be demolished. As shown, the applicant will remove all built material from the site. The applicant will also remove the existing curb cuts and driveways from the property onto Snell Isle Boulevard and shall restore the right-of-way landscaping, curb, and sidewalk to meet city standards. The proposed site plan demonstrates the expansion of the existing campus to include an additional lot along Snell Isle Boulevard Northeast. And the existing play areas are to remain. Those are the ones that are highlighted in orange. The play area will also be utilized as a field only. The play area to the west is currently incorporated into the parking lot that is asphalted, and a smaller play area to the east consists of the playground equipment. The applicant is also proposing to construct a small restroom adjacent to the existing shade structure located on the main campus parcel and shall meet the requirements of the design criteria for the zoning district. The play field is a much-needed open space, and it will be an asset for the students. So the top little yellow square is the one that was approved most recently, and then obviously the one that's not highlighted is what's being expanded upon. City staff is recommending that the applicant install a 6-foot-high decorative wall along the property line abutting Snell Isle Boulevard. The new wall is to match the style and materials of the existing perimeter wall shielding the play area along Raphael Boulevard from the neighborhood. The applicant shall also install a 6-foot-high decorative fence or wall on the remaining property lines abutting the neighboring single-family residences. The campus is well-maintained, and there are large mature oaks along Snell Isle Boulevard that provide partial noise and visual buffer. The combination of the new wall, the landscaping, the existing mature landscaping, staff believes that there will be sufficient buffers and screening provided for the outdoor activity. It also provides safety for the children from the street. The rendering to the left is how it was proposed for this playfield, and obviously to the right is what's being shown now as an expanded play area. Renderings, that's a view from Snell Isle Boulevard, and then as well as from the playfield. The applicant provided an email support from a neighboring property that is adjacent to the field. The applicable neighborhood associations and property owners within 300 feet of the subject property were notified, and there were no questions or concerns expressed to staff by the public from this noticing. Staff recommends approval of the special exception and related site plan to expand an existing private school in order to construct additional playfield. Should the proposal be approved, it will be subject to the special conditions of approval listed in the staff report. Staff has suggested several conditions of approval for the DRC's consideration. Thank you. The applicant is in the audience if they would.
Questions for staff? All right, thank you. Applicant?
Hello, Kelsey Thrasher with Wanamaker Jensen Architects on behalf of the owner, who's also here if you have any additional questions. I have not been sworn in yet.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth?
Right. We have no issue with the staff report and the special exceptions that they've listed in there. They all fall in line with what we had received on the approval last year during the most recent application. And we find that, we will continue with those same exceptions on this adjacent lot. Last year, due to the storms, it put the project on a delay, and since then they've acquired this new lot and want to provide a larger space for the children because they're currently playing on in the image that Adriana showed. They're on the parking lot. So this will provide them a much needed green space for the school.
So it's essentially expanding the recent approval that's not been implemented.
Correct.
Okay, and that makes more sense because I don't know that I've seen renderings of open grass before. I mean, I appreciate the visual; it's really important. But that was the part that the only question I had was connecting their prior approval and the timing with this. Thank you.
Yes.
Other questions for the applicant? No? Okay. Are there any blue cards? Kayla?
Oh, sorry, no.
No blue cards, okay. Staff, do you have any cross-examination?
Waves.
Do you have any cross-examination questions for staff? No? Staff, do you have any closing remarks?
Staff waves.
And applicant, do you have any closing remarks? They indicated no. Okay, we'll go into executive session. Any comments or questions?
Are there any lights proposed for at night on the play areas, the grass area?
No, not at all. I think within the special exception, there was listed that we would just follow the requirements if we were to install them. At the moment, we haven't gone into the construction documents yet, so we'll follow.
Okay. I think overall, it's a very good idea. Similar as when we approved it a while ago. The only real issue I could see is potentially light bleeding if they have them on at night. I could see that being an issue, but as long as city staff is handling their lighting, so that it doesn't shine into the residences, I think it's a very good use of the property out there.
Yeah, I mean, there's a potential to need some lighting.
Yeah, they could need some lighting, but
not
just
even for use, even just for security and
safety.
safety, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's right on Snow Isle Boulevard, so their lights would actually be positive, unlike some others, yeah. I think it's a great plan.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say no to recreation space when we have no opposition, so I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to move approval of a special exception and related site plan to incorporate additional land and expand an existing playfield for an existing private school.
Second. Were you my second?
Yes.
Okay. Reale?
Yes.
Flynn?
Yes.
Clemens?
Yes.
Gonzalez?
Yes.
Conroy?
Yes.
Battle.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
I am conflicted on the next item, so
Right.
handing over the gavel to vice chair.
Do I have a cheat sheet or
Ceremonially.
I just got to wing it? All right, I'm good with that.
I don't have a cheat sheet. Sorry.
All right. All right, we got enough folks now? 1, 2, 3.
I'll bring these up to you now.
All right, we still need 4 affirmative votes. Okay?
Did we confirm that they wanted to proceed with the 5?
We have 6.
Oh.
Up until 5 o'clock.
2, 3. We're missing,
He's gone, there he is.
oh, there we go, okay.
Is there anybody who has not been sworn in that's here that's going to be, can you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is a request for approval of a special exception and related site plan to convert an existing medical office into a medical detox facility, which is a social service agency use. Case numbers 25-32-000006, and the address is 8730 4th Street North. And if we could have staff report, please.
Thank you. The applicant is proposing an inpatient medical detox facility with overnight stays. The applicant proposes occupying the existing building with no proposed additions or site alterations. The applicant does propose adding new picnic tables to an existing outdoor seating area on the north side of the building. Clients are required to book in advance with no walk-ins. The facility will diagnose, treat, and support individuals dealing with substance use disorders. To receive services, clients will stay for short-term inpatient care, 5 days or less. The applicant will employ medical and mental health care professionals. The facility hours will be Monday through Sunday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. The property will be staffed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The applicant proposes a maximum of 20 clients and 20 beds. Meals will be prepared on-site, and outgoing trips will be limited to necessary medical appointments. There will be approximately 4 staff members per shift, and those shifts are the 3 8-hour shifts. This is an existing building looking from 4th Street, looking towards the west. It's the east facade. Here's kind of another one from 4th Street where you're looking more at the south facade and a piece of the eastern facade. This is the northern facade. You can see that currently there's a picnic table there. The applicant proposes an additional picnic table. We ask that this be screened with a fence. There is also a dumpster that wasn't included in this picture that's in the right-of-way. We ask that to be moved onto private property. Right now it's in city right-of-way. This is looking from the apartment building that is along the avenue of 88th and looking at the back side of the building. This is the existing site plan and then kind of the proposed layout of the building inside. Staff has defined the proposed use as a social service agency as defined in section 16.50.390.1. The use specific standards for a social service agency. The proposed use consists of two operational components, a personal care service and a short-term housing. Personal care is defined for a community that provides daytime communal atmosphere open to the public for the provisions of services to persons in need of assistance due to age, physical or mental disability, illness, or injury, including but not limited to supervision of self-administered medication, aid in personal hygiene, eating and drinking, ambulation, dressing, or recreation. And then you have short-term housing, which means a facility that is designed to provide housing to persons less than 6 months and support services to persons for those providing facilities to move in a long-term residence. Both operational components are special exception uses in the CCS1 zoning district requiring approval by the commission. The use-specific criteria for a social service agency, the Development Review Commission takes this into consideration outside of just the criteria for approving a special exception use. The first one is the facility shall be served by or easily accessible to mass transit. PSTA Route 9 serves the subject property and has 30-minute headways. It runs up and down 4th Street North. The facility shall be adequate size and design. The existing facility is approximately 4,800 square feet. The applicant will utilize the existing building for proposed use. The facility shall have internal or external waiting areas. Personal care service center shall provide an activity area sufficient for proposed maximum number of clients. Proposed facility will have internal waiting area sufficient for the proposed capacity, as well as on any given day, the applicant expects 2 to 3 new clients and 2 to 3 clients leaving the facility. Exterior waiting, exterior activity areas shall be adequately buffered from the budding properties. There are no proposed exterior waiting or activity areas proposed. There was a seating area that will be screened and shielded. The applicant, like I said, is proposing the additional new picnic table. Parking. There will be a maximum of 4 staff per shift and 20 beds. The code requires 13 parking spaces. There will be 23 on site. Social service agency use within the same special exception or principal operational component cannot be located within 1,200 feet. There's no other such agency within that distance requirement. The plan shall, for long and short-term housing, shall meet all the maximum density, lot area requirements, including FAR, height, ISR. The proposed use does. The social service agency use, which has a different special exception or principal operating component, which are located within 1,200 feet. Again, there's no other social service agency located within the 1,200 feet. The commission shall also take in the review criteria in section 16.70.040.1.5.d, which is the review of special exceptions. Again, the subject property is located along 4th Street. It's a minor arterial street. The existing building and service parking area will remain in its current configuration. The development does meet all required setbacks, ISR, FAR, and lot area requirements. Staff has added special conditions of approval in the staff report to help mitigate for any potential adverse impacts. And lastly, the proposed use is a social service agency consisting of 2 operational components. Again, a personal care service and short-term housing. Both of these are special exception uses in the CCS1 zoning district, and one of the review criteria for social service is prohibiting another social service agent within 1,200 feet. And as discussed, there is no such social service within that distance. The closest social service that we have within the city limits is over 4.5 miles from the subject property. Staff did receive 5 letters in support and 4 letters in objection. We did receive a letter yesterday in objection, so it will be a total of 5. The 4 letters in objection were from 4 different surrounding property owners with the same ownership group. As the one that we received today was from a tenant of one of those businesses. Objections include use is not compatible with the use of the businesses, detrimental to value of the property, and may deter customers or those purchasing property. Staff does recommend approval of the special exception related site plan for subject to the special conditions of approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of staff?
I have a question. How is this special use, a medical detox as a social service, different from a recovery center?
So, do you mean the recently established?
Yes.
We're actually working on some of that. You will see that later today. This is a temporary situation where some of that, the recovery homes is, they don't really provide services. And that's more of a long-term stay option. This is where they're actually being provided services on site, and it's short-term, 5-day.
Okay.
Corey, can you remind me, in CCS 1, would a inpatient hospital be permitted?
Yes.
Okay.
The reason we looked at this too, this is located in the coastal eye hazard area, so a hospital cannot be located here. If this was not in a coastal eye hazard area, they could have opened a hospital and moved right in without a social service approval.
Thank you.
Or you had mentioned the closest is 4.5 miles away.
Within the city, I'm not sure what, if outside of the county, because
What is that property? What is
I think the closest one was down towards St. Anthony's.
at St. Anthony's Hospital? Okay, thank you. Any additional questions of staff? Okay, thank you. If we could have the applicant, if you could state your name and address, please, for the record, and whether you've been sworn.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Eisterman. I'm an attorney representing Real Recovery Solutions, LLC. My address is 401 East Jackson Street, Suite 2100, Tampa, Florida. Also with me today is the founder of Real Recovery Solutions. I'll let him introduce himself.
Hi, I'm Patrick Slattery. I'm the founder and owner of Real Recovery Solutions, and my address is 729 Suwannee Court Northeast, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33702.
All right, thank you. And you have 10 minutes to give a presentation.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for your service. We're here for, again, a special exception use for Real Recovery Solutions, LLC. This is the property. If you're like me and lived on 4th Street, you're probably very familiar with this property. It is an existing property. We are, again, proposing no external changes. If anything, we are actually improving the property because it has been sitting vacant since 2021. And we're providing enhancements to the landscaping. We're adding screening. And again, to reiterate what Corey said, we're pulling that dumpster away from the right-of-way and putting it in a code-compliant enclosure. So we all know substance use disorder affects everyone. It affects everyone in this room, friends, families, neighbors, et cetera. And, you know, just pointing out that 17% of people in the United States have a substance use disorder as of 2023. And in Pinellas County specifically, there is 1 death every 14 hours. You know how many medical detox facilities exist in St. Pete? 0. So let's talk a little bit about what Real Recovery is, and then I'm going to get into specifically the facility and what that is, and try to alleviate some misconceptions. So I'm going to have Mr. Slattery talk about Real Recovery Solutions. Go ahead.
Hi. Again, Real Recovery has been around since 2016. We started with recovery residences. I actually was part of the legislation that you guys are adopting today. We started off with that and moved into higher levels of care. We're accredited through the DCF, we're licensed through DCF and the Joint Commission. We take private insurance, and we help people from early stages of getting sober all the way into long-term recovery. I do have a short speech. Is this one you want me to read? Okay. Sorry, I apologize. Again, my name is Patrick Slattery, and thank you again for having me here this afternoon. I am a proud resident of St. Petersburg. I have been in long-term recovery for over 10 years. This community is where I have dedicated my life to helping others do the same. For the past 9.5 years, I have worked directly with people in early recovery right here in our city. Through Real Recovery and our network of programs, we have helped over more than 5,000 individuals take their first steps towards rebuilding their lives. Each of those people represents a story of hope: mothers reuniting with children, fathers finding steady work, sons and daughters restoring trust with their families. These are the people who become productive, grateful members of our community when they are given the right support and structure. Our programs do not change the individual lives, do not just change the individual lives. They strengthen the city as a whole. When someone finds recovery, we see fewer overdoses, fewer hospitalizations, and fewer families torn apart. We see new employees showing up ready to work, new tenants who take pride in their homes, and new parents present for their children. Recovery creates stability, safety, connection, and those benefits ripple through every neighborhood we serve. St. Petersburg has been more than just a home for me. It has been the place where I have been able to live out my purpose of helping others. Our programs are built on compassion, accountability, and service. We take pride in being good neighbors and good partners to this community. What we are asking for today is not just permission to operate a medical detox program, it is an opportunity to continue giving people a real chance at a new life, safely, responsibly, and with respect to the neighbors in the neighborhood we serve. Thank you for your time and for hearing our requests today, and for your commitment to helping to build a stronger, more compassionate St. Petersburg.
Thank you.
So let's talk about the specifics of the facility. The facility is operating 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. It is walk-ins only, and if you could please put up the presentation. Thank you. It is maximum number of beds, 20, so 20 total clients at one time, 4 members of staff per shift with 3 8-hour shifts. Again, this is a 24-hour facility, but they accept patients 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., and these are appointment only, insurance only patients. These are not drop-offs from police officers. This is not a Baker Act receiving facility. And they have restrictions on who they accept into this facility. No sex offenders, no violent criminals, no parolees, and no court-mandated patients. This is an entirely voluntary program of someone who wants to take their very first steps into recovery. So let's talk about myths and facts. So myth, this facility will be a methadone clinic. No, this is not a methadone clinic. A methadone clinic is actually an outpatient facility that is allowed at this property by right already. This is not proposing to be a methadone clinic. This is proposing to be a initial stay when someone decides they want to take that first step to recovery, and going through those initial days of withdrawal, being able to be medically supervised during those hardest days of recovery. Okay, myth, this facility will attract loiterers. No, like I just said, this is an appointment-only facility, walk-in only, and unless you know and you're looking for this building, you're not going to know what's there. This facility will be unsafe for residents. That is a myth. No. Real Recovery has a proven track record of safety. And even, there's a lot of misconceptions that this facility will increase crime. That is false. The Bloomberg School actually did a study and determined that treatment centers showed less violent crime than those proper areas near liquor stores and corner stores. And there's a citation up there. And in fact, the author of that study said, our findings show that the drug treatment centers pose no additional risk of violence above and beyond any traditional business in the community. So I am not going to run through all the special exception criteria. I'm here if you have questions. The staff report has been very thorough in all of these criteria. Unfortunately, there's like 17 criteria for special exception use and another 8 criteria for social service use. So it's just a lot of repeating the same things of basically we are reducing traffic from the existing medical office use to this medical detox facility. We meet all of the standards. Again, there's no physical changes to the property. It is other than improvements with respect to landscaping and screening. And we're using the existing access points, same drainage patterns, all of those things. We do have several letters of community support, most significantly from Senator Roussan, sent in a letter of support. We have support from the Recovery Epicenter Foundation. We have support from criminal defense attorney. We actually have support from our neighboring, we have a Tampa facility, Real Recovery has a Tampa facility. Our neighbor to the Tampa facility has submitted a letter of support. And I actually have another letter I want to submit into the record from our neighbor in our Bradenton facility. Again, a letter of support indicating that there is no external impacts and that Real Recovery is a great neighbor and a great asset to the community. Again, the social service agency use criteria. Again, I'm here for questions if you have any questions on the criteria. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions of the applicant? If not, I'll get ball rolling. The patients, will they enter in through the front glass door facing the main parking lot, facing 4th Street?
Yes.
How will they enter into the patio area where the picnic tables are?
If you could pull up the site
I
plan.
know there's a northern elevation with a door
The
with
stairs, correct. That's the only way in and out of that, other than emergency fire exits.
Okay. And how tall will the fence be around that courtyard, and will it encompass all sides of that?
It will encompass all sides, 6-foot opaque.
Okay, any lighting out there or limitations as to hours that people will be allowed outside?
Yeah, there would be limitations on when they can go out. There's usually a schedule with breaks for people to go out and like have a smoke break or go outside and get some fresh air. There is a light, I believe, existing there. We've never been there at night, so I haven't tested it out, but we'll make sure that if there is need for lighting, that we'll go through the city to make sure that it doesn't, no light pollution or anything like that.
Okay.
And we do have a lighting ordinance too for if a new light goes up, that would have to comply since it's residential.
Based on your other facilities, how frequently, if ever, on a monthly basis, are there emergency vehicles that are called to the facility?
Between my 9 locations, maybe once a month, and it's more of like someone got slipped or fell kind of thing. Nothing crazy. No, we don't get too many like erratic clients or anything like that. We're not a mental health facility, so most of our people, whether they have co-occurring disorders, it's usually just substance abuse that they suffer from.
And how often do they voluntarily leave prior to their 4 to 5 day stay?
So our leaving against medical advice or leaving early, our AMA rate is lower than the national average of 24%. It's around between 20 to 24%, but it's below average.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Okay. Seeing there's no additional questions, I believe we move into blue cards at this point. Okay, we've got numerous blue cards here. So what I'm going to do is call 2 people at a time. We'll have the first person I call, if you could come to this podium here. And then the second person, I'll have you come up to this podium. That way we can get through the comment cards a little bit easier for everybody. The first card is from Reed Yoder. If you could go to this microphone first, and then the next up, if we could have Christian Yepes at the other. Thank you. And if everybody that comes to the podium, when we start, if you could state whether you've been sworn, name and address, and whether you've been sworn, please. Mr. Yoder?
Yep. My name is Reed Yoder, and my address is 6654 78th Avenue North, Pinellas Park, Florida, and I have been sworn in.
Thank you. And you, everybody has 3 minutes.
All right. So when I think of Pinellas County, I think of there's a lot of great major thoroughfares through Pinellas County. I think 4th Street, we can all agree, is one of the best, if not the best, for businesses, for consumers, for residents. We have a lot of people that, just like this applicant, they want to move their business onto 4th Street. We have a lot of people who want to live by 4th Street for access to all the restaurants and shopping and all that. And I think the main reason we have that draw is because of, the proper zoning, land uses, and proper planning by staff. So we're no stranger to development or land ownership in St. Pete or 4th Street. We find ourselves here actually a lot as the applicant seeking special exceptions for items. Majority of the time, if not all the time, it's for something that is not detrimental to the use of the property. It's a special exception for a drive-through. It's not the use of the business itself and the operations at its core. While I do believe that a detox facility like this is 100% necessary in Pinellas County, I think it's something that's needed for our community. I don't think it's the proper location for such facility, because a detox facility, regardless of what socioeconomic class you're serving, at its core, it's still a detox facility. And with 4th Street North seeing a major uptick in development, especially north of 54th Avenue, you'll notice there's a lot of new developments We're doing the townhomes right next to it, so 92 new development townhomes that are going to be right next to this property. You know, there's a lot of people that are moving here. They want to be in North 4th Street. And if we set the precedent for a use like this, I think that you may see, you know, a lot of other type facilities wanting to go in that area. So overall, I think that 4th Street North has been great as far as planning from city, and I'd love to kind of keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could have Lauren Davis up at this podium, and we have Mr. Yepes, name and address for the record, and whether you've been sworn.
Thank you. My name is Christian Yepes. Good afternoon. I'm with Bel Air Development Group, 6654 78th Avenue North, Pinellas Park, Florida, 33781, and I have been sworn in. So first of all, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to express my concerns with the proposed use. I appreciate the presentation that was given, and I agree with what Reed said, that there is a need for this type of thing in the community. I don't disagree with that. But despite the myths and facts slide that was shared earlier, respectfully, I disagree. We have real world experience with projects next to detox facilities that says otherwise. We have an increase in altercations, in crime, in disruptions, and all of which negatively impact the residents that are immediately adjacent to these to this facility. So obviously my experience is coming from, or my perspective is coming from that experience, and what I want to present to the board is that while those facts and figures may be true elsewhere, my experience says otherwise. So I would respectfully disagree with that. We have a number of properties around this location. Immediately next door, the Verizon at 8700, the pad at the other southwest corner at 8624, the Cafe Chibo building, 8601, Wawa there. So we have a significant investment, not to mention the traffic light, a significant investment into this area. We care deeply about the area and certainly 4th Street as a whole. As a developer, we've made many requests before this committee. Many of those requests centered around appropriateness and what is the right use for the property, what's around it, the neighbors, and with families and kids around this property, I don't believe this is the right place for it. Again, I do understand there's a need for this in the community. I don't want to minimize that, but this so close to so many families moving in and young kids actually nearby, I don't think this is a good idea. To reiterate a point that was made, you know, drugs don't care how much money you make. I don't care how nice the facility is. People that hit rock bottom do desperate things and affect things negatively, and that's just a reality. So I am significantly concerned about this, and look, we have a long history of working with this board. I want to be respectful to the decisions before you, and would ask that you just consider the impact to the neighboring properties. Respectfully, I'd ask for your denial of the request and make sure that we're not making steps in the wrong direction here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And you marked on your card that you're against, and Reed Yoder, I forgot to mention, his card is marked against. We have Lauren Davis up at the podium. If we could please have Joseph Knott, I believe. Do we have Joseph Knott at this podium, please? If you could proceed, name, address, and whether you've been sworn.
Thank you. My name is Lauren Davis, 791 Suwannee Court Northeast, St. Petersburg, Florida, and I have been sworn in. Thank you all for your time. Again, my name is Lauren Davis, and I am here to speak in support of the requested special exception. This proposal is not about bringing something new or unknown into our community. It is about improving access to care that already exists as a need here. Every family in this city knows someone who has struggled with addiction. Our local community members seeking detox services face traveling long distances, delays, or ending up in emergency rooms that are not designed for this type of care. A well-regulated, medically supervised detox facility like Real Recovery reduces strain on hospitals, first responders, and crisis systems. The proposed use is clinical, secure, and discreet. This is not a drop-in center or a shelter. Clients are under medical supervision with structured intake process and clear discharge planning. Facilities like these operate quietly and professionally, just like any other outpatient or residential medical practice. Approving this project means we are choosing prevention over crisis, treatment over tragedy, and dignity over stigma. It signals that our community understands that addiction is a medical condition and that people deserve access to care close to home, near their families, and their support networks with pathways to long-term recovery. Thank you.
Thank you. And on your card, you marked that you are for
Yes.
the special exception. We have Joseph Knott up, and if we could have David Gaylord up to the podium, please. Thank you. And if you could go ahead with name, address, and whether you've been sworn, sir.
Joseph Knott. My address is 1063 30th Avenue North, St. Petersburg, Florida. And I have been sworn in. I'm in long-term recovery over 16 years. I've been around real recovery since the inception of it. I am around people who are in this program currently, probably every day of the week. And I've seen nothing but good come from this program in our community. It's a great program, and I just came here to say those few words in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you. On your card, you had marked that you are for the special exception. We have Mr. Gaylord now, but if we could have Jeffrey Jensen up to this podium, please. Thank you. And please proceed, Mr. Gaylord. Name and address.
I have been sworn in. My address is 301 41st Avenue North, and that's St. Petersburg. And I've watched over the years. I've worked with a lot of alcoholics, people who suffer from alcoholism, who want to get better. I've been in plenty of detoxes. I've been in plenty of treatment centers, working with them, and I've seen real recovery really set the bar a lot higher than most other places. And I've worked with a lot of guys who are in those facilities, and all I see from these people is a true desire to want to be better and to get better. And I have to say, Patrick has really done a great job, him and his administration, of setting the bar a lot higher and setting a new standard for what treatment should look like. So I have full faith, being a member of St. Petersburg, being a resident here for 40 years, being around 4th Street for 40 years, that this will be a great facility, and I'm all for it. Thank you.
And Mr. Gaylord marked 4 on the card. If we could have Tim Walsh up to this podium, please. And if you could proceed, Mr. Jensen, name, address, and whether you've been sworn.
Yep, so I have been sworn. My name is Jeff Jensen. Address is 1390 62nd Avenue South, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33705. I'm here to speak in favor. I have kind of a unique perspective. Not only am I, do I live in St. Petersburg, but I also am in long-term recovery, but I also work in the same industry in the city of St. Petersburg. And one of the things that we are challenged to do in my particular job is help find placement for people who need medical detox. The challenge that we have in St. Petersburg is if a local resident needs detox here, I have to send them away. They're not able to get help in St. Pete. That is a challenge not just for us, but also for the family members and the loved ones who are seeking help, who should be able to get these services in the city that they live. Some of the times we have to do that. We aren't able to continue to help them after that for their continued care in a city where they should be learning to reintegrate into society. I think that this service, as was stated by everybody prior, is needed in the city. I don't want to sound callous. I don't have a preference of where it is in the city. I think this city needs a service that can be provided, and I don't think there is a better person to be able to provide that personally and professionally. I know I have a little bit more time, but as a person in long-term recovery, I got sober at 18 years old. I'm getting older now, so it's coming up on 20 years. But I have seen and lived in a few different cities. I'm not a lifer in St. Pete. I probably will be. My wife and I laid roots here, so we love the city, but every city I've ever lived in has had a service like this. This is the first city I've ever been in that doesn't have this type of service. So if I could say anything, I'll say that in those cities I've lived in prior, and I know that if I have someone that I need to get safe, and they can do that down the road instead of in Orlando or South Florida or Tampa, it's a huge benefit. But I appreciate your guys' time, and I do believe I marked the approve, or for.
Mark 4, yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you guys.
All right, if we could have Chris Dominguez up to this podium, please. And we have Mr. Walsh.
Yes.
Name, address, and whether you've been sworn.
Yes, Tim Walsh. I have been sworn. Thank you, council. When I heard that this opportunity presented itself for hearing today, I wanted to come in and speak. And I was going to speak to the issues of, Mr. Slattery and their institution was, very important in my early recovery. And I probably would have died had I not been there. They were very instrumental. I've got long-term recovery. I've been sober the better part of 13 years. Detoxes are a real necessary part of the recovery process. I was going to share also that I've seen 61 people just since last January die as a result of probably not hitting the detoxes that they should have. And those are people that I've, had dinner with, played volleyball with, golf with, gone to meetings with. These aren't people that I know of. These are people that I know. But what I really wanted to speak to was kind of real recovery in its specific state today, the entity of real recovery. You've heard that they're a little bit different. I tell you they're a lot different. I've dealt with over 250 visits to other detox facilities, not recovery facilities, that's probably even higher, but detox facilities, Axe, Clean, Turning Point, Riverside Detox. Normally, these are institutions that you wouldn't even see if you drove by them. And it's kind of like the same thing on 4th Street. We're not talking about a transient walk-up detox without appointment that's for full in-treatment medical services. Those types of entities that they're proposing for the 4th Street here, you wouldn't even know that they're there. They're closed facilities where people go in maybe to bring a meeting, but really the in and outs are people that are in medical stress, from either dying from delirium tremens or maybe offing themselves because, when you get to the point where you need a detox, you're not thinking clearly. And so these people are real medical risk. They're in that facility. They're not able to leave. Only by going into those facilities with proper permission would you even know that there are people there. These are people that are insurance approved and that they're there for their 3 to 5 day period of detox. So you wouldn't really notice that it's there, and it does serve the need. I'm going to probably finish with this. I worked at a facility in a legal capacity for a long-term institution in Hillsborough County called Healthcare Connections of Tampa. And we actually staffed the medical personnel over at Axe Detox at the main facility at Hillsborough County. We supplied their doctors and their medical support teams. That was a great institution I worked at. It's no longer in existence for different reasons. But the association that I have with Patrick, their staff, their facilities throughout 3 counties, they're better trained. They're more compliant. Their thresholds are higher. Their oversight is stronger than I've seen at the facilities that I've worked at. So I'd encourage you to vote in favor of the exception. Thank you.
And Mr. Walsh marked that he is for the approval. We have Chris Dominguez up now. If we could have, I believe it's Samara Ballard at this podium, please. And proceed, Mr. Dominguez. Name, address, and whether you've been sworn.
Thank you. My name is Christopher Dominguez. I live at 109 West 131st Street, Tampa. It is a transitional living facility by Real Recovery. I've had the ability, I am a direct result of what this program can and will do for the individuals that seek it. I've had the opportunity to work with gentlemen on a daily basis, to go into detoxes, hospitals, institutions, and share a message of hope. It is a very powerful experience. That's all I can say. It's very powerful. And I speak from direct, I wrote a bunch of stuff down, but hang on. And now I can't find it. Okay. I support this medical detox. I'm an alumni of their initial program, and I want to speak from my firsthand experience. Their professionalism, compassion, and honesty are the only reason I am here today. I have struggled most of my life with alcoholism and addiction, and I can truly say that if it wasn't for Real Recovery, I wouldn't be here today to speak to you in a positive manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Mr. Dominguez, marked 4.
4.
Thank you. We have Ms. Ballard up. If we could have Daniel, all right, I'm going to wing it. Olhofer? All right. Mr. Olhofer over here. If you could please proceed, name, address, and whether you've been sworn.
Yes, Samara Ballard, 5300 18th Street North, St. Petersburg, Florida, and I have been sworn. I wrote a letter in support, but I work for Battaglia Ross, Dicus and McQuaid as a criminal defense attorney. We are one of the longest operating law firms in St. Petersburg, I think maybe the oldest. So professionally, I have worked with Real Recovery Solutions because of my position as a criminal defense attorney. We often deal with people who are suffering from substance abuse disorders. And I can say through that experience, I've never worked with a better facility. Our clients are often successful there. And I have clients come out that say, you know, have been to numerous treatment facilities and say, this is hands down the best facility that I've ever been at. And we trust them, you know, it's safe, it's ethical. If they can't help them, they find somewhere that can help them because they truly care about the individual. But I also have a personal relationship with Real Recovery Solutions, just from friends, family members going through Real Recovery Solutions. And I've visited probably all 9 of their locations, and I can tell you that they seamlessly fit into the community. You honestly would not even know that it is a sober living facility. They seamlessly fit in. And, you know, time is of the essence. When you're trying to get to a detox facility, you often have to act on it right away because that desire can be fleeting sometimes. So if you don't get the person where they need to be quickly, that desire can leave, you know? And so that's why it's so important to have that here in St. Pete for our residents. And I just wanted to say that yeah, they've earned a very strong reputation for ethical, safe, and compassionate care. And like has been echoed, I just couldn't see a better individual to take this in St. Petersburg and help our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. And you marked that you're for the special exception. Thank you.
Yes.
We have Mr. Olhofer. If we could have, all right, it's going to be a wing again here. I believe it's Roche Zwizierowski? Zwizierowski. Exactly. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Daniel Ilhoffen. My address is 11026 129th Avenue, Largo, Florida. I have been sworn in. I am currently in over 10 years of consecutive recovery. I work with men and women in the area who are working on making a change in recovery, and it's something that I strongly feel about. I came to this county from Miami with a severe problem. I could not stop on my own. And when I did come up, I put myself in a very dangerous situation detoxing myself. I did not have that location available for me, and there was a very good chance that, and it did not happen, but there's a very good chance that my heart could have stopped. It did not, and I'm here today to speak the praises of people that are willing to give this service in this area. Real Recovery has a great standing within the community of recovery. Their level of professionalism and excellence is really great to see, and it's something that the city can be very proud of. Thank you very much, and I'm for the special.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And let's see, the last card I have, if I could have Renee Rogers up to this podium, please. And please proceed.
Hi, Rochelle Wachorowski. My address is 1736 Starlight Drive, Clearwater, Florida 33755. I wanted to, Patrick and their program is absolutely amazing. And I know that from personal experience. My son, he had been to multiple different hospitals to detox. Now, hospitals are great, don't get me wrong, but they're overcrowded, and the routine that we found is they wanted to get them in and get them out as soon as possible. Well, what had happened was he actually had overdosed. Well, not, I guess I can't think of the word, I'm sorry. He had drank way too much alcohol and was on life support at one point. You know, it wasn't until he actually went into a program where the recommendation was Real Recovery. And what's really cool is my son found recovery at Real Recovery. So not only do I know them personally through recovery, through, he's a colleague of mine, and also he helped my son. And as a mother, you know, all we want to do, you know, like someone had mentioned, you know, if addiction hasn't affected you recently, it will affect you, whether it's a coworker, a family member, or I'm sorry, I'm so nervous for some reason, but I'm totally for the detox. And like everyone had said, you know, you will never notice it's a detox, just like their sober living. Whenever I pulled up in its apartment complex, it's nice, clean, and you would never expect it to be a sober living. The thing is like you don't have people loitering, and there was a mention of Wawa, and I know exactly which one that is. Whenever I pull up on that Wawa, I always see people out there that are homeless asking for money, and I'm sure there's a lot of other places on 4th Street with that as well. So today I am in favor and ask for the approval of the detox in St. Pete.
Thank you, and you also marked 4. And our last card is Renee Rogers, name and address.
Renee Rogers, I have been sworn in, 2323 Feather Sound Drive, Clearwater, Florida. I have worked in the substance use industry for 15 years now locally. I have known Real Recovery since 2016 when they had 2 employees. They now have, I believe it's 65. A statistic that I thought was interesting to me, even from the National Survey on Drug Use and Health. In 2023 in Florida, 14.73% of the population over age 12 has substance use disorder. Let that sink in, almost 15%. That even shocked me. We had over 7,000 overdose deaths, and in 2024 we had 82,000 EMS calls that were related to addiction. I think we all know addiction is an issue, and everyone is affected. This facility is going to be a private pay, voluntary facility. We need more facilities, not just state funded, not just hospitals. The reason most people don't get help is they're afraid of the withdrawals, and that would help alleviate that. This is not going to be a methadone clinic. It's not a psychiatric facility. It's not a Baker Act receiving or Marchman Act receiving facility. I did work at a medical detox facility in Pasco County, and it was actually in a residential area. For the 3 years I was there, I do not ever recall having the police called. The first step to getting help is medical detox. If we cannot help people make that step, but this needs to be somewhere that my mother would be comfortable going, I would be comfortable going, your neighbor would be comfortable going, because they're not going to be comfortable going to a state-funded facility or where there are the homeless people. They're going to feel like the outlier. So we need to be able to provide care to all different groups of socioeconomic members of our community. Please vote for the approval of this. It is not going to be bringing problems to the area. It's going to be bringing a solution. Please let us be part of the solution. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. And you also marked 4 on your
Yes.
card. And that is the last of the blue cards. Thank you, everyone. Okay, at this time, would the city like to engage in cross-examination?
We waive.
And applicant, would you like to engage in cross-examination of any testimony given today?
We waive.
Okay. And staff, any closing statement, comments?
We waive.
An applicant, would you like to give a closing statement, please?
Yes, please. I just want to address some of the comments you heard for some of the opponents to this wonderful facility. What you heard about potential neighborhood impacts is pure speculation at this point. I'm familiar with our opponents, and in fact, my law firm represents them. So we've had a fun relationship here. I spoke with Mr. Yepes, Carlos Yepes, and I learned that the facility of concern was his Pasco property he owns, and it is a methadone clinic. It's not what we're proposing here, which is, again, a medical detox facility, which is self-contained, appointment only, et cetera. And again, I just want to reiterate that outpatient facilities and a methadone clinic is allowed here by right. What puts this into a special use exception category is because it's such a unique social service use with that short-term stay. That's what kind of puts us into this awkward period, the awkward use category that we need the special exception for it. But we're available for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, I do have a question, and it was mentioned there for Corey. Methadone clinic, that is allowable by right on that property?
So it's a medical office or pharmacy, so those are permitted in CCS1.
Okay.
Now, hospital would be if it was not in a coastal high hazard zone.
That's correct.
All right, move into executive session here. We could still ask questions if we have any, or just discuss. I'll start with some questions here, and it's for the applicant. If you have a client that leaves against medical approval, how is that handled? Do they get picked up and removed from the site? How does that operate?
Yes, obviously with our well-trained staff, both medical and therapists and behavioral health technicians, there will be some intervention as much as possible to prevent any incidences if the person were to depart early. But yes, it's almost like, yes, we don't want them to leave, and we're not gonna, throw them out onto the street. If that is the final decision of our client, we still will continue to make sure that they get proper transportation off property to a safe location.
After the initial 5-day period, maximum 7 days or 5 days?
I believe we put down maximum 5 days per medical recommendation.
How do they leave the property? Are they generally taken to another facility at that point for long-term?
Yes, so in the continuance of care, the next step after medical detox would be residential level treatment.
Will you have cameras to monitor the exterior areas for loitering, panhandling, which appears to be somewhat of the concern?
Yes, of course, we're going to have cameras. We have CCTV at all our locations.
Okay, thank you. And I believe Commissioner Clemens?
No, I was just going to say, if we're starting to have a discussion about it, I mean, those are really good questions, though, but is that I'm personally going to vote in favor of this. I think it's the criteria for analysis. There's 25 different criteria between the two different special exception and then the social service criteria. I think this one's been vetted and very thoroughly analyzed, and I've been, I think the evidence that we've seen or heard today shows that there's a need for this and that we're not currently serving that need in our community.
I used to rent to a methadone clinic years ago, and I absolutely understand Mr. Yepes' concern having a methadone clinic where they are getting essentially daily visits, huge amount of panhandling, huge amount of issues nearby, absolutely disruptive or can be disruptive to neighbors and the neighborhood. After that methadone clinic moved out, there in another facility, and I see all those issues there daily when I drive by. This is a very different type of operation from what's being presented. Ms. Vadlow?
No, I found the testimony very compelling, and I think that it would be a great addition to our city, and I think the location is appropriate for it.
It's not buried in a neighborhood, which I think a lot of us would have a concern with the more that it's buried into a neighborhood. In this setting, you're on 4th Street, which has activity essentially 24/7. That helps to somewhat mask any activity just due to how busy the area is. I think it would stand out more as an issue, even if you didn't have negative activities going on, just potential foot traffic to a facility would bring attention to it from cutting through and being in a more residential area. And we've had, over the years, we had something somewhat similar down in the Dome Industrial District. We had, I don't remember exactly what it was, if it was long-term sober living.
Yeah, it was many moons ago,
Yes.
probably 15 years or so ago, that went in. But it was also in the CRA area.
Mhm.
So there was some criteria in the CRA that would not allow it. So that's why that facility was not approved.
And that was in more of an industrial area.
Right.
And I can understand why a facility such as this wants to be open and available and not appear, like you're being hidden away. They want to come in, they want to get help. I think with the fencing, appropriate lighting, cameras, that it is a shorter term medically treated, because people die from trying to detox on their own. I've had tenants that have died from going cold turkey on alcohol. Heart attack. This is a medical service that is definitely needed, and I think a lot of the population in the area could take advantage of it. I understand the concerns of Mr. Yepes. It sounds scary, and it would be a very negative thing if it were a methadone clinic, which by right could be there. If we have anybody with any additional comments or ready to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. I move approval of a special exception and related site plan to convert an existing medical office into a medical detox facility, which is a social service agency use, subject to the conditions and special conditions of approval.
Second.
Commissioner Vadlow is second.
Flint?
Roll call, please.
Flint?
Yes.
Clements?
Yes.
Gonzalez?
Yes.
Conroy?
Yes.
Madalow?
Yes.
Hugglestone?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
And we have next case, and we will have our chairman back here, I believe. Is that correct?
I think so.
We should.
Reale?
The TV's
think
just
we have
on
any
a
more
little
cases,
delay
though.
back.
Good, good.
Oh, there we go.
Eric? Do you need,
I was sworn in.
oh, yeah, that's right. And do you need anything presented up here?
Nope.
Very long.
The most feel-good vote of the day, for sure.
All right, our last item is LDR 2025-02. Mr. Kilborn.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Derek Kilborn, Director of Planning Department. What we have for you today, and whenever there is a legislative session lately, there have been state preemptions and other things that have been passed and are coming down to the local municipalities that we are oftentimes required to adopt into our local codes. So in this particular case, what we are presenting to you today is one of them. In the 2025 Florida legislative session, they passed Senate Bill 954, and that bill was subsequently adopted through signature of the governor in June. And the bill does require that local governments adopt the ordinance by January 1, 2026, which is why we're bringing it through for you now. Specifically, this particular bill identifies and addresses what are called certified recovery residents. And so in the staff report, we've included for you just a little background, and we've pulled out from the statute 3 definitions for certified recovery residents, a certified recovery administrator, and a certificate of compliance, which are all necessary in reviewing a certified recovery residence. In addition to that, the bill divides certified recovery residents into 4 different levels, and each level has a different definition and description. So what we were tasked to do through this statute is put reference to a certified recovery residence into our City Code Chapter 16. And we are doing that by creating new line items in the use matrix. Because of the definitions and the way that this is defined in state statute, we basically looked to the community residential home as a very similar and companion use and definition in the code today. And we are essentially mimicking exactly what we were doing for community residential home, which is why in the packet under the attachments, you'll see there are 3 individual line items for certified recovery residents, 1 to 6 residents, 7 to 14 residents, and then more than 14. And that is matching exactly what we're doing already for a community residential home. Okay, in addition to that, because we were spending a lot of time with community residential home in this discussion, we also looked at making a modification to community residential home on the more than 14. In that particular case, based on our experience with community residential homes, the very limited number of applications for more than 14, the use matrix currently identifies in our mixed use and commercial categories that use as a special exception. And our recommendation in the package here is to take that from a special exception to a permitted principal use. So that is a separate change that is outside the community certified recovery residence change that's required by statute. But in this set of changes, we did, of course, we are doing this in reaction to state statutes, but we did include some goals, objectives, and policies from the city's comprehensive plan, because this particular commission is required to make a finding of consistency with the comp plan in order for us to then take it to city council. So it is something that we are essentially required to add to our code, but we are here asking you to make a finding of consistency today so that we can finish the adoption process with city council next month. And that concludes our initial presentation on that.
The community residential home is similarly preempted by the state. Is that correct? Yeah. So you have a similar preemption and a similar strategy in the code, is what I read.
Correct, and like for the only thing we do is we review for distance, and so that's why we're doing the same thing for the recovery homes, is that they'll come through me, and we keep it on track on our GIS map, and we have buffers of the 1,200 or 1,000 feet depending on the size. But that's the only process we handle. Everything else is handled through the state. And they may require change of use for building and fire code.
So I had a question about the distance, actually. So for the 1,000 or the 1,200, whatever the standard is, what is our notice distance when a situation comes through? Are we making corresponding notice?
Now, if it's a permitted use, there's no notice, especially because the community residential home, we're prohibited. The recovery home, unless legal wants to say otherwise, we're prohibited from denying that unless it's, except for the buffer requirement. If it was a special exception use, it's a 300-foot radius around that property.
Okay, because the geographic location of that radii acts as an impediment to future, if it's a special exemption, and if we're not notifying property owners who could be impacted by us granting them a special exception, there's a potentially 900-foot difference there. Do you follow me? Where if we're notifying 300, but the negative implication of a prohibitive 1,200-foot radius. There's people that are captured under the negative implication of the.
Well, and I think, I mean, the 1,200, and I not knowing the CRH language and where some of the buffers came from.
Those buffers are also in state law. So we copy those directly from the state. That's to prevent a concentration of the similar type uses in certain areas. But the certified recovery homes coming in is a move that we've kind of seen recently with state law. And I'm surprised we're not outright preempted, that they just said that we had to provide for them in zoning districts where multifamily is allowed. Instead of saying that you will have them and you will have them everywhere. So,
1,200 foot.
No, I mean, in a preemption environment, it doesn't matter. But in an area where we are granting approvals that will impact property owners who have not been noticed.
so again, we only notice if it's coming to you guys for decision. So all of that, it will have the special exception. If people were interested in doing that type of use and aren't aware, that's what Corey was talking about. We have our GIS mapping, so you could go and look and find out where all of these were if you wanted to.
Right. And like 1,200 feet, again, like Heather was talking about, because we talk about concentration of uses as well within the special exception. So, and then but 300 feet, it's kind of a typical range for multiple jurisdictions. Some are 200, 250, just because those are typically the most affected neighbors. You're less affected at the 1,200 foot mark potentially, but you know, you did not a car wash that was probably half a mile away, just because we're like, that's a little too much, even though those guys weren't being noticed that far away.
And we did increase the notice from 200 to 300 a few years ago.
Yeah, usually you see 250, 300.
What's the parking ratios are the same for traditional suburban and downtown? Why is that? That seems inconsistent with our approach on parking and for other uses.
We might have just cut and pasted the CRH.
We took the exact same parking requirement for community residential.
I know you did. I mean, and I've always, well, I haven't always because I haven't spent a lot of time thinking about it, but I've always thought that one was weird too. I have once before thought that was weird too, is that it's a really suburban parking ratio. I'll tell you, I guess to be more blunt with my question, are you trying to exclude them from downtown because that parking ratio would make it so expensive to build one that basically no one's going to be able to do this downtown?
I mean, that could be a suggestion where Derek and I can talk about it, but again, we are just taking it from the CRHs. Typically, they're single-family homes, so you know, when we approve these in a neighborhood, they're up to 6 residents, they can use the existing driveway. It's stacked, or it could be a garage or a double wide driveway, or something off the alley, because we want it to look residential. We don't want it to look so.
It's when you get the larger ones over 14.
The larger ones, yes, and then you get more into some of the commercial standards, again, coming from what the CRH said, where you could have more residents, more parking. But I mean, I think Derek and I can look at that, because you're just recommending consistency.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not, yeah.
How many?
Yeah, what we would do typically is we would capture your comment and include it in the city council cover memo. And we would identify that parking in the downtown center was identified as a potential consideration, and then just further distinction.
You're not going to name me by person, though, are you?
Yeah.
Pardon me?
You're not going to. Yeah.
Commissioner Clemens said.
We don't make it that detailed.
Get some fans on the council.
I mean, how big of an impact are we expecting this to be? How many of these types of uses do we see requested throughout the city?
Well, we have just approved one recently that was actually cited by codes. And we were able to, once we figured out there's no other CRH within the distance in the buffer, because our map is updated by us, it's not updated by the state, because there's 3 sponsoring agencies. You know, you have APD, DCF, and ACA. So those forms come to me, I sign off on it, and I tell our GIS specialist update our map. But those go out of business sometimes, and so we had to do some homework, because he opened a house that was a recovery home, and once we realized he was fine, we were able to approve it. And we created a new layer for recovery homes, and we're still gonna make sure that the CRHs and the recovery homes, they can't be within each other's buffer. We just created 2 buffers so we can keep them separate for our own review. I know Heather's a little more familiar with some that were cited by codes, but
So there has been a lot of interest in creating these type of homes in single-family neighborhoods for the 6 or fewer, definitely under the 14. But the barriers to that are really when you get into fire code because of suppression requirements. We mentioned that during the bed and breakfast discussion. They're very stringent for these type of uses for the fire code. So while we do have an increased number of requests, the people that are the companies that can meet these requirements aren't as numerous. So this is just kind of helping, I think, delineating it in code will help us identify these. It's another step where people, before they get folks in there, can come in and check, get their approvals through zoning, and then be referred properly to fire and to building.
Do they have to be ADA accessible?
It depends. So they have to be accredited by FAR, which is, I don't know what FAR stands for, but it's FARR. I can't remember off the top of my head. But that accrediting does check a lot of boxes. So depending on the type of residence they're taking, they may be required to become fully compliant with ADA. They're required to become fully compliant with fire. And fire regulates based on time to evacuate. Do the residents have the ability to evacuate in under 3 minutes?
And for some that we've seen, and that I recall, because again, a lot of this goes through existing houses, because the whole intent is that they look and feel like a house, fits into the neighborhood. And so they're in traditional and suburban neighborhoods. And I would review the change of use as well that comes in through building. I can't recall ever seeing a ramp added to a front of a house. I never really pay attention to it too much because it's really a building code review, but I don't think they are required to, maybe up to that, but don't quote me, I just haven't seen it.
Okay.
Do we have any blue cards?
No.
Just doing my job.
Vice Chair did an excellent, he pinch hit.
I mean, I followed it as the preemption mimicking the other preemption. I tend to agree with Commissioner Clemens' comments, but otherwise I don't have anything to add. Anyone else? Okay. So we have to make a recommendation of finding of consistency and recommend approval to the council. Is that what you're looking for?
That's it?
Consistency with the comprehensive plan.
Right.
I'll make a motion. I move finding of consistency with the comp plan for LDR 2025-02.
Second?
Galley,
Yes.
Flint,
Yes.
Clemens,
Yes.
Gonzalez,
Yes.
Badalo,
Yes.
Hugglestone.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
What's that?
What if we said city council would still do it?
Yeah. We are adjourned.
You're all done.
is more capable, more flexible, and more resilient. For you, our residents, this means faster and safer rescues and greater peace of mind knowing that your St. Petersburg Fire Rescue is prepared to better serve you, your needs in any emergency. St. Petersburg Fire Rescue stands ready, stronger, safer, and more capable than ever before. I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to everyone involved who played a role in securing these essential vehicles for our community. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Council Chair Gertis.
Good morning, everybody. So before I start my comments, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to close your eyes. And I want you to think about a year ago this morning. And I want you to imagine, maybe you were lucky enough to wake up in your own bed that morning. But there were some people who woke up in their bed and water was on their floor. They were on their kitchen counters. Maybe they were miles away at a friend's house or a VRBO or a hotel because they evacuated. Some of the staff here today woke up in EOC. Our emergency management department were out in the streets inspecting to make sure that it was safe for our residents to use those roads, to get to a hospital, to get to food, to get to gas. That's what that morning looked like. Now fast forward to this morning. The sun's out. It's a beautiful day, right? But we still have people not in their homes. We still have people in campers in their front yards and VRBOs on friends' couches. Let us not forget that. Let us not forget that. It's hard to believe that it's already been a year since Hurricane Helene. And while we're still finding our footing from that storm, Hurricane Milton struck soon after. For many of us, it feels just like yesterday. And in truth, the impacts of both Helene and Milton are still being felt across our community, just like I said a second ago. Even today, many are still recovering, rebuilding, and working to put their lives back together. First, I want to begin by recognizing my colleagues at City Council who have demonstrated time and time again their ability to come together, focus on the issues at hand, and ensure our city recovers stronger than before. And these trucks, Tropicana Field behind you, are just a few examples, and I'll talk about a few more in a minute. That spirit of unity has been essential in guiding our community through some of its most difficult days. I remember driving around the city the day after Helene, and specifically in District 1, I saw firsthand the damage these storms did to the hearts and souls of our community, not just their homes and their property. It was astounding. And in that moment, it became very clear to me just how much work lay ahead of us. But in that immense uncertainty, I saw something truly remarkable. Neighbors helping neighbors clean up their yards. Strangers checking in on one another. Acts of kindness and generosity beyond compare. In a moment that could have felt dark and overwhelming, the best of humanity shined through in the city of St. Petersburg, like the sunshine did the next morning after the storm. And Mayor, I have to say, Sunrise St. Pete is the perfect name for our disaster recovery dollars because the sun will continue to rise in St. Petersburg. Fast forward a year. I couldn't be more proud of staff. I will double down on this. I could not be more proud of staff. The departments across the city, there are too many to name, that went day after day, hour after hour, minute after minute to make sure that our community was safe, is one of the most remarkable things I have ever seen in my life. I want to give one shout out, like I did a couple of weeks ago, to our codes department. Our codes department in a normal year sees about 35,000 codes violations. This year to date, they are dealing with 55,000 because of continued investment in the storms from a year ago. That means over the last year, they have not been able to do the regular work of their department. They continue to invest on storms that happened a year ago. I could not be more proud of that department. Together, We've removed 2.1 million cubic yards of debris. You've heard me describe that. I won't do it again. We've installed an aqua fence at Lift Station 85. Greenlit high water vehicles. Vice Chair Hanowitz, thank you for your leadership on that. And hardened the Northeast Water Reclamation Facility. You've heard me say it before. It's not how hard you get hit. It's how hard you can take the hit. But our recovery has not been led by government alone. The back-to-back hurricanes demonstrated the strength and resilience of the St. Petersburg community itself. Over the last year, many local organizations have stepped up, finding innovative ways to support families, rebuild neighborhoods, and reimagine what recovery looks like for all of us. Today, I want to highlight some of those recovery innovators who have joined us today, and if you would please stand. Radio St. Pete, Sarah Hips, Show Up Relief Alliance, I Care, Disha Marshall with Kenwood Neighborhood Association, Matt Thorne with Shore Acres Neighborhood Association. Personally, from me, all of you, we could not have done it without you. Frankly, I would not have wanted to do it without you. Thank you for your partnership and your continued investment into the resiliency of this community. The work is not done, but as I look around, I can see the sun rising. I can see things moving forward. And as we carry the lessons we've leaned into today, into the future, we continue to shape the decisions that make our city safer, stronger, and more resilient. Thank you.
That concludes our press conference. We'd be happy to take any questions you might have. Hi. You know what? I guess the logistics. Can you say that again, like louder? So we think we've got a handle. It's the high water bills is what you're asking. So we've got a handle on that. It was a combination of metering, the impact where some of the houses were unreadable, old technology that was used for estimating. So that combination really caused that spike. With 95,000 accounts, you're going to have always some high water bills. In fact, we have a bill commission that reviews those. So we think we've got a handle on the causes. In between new meters, the new system, the Tyler system that will replace Naviline, which is a legacy system, we think we've got a handle going forward. And also the changes that we made in the code with City Council's support give us a much more flexibility in dealing on those one-off cases that seem, illogical. Why can't you deal with a $1,000 bill? Well, the code restricted us in some cases. All those things have been in place. So we think we've got a handle on it. There will still be high water bills when you've got almost 100,000 accounts, and we think we've got a way to deal with those on an individual basis. Well, like I said, it's a case-by-case basis. We've done all the things that I just outlined. If someone has an issue, contact my office if you can't get a hold of anyone else, and we'll take a look at it. But each case is really different. We are looking at that as a priority. We've been committed to that, and we'll continue to be committed to it. Yeah. You want to? Okay. Assistant Administrator Tom Green has some comments on that.
Good morning. To the mayor's point, we track and monitor a couple of different metrics with respect to bills. And one of them, or a combination of them, is 2 times and 4 times the 3-month prior average. And so the numbers that we're seeing show that we have normalized to pre-storm readings from, let's take July of 24. The numbers in July of 25 are very similar with respect to 2 times and 4 times the 3 months prior consumption. So we believe that it's normalized. There are certainly cases, individual cases that we're working with customers on, but the The 2 times and 4 times has normalized to pre-storm. Yeah. And we're working through all those individual cases on a case-by-case basis. It's really difficult to answer all of those at one time, but we are working with our customers to address those issues.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Chief?
So I will bring up Deputy Chief Brett Siskowski, who can answer in detail more about the high water vehicles and the number of rescues that we had last year.
Thank you. I'm sorry, from standing over there, I didn't hear your question. If you could just repeat it. Sure, absolutely. So during Hurricane Helene itself, we had 430 citizens that we rescued using our one high water vehicle that we had at the time, and then we were borrowing from other departments within the city, dump trucks. These vehicles themselves can go into 4 feet of water. As you can see, the exhaust is snorkeled out. So that's the highest safe distance that we can bring these vehicles into. So we have 3 new, and we had 1 existing, and with City Council's assistance, we were able to acquire the 3 new ones for approximately $300,000. 2 of the 3 will have fire pumps on them, with the capability of taking that pump off at a moment's notice if we need additional citizen transport units. Yeah, so we did have areas of the city that were inaccessible to our normal fire vehicles, normal fire engines. So adding these to our fleet is going to make us be able to respond to those areas that are flooded out. They do have fire pumps, they do have water tanks, fire hose, and then the ability to draft from a static water supply. So if we're in an area that has standing water, we can drop that drafting strainer in and use that as our hydrant. So the capabilities to attack a fire in those situations, that's something that we've added that we didn't have the capability as of before. Milton was a different storm, and we had the unprecedented rain with Milton, but the rescues for Milton was between 75 and 100. Helene, in that 3-hour period, we had 430. We were just inundated.
Mayor, hi. Wanted to ask, I think you mentioned $40 million in FEMA reimbursement. Is any of that for Tropicana Field?
Let me ask Tom to come up and give you the answer on that.
No, none of those are, zero of that is for Tropicana Field. We're still in the process of, as you can see, it's under construction. And when this project is completed, then we will have all the information that we can submit to FEMA for reimbursement. But we have been in long time communication with FEMA in the state of Florida, FDEM, to ensure that we're in the right position so that when we are concluded with the project, to submit that for reimbursement.
Okay, so that would be submitted next year.
When the project is completed, yes.
Okay, and is there a limit on, you'd have to get a response within a year or a calendar year? Or what's kind of the time frame for reimbursement?
That is a very good question, and it really varies. It is so hard to forecast how quickly projects move through the process. Mayor mentioned in his opening remarks that some of the reimbursements we got were for things that we did prior to the storm. So sometimes those projects move very quickly. On big projects like this, it'll probably take longer just because of all the moving parts and all the different pieces of analysis that needs to go into it.
Thank you. What is the backup plan just in case Tropicana Field is not ready by opening day?
I'm not sure there is one. We're going to do everything we can to make sure it's ready. If it's not, if there's some act of God, then we'll have to adjust to that. But we plan to be ready for, I don't know if it's opening day per se. I think they open at home. Right.
Yeah, home opening.
Right. But everything is on schedule. Don't jinx it, Colleen. But, you know, the plan is to have it ready. If there's an act of God, we'll deal with it.
Okay. And do you have have you met with the new prospective buyers yet, or do you have a meeting scheduled?
As soon as it's appropriate for us to do so, after the sale is finalized, we will.
Are there any other questions?
I think it's a positive development. I know they have a future here through at least 2028. I think they'll probably have a future here beyond that, just given logistics, even if they do want to move. So we're looking forward to having a conversation with them about what their priorities are, what ours are. But this other 60 acres to the east of Brooker Creek, due to our staff's work and the termination agreements, we want to start moving on that and turning this pavement into jobs and housing has been the promise. So I think it's a positive development. We look forward to the conversation. Absolutely. I'm sure Beth has all kinds of spreadsheets on that. Absolutely. Any other questions? Yeah. We've done a heck of a lot even before the storms in our permitting office. We had a business process improvement project that, for example, created the ombuds person, had created some online access. That was before the storms. And certainly after that, we've augmented staff. We've done everything we could possibly do, as you know, those examiners and inspectors were in wide demand across the Southeast. So yeah, our team has done a lot to try to meet really an unprecedented need in permitting. Any other questions? I know y'all are hot, but all right. Thank y'all for being here, and we're moving forward as a city. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bob Turner. I'm the Assistant Director of Sanitation for the City of St. Petersburg, and I'm here to talk to you about a very important issue called hot loads. Historically, hot loads for us were centered around hot coals that folks had put into the garbage cans. Now the new culprit is rechargeable lithium batteries. These batteries actually combust when crushed. So as soon as they go into our garbage trucks and we compress the load, either the batteries themselves or the devices that contain these batteries are crushed, they ignite, and they set the load on fire. The important thing for our residents to know is that these types of batteries and the devices that these batteries are in can't be thrown away in the regular garbage. They need to be taken someplace where they can be recycled, where they don't cause a hazard to our trucks or our drivers. Best way to find out information about where you can take a particular device or a battery is to go to the Pinellas County Solid Waste webpage and use their Where Does It Go tool. It's a great resource. You can type in the item that contains the rechargeable battery or the battery itself, and they'll tell you what to do with it. It's important for our residents to please keep these items out of the trash so that we don't have trucks catch on fire and we don't risk our employees.
Talk a little bit about the Vinoy, because it, back in the day, used to be a big major building in town that would catch people's eye right away, and they'd ask questions about it. What is this thing? The gentleman who built it was Amer Vinoy Lofner, and the story goes, and this goes into the category of lore again, I think, but he and his wife had a place on Beach Drive, right across from where that Vinoy would be built. Mm-hmm. And they were having a party that went on to 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. And at some point, he bet Walter Hagen, one of the era's foremost golfers, that he couldn't drive a golf ball off the crystal of his watch without breaking the crystal. And he said, if you can do that, then I'm going to build a big hotel over there. It was no big deal. For Hagen, he stepped up, whack, 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 3 balls. This was in about 1923, and Loeffner was a man of his word. He built that hotel. It took him about 11 months, and I believe it opened on New Year's Eve of 1925. Rui, does that sound right?
It did.
My name is Joel Hostler. I'm one of the owners here at 7C Music. My father and I opened this business in 2016. I'm a Florida native. My father moved back here, retired in 2015, started doing some guitar work. Quickly found out that he didn't want to do it all on his own, and so he called me later on that year and asked if we would want to move back to Florida from California, Southern California. We literally moved here in September of 2016, and we opened the doors of the shop in October of 2016. We were in a smaller shop, and then we were there for about 4 years, so 2016 to 2020, we signed a lease here in the Warehouse Arts District and opened this location here. Expanded quite a bit, of course. We opened a coffee shop that my wife runs. Now we're here, it's 2025, a new year. It's been good. This place has become, I think, a hub for musicians. We have a lot of times guitar players will come in and somebody else comes in and they're in the room and they just start talking and get to know each other. Then they're having coffee the next week. There's a ton of bars and a ton of restaurants that have people playing music in the corner. We knew we wanted more of a listening room type of experience where people are able to listen and actually engage in the music. Between the coffee shop, the concerts, the guitar repair shop, and the sales, I think it's a really fun place for community, for people to come and hear music, get coffee, and even learn more about guitars and stuff too.
I'm Dr. Tanja Williams. I am the first African American and female president of St. Petersburg College in St. Petersburg, Florida. My definition of a trailblazer is a person who has a fire burning in the bottom of their belly that they just have to get out. A person who's willing to practice courage over comfort, who's willing to step out and do something that no one has done because they feel passionate about it and they feel that they have something that they could add to it to help make things better than they are now. Being one of the very few St. Petersburg natives born and raised in St. Pete, getting a job at St. Petersburg College alone was a big deal for us. Growing up, I did not get to see African American college presidents. As a matter of fact, I don't believe I had an African American faculty member when I was going to college. So to be president was not something that I thought was in my reach. It wasn't a part of my vision. But when it came to fruition, I realized that it was such a huge honor and a huge opportunity to help others understand that it's not where you start, it's where you finish. So being the president of SPC is an honor, it is a privilege, It's also a lot of hard work. One of the biggest moments of a college president is the investiture. I remember fighting tears because it's a part of my journey that my mom, who helped get me there, was not able to join me. She had passed away. She said, Tanja, you're gonna do some cool things in life. I'm not gonna be here to see it, but I know you will. And she said, don't sell your soul to get it, and don't sell your soul to keep it. And I remember standing on that stage saying to her, we did it, and I did not sell my soul. I've had a lot of people in my life who stood in the gap for me to help me do what I didn't think I could even do myself. People like Helen Collier at George's Pools. They were one of the first African-American millionaires in St. Petersburg who owned a swimming pool company. They pushed me hard to go to college, and they helped me stay in college. For those of you who are thinking, wow, I've failed 3 times, get up the 4th time. Many of us have failed. Many of us have made mistakes, but you dust yourself off and you keep going. It's all about the possibilities. Don't leave them on the table. Get up, dust yourself off, and keep trying.
My name is Adrian. I've been with the City of St. Pete for about 3 years. My job title is environmental tech. That means strictly rodent control and basically keeping the rodents out of the structure or the home. Basically, the service that we provide is a free service to the residents. Kind of go through an interview process with the customer, what they've been dealing with, how long, how often.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The City of St. Pete. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right.
And then from there, an exterior inspection takes place. And then from there, it's pretty much education, which is key. The more the customer knows, the better we're going to be able to assist.
But the flap's sealed right now, so that's excellent.
The most common problems are going to be entry points. When we get those cold snaps, rodents are just like us. They want to be inside, they want to be warm. So the first place they're going to look for is set up inside the home. So we want to go ahead and get those places sealed off, which is pretty much the most important part of pest control. Sanitation definitely is key. Not giving them a food source to keep revisiting. My job is important because of the fact that rodents do carry a few different types of diseases. They can basically make you sick. As a last resort, we do provide bait boxes to the customer to kind of try to help control the population. I've been in the business for over 20 years now. I think it's a sense of enjoyment being able to help others that may not know exactly what to do in the field of pest control. So it's kind of a privilege and an honor to be able to help that customer and be able to walk away knowing that that customer's been satisfied with the service that's provided.
My name is Lisa Plani and my business is Dress Up Studio. It's actually a boutique, one of the newest boutiques in downtown St. Pete on the corner of First Avenue North and 6th Street. I'm from Puerto Rico, and in Puerto Rico, fashion is big. I guess like everything started back with, my parents, right? Like especially my mom. My mom loves fashion, and of course, when she had her 4 kids, like everything kind of like all the attention like turned into us. So I was, early introduced to fashion. I had a passion for it. So I really wanted to have a space where I could find pieces, for any occasion. I was in an environment that was highly dominated by male, and I wanted to obviously, keep it professional, but still be true to myself. And, fashion was that, way to really, be able to have fun. St. Pete is very special in the sense that it truly supports small businesses. And I really feel like when you go out there and you have the opportunity to really engage with other business owners, they're extremely helpful as well. And I think that's incredibly valuable. There's something in here for every single person. They just need to come in and play with us.
We're here for the ribbon cutting for the reopening of our Florida Holocaust Museum. It's been a long-awaited upgrade, and the exhibits really speak to the atrocities that happened during World War II and that actually are happening now after October 7th. It's great to have that shining light of truth right here in St. Pete. I really was touched by the Thor exhibit, which was a Danish boat that was used to move folks into safety, and the whole story behind that. That is something that really sticks in my mind about in the midst of a war when millions of folks were losing their lives, individuals made a choice to do what they could do.
Today, we thank the courageous people of Denmark who saved our parents' lives and the lives of over 7,200 Jews by ferrying them to safety in Sweden. This history and having Thor in our midst reminds us that doing the right thing begins with ordinary people like you and me, one person at a time.
What we really hope this experience lends for all the people who come visit us is to learn the lessons of the Holocaust and to realize that forms of bigotry and hatred are very terrible for all of us in our society, no matter who they're directed toward.
When I was a fifth grader, I came to this museum as we were reading Anne Frank, and I think about that experience and how important it was to understand that my life was relatively sheltered, but you get to see outside of it. You experience the history of not only the good things, but the bad. And it really forms who you're gonna be early, what kind of person you wanna be. Places like the Florida Holocaust Museum, I think, help form the person I am today. I hope it does it for generations on. That's what history does.
PCCA, Gibbs High, was high school that was invented because initially black people didn't go much beyond the 6th or 7th grade. And they created it, and then they put this performing arts magnet there. And I remember the first time I went there, just the art in the hallways that was from students, very sophisticated, and I thought, who wouldn't want a job there teaching motivated, talented young people? And obviously you were called because you taught. How long did you teach at Gibbs?
I believe I taught for 9 years, 8 or 9 years. Yeah, a long time. I think teaching at PCCA for those years made me a better artist. Mm-hmm. Working with young artists and inspiring young artists. But beyond the inspiration, teaching them how to coexist as artists in the community. They did not seek artists who were teachers. First, you didn't have to have a teaching degree to work in the magnet.
I didn't know that.
No, they wanted you to be an artist first. So you came with your artist degree or your art, and then from there, once you were inside, because I didn't have a teaching degree, once you were inside, once you got hired, then they put you through, Pinellas County School District has a phenomenal program so that you could get your teaching license. They wanted all of their educators to be working in the community so that their students had the opportunity to network and with the community members so that it strengthens the school and it also strengthens the community. And I think that was very important. I think it's a pivotal part of the program. I think it's a thing that makes it successful. And then not just the community as in St. Pete or the Southeast region, but our national community too. Because so many of our artists, visual and performing artists, have gone on to do great things. Broadway, LA, and beyond, tours, all those things, yeah.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. Oh, hi, I didn't see you there. Just brushing up on some of my favorite literary classics. Even if a page turner like this isn't up your alley, did you know our libraries offer so much more than classic books? There's also things like passes to local museums. You can download ebooks onto your Kindle device. And super cool things like a teen gaming program. Visit your local library and see all it has to offer.
My name is Jason Hughes. I'm one of the police officers that rides the police horses. We're part of the Mounted Patrol Unit. So I ride Jacob, and I've been riding Jacob for 10 years now. We drove all the way to Boston to pick up our horses and bring them down, and we've been best buddies ever since. You get to really know the horse, and I spend more time with my horse than I do with my family. It's 40 hours a week, and probably 30 of that spent with my horse. Every interaction we have with our horses is training, either for good or for bad. We're teaching them good habits or bad habits every time we interact with them. And sometimes we have to push through groups of people to, say, get to a fight and break it up, or move a crowd out of the way to get paramedics through. And as part of that, we have a ginormous 6-foot inflatable ball that we have the horses push against. It's kind of against their nature a little bit to push into people and things. So we get them over that by making a game out of it. And they push this big, huge, giant ball to get over their fears of that. we do high visibility patrol because we really stand out and we stand 9 feet tall. It's got to be over 100 events a year where we go to large groups of people, they come interact with us, and we can see everything that's happening in the event and make sure that police presence is really felt. We also do a lot of community relations, so we do special events where we can interact with the community and build strong bonds within our community and the police department. And we also do enforcement and assist guys that are on the ground doing their jobs. I had, before my job with the police department, when I finished college, spent 2 years traveling with the Renaissance Festival doing a jousting show. My brother got me a job right out of college, and so I spent 2 years traveling the country, wearing a bunch of armor, getting knocked off a horse with a big stick. Yeah, I've had more of my time in employment been spent with a horse involved than not at this point. Everybody loves horses. So it creates that bridge. People that might feel a little trepidatious about coming up and talking to the police, they have that easy bridge. They come over, they ask questions about the horse, they can come pet him, get a picture with him. And even today, now more than ever, those bonds between the community and the police department are vital. So we need to really build those bonds and then have the community trust us, interact with us, know that we're good guys trying to help them out.
Camp Ignite is a 3-day program where aspiring female youth between the ages of 13 and 18 are able to come to fire rescue and experience what it's like to be a firefighter.
The girls will be learning a lot of hands-on skills within the fire department. They'll learn about the importance of teamwork and mentorships and building lasting relationships.
18 Sparks, together we ignite!
We want to leave a lasting impression so that when it is time to figure out what their career is, they keep in mind that St. Petersburg Fire Rescue is here.
Last year, we provided opportunities for about 12 campers. This year, we were able to expand that capacity and actually double those numbers through continued partnership with Pinellas County Urban League, partnership with Parks and Rec, and our local union, Local 747.
This type of program is important for us in the community and the city. I want the girls to be enlightened about all of the opportunities that they have available to them here in our city, that the Urban League is there to support them in ways that they could not imagine, to make a selection that best fits what they want to do with their future.
Growing up, you don't see female firefighters as much as you see the males. So to see a female doing this is great for girls. So I think this is an excellent opportunity for young females to get involved and see what they can do.
It's very rewarding to see children get excited about our job. So being able to mentor those individuals in the right direction and stress the importance of physical fitness, nutrition, and establishing mentors is huge.
We want to make sure that we are getting the best. And this is an opportunity for them, if they do decide to become firefighters, they can be local heroes. And this is a great career. And we want to make sure that we continue down this path of ensuring that we provide the opportunities for them.
Camp Ignite is being a firefighter.
They're just giving us new experiences of what the firefighters actually do.
They're trying to inspire young girls to want to try and be firefighters.
I think my favorite thing to do was probably saving the baby, and you have to like go through the smoke and crawl on your knees to try and find the baby. I think that was pretty fun.
I really liked going up in the ladder truck because they took us like all the way up. It was like 100 feet. It was really fun.
My favorite thing was when we went in an ambulance, we got a thing on the radio that said there was an alligator attack. It was like cool to feel like the adrenaline and try to like save them. It's inspiring to see females doing firefighting because like when they do it, it means that I can do it too, and so many other women can too. They have taught us a lot, and they have brought different perspectives of being a female firefighter to us.
Girls feel like
that they can't accomplish the same things as men just because of the standard. But really, there's like some really strong women out here, and it just inspires you to do what you think you can do.
I think they are all amazing women, and they do such a hard job. And I think it's very inspiring, and it really encourages like girls like me to really like want to join this force.
18 sparks, together we ignite.
18 sparks, together we ignite.
18 sparks, together we ignite. 18 sparks, together we ignite.
The culture of St. Pete, when I arrived in '97, I like saying it was nascent. It was percolating under the ground, but there were no coffee shops. There wasn't the Globe coffee shop that Joylyn Schilke created. There was no place for people to hang to say, I've experienced this, now let me talk about it over a cup of Joe. And, but it was nascent. And I also think there were a lot of creative people in St. Petersburg who were kind of doing their own thing, and we just, some say a catalyst, but I think it's kind of a centrifuge where this goes in, 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 and then you go, and so I think we primarily just put a mirror up to the community and say, where y'all at? And that's how we came to be. I know we initially talked about it as being a theater, but that was the least of what we were going to do insofar as we knew that we wanted a place for the community to come together without hurt, harm, or danger, and, you know, speak on or about or for all sorts of things. And we had to find out what those things were, so.
Well, I can say that when I got here in '08, because a lot of people don't know, that my first performance in St. Pete was here. This was the place to be. Everybody was talking about the studio. They wanted to work at the studio. They wanted to be at the studio. The community is the reason why it succeeds, and we get to feed the community. So it's a cycle, right? It's synergetic. It's and everybody needs to feel like they have a home.
To address St. Pete's growth and rising housing costs, Mayor Welsh launched the Housing Opportunities for All plan in April of 2023. It is a multi-year plan that will help residents settle, stay, and feel stable in St. Pete. Housing affordability is a key element in Mayor Ken Welsh and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The next milestone in the Housing Opportunities for All plan is the citywide expansion of the Rebates for Affordable Residential Rehabs program, previously only offered in the South St. Pete CRA. The program provides rebates to eligible homeowners to make improvements to their properties, making it easier to stay in their homes. Examples of potential improvements covered by rebates are structural repairs, roof replacement, electric and plumbing upgrades, window and door replacement, HVAC replacement, insulation upgrades, kitchen and bath upgrades, and accessory dwelling unit construction. For more information on qualifications and how to apply, visit stpete.org/home rebates.
District 7 is central to the city and includes the Deuces Live Main Street,
the South St. Petersburg CRA, and a majority of the Skyway Marina District. I'm Corey Givens Jr., your council member for District 7. We're standing in front of the Carter G. Woodson African American Museum of Florida, a cultural institution here in St. Pete, named after African American historian and civil rights activist Carter G. Woodson. The museum is located just off 22nd Street South, next to Jordan Park. And fun fact, plays a special role in my family's history. It's where my grandparents got married over 50 years ago. 22nd Street is a corridor rich with cultural history and includes the historic Manhattan Casino. Originally known as the Jordan Dance Hall, the Manhattan Casino opened in 1931 and played host to legendary performers like James Brown, Louis Armstrong, Ray Charles, and many more. And the arts still thrive in District 7, almost 100 years later, from recognizable murals spread throughout the district to institutions like the Marian Center for Clay, where you can browse their wide selection of local artists' work or take a class to participate yourself. As far as rec centers go, I'd like to think that Childs Park is one of the best around. Serving as a central meeting point for Childs Park neighborhood, the center also hosts a swimming pool, a gym, and lots of playing field and open green space. You can take in a round of golf or a bucket of balls on the very friendly Twin Brooks Golf Course, a city-owned 3-par golf course in the middle of the city. District 7 is a thriving artistic hub. It distinguishes itself as a center for art, history, and community gatherings with a wide range of cultural events. This charming district has a lot to offer, whether you're interested in art history or just exploring the small local businesses.
Hey guys, St. Pete Mayor Ken Welch here, continuing our Sunrunner bus tour. I'm here with fellow Bull USF St. Pete student Joey Vars. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Tell us what Sunrunner means for a student at USF.
You know, Sunrunner is really a game changer. If you live on the western side of St. Petersburg or by the beaches and you're a student, it really opens up the city to being able to get to town a lot quicker. You can go to class without having to drive. I take my bike from Paso Grill to the station and then I'm downtown in less than an hour and I don't have to worry about driving.
And you were telling us on the bus how you actually get your bike mounted on the bus. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so the way that the Sunrunner has it, they have these little bike assists and you wheel your bike right in kind of on the little machine and then it verticalizes it. So it takes up less space. You can kind of stand more compact and you actually get more people on the bus that way too.
Cool. Well, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today, Joey.
Thanks for having us.
We'll talk to you more on our Sunrunner bus tour.
My name's Jason Farina. I'm an electrician 2, Parks and Rec. I run the bucket truck, the big bucket. So I basically take care of anything that's over 15 feet in the air, sports lighting, tennis courts, basketball courts, the decorative lighting, stuff like that. We're at Boyd Hill Nature Center and we're retrofitting the parking lot lights with LED. So we're getting rid of the old inefficient HID lighting, safer, better on the environment all the way around, so it's a win-win. I get a lot of one-on-one time with citizens when I'm out and about. You know, I like when they come up and ask me questions. I never have a problem talking with people. Anybody ever comes up and asks me questions, I'm more than helpful. Like the new LED lights and stuff, I get a lot of positive feedback from that. People feel safer and it makes for a nicer environment. You know, we have a lot of osprey nests and wildlife like that. Down at Lake Vista, I got to see the osprey from being eggs to being hatchlings. I watched the mom and dad teach them how to fly. It was pretty cool. Once you get up over 30 feet or so, it's like everything is quiet. You get to focus on me and my work without having to worry about what's going on down below. It's like a whole different world, you know?
Welcome to the City of St. Petersburg City Council meeting. Your elected officials are Mayor Ken Welch, District 1 and Council Chair Copley Gertis, District 2 Brandy Gabbard, District 3 Mike Harding, District 4 and Council Vice Chair Lisette Hanowitz, District 5 Deborah Fig Sanders, District 6 Gina Driscoll, District 7 Corey Givens Jr., and District 8 Richie Floyd.
Good afternoon. Welcome to October 16th, 2025 City Council meeting. Clerk, if you could please do a roll call.
Gabbard.
Here.
Harding.
Here.
Hanowitz.
Here.
Vic Sanders.
Here.
Driscoll.
Here.
Givens.
Here.
Lloyd.
Here.
Curtis.
Here. Okay, today we will have our invocation given by our own council member Fig Sanders, and then please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. If everybody would please join me in standing.
Thank you. I'm going to ask everyone to go to the place where you find peace, where you find comfort, where you find solitude in a chaotic world, but more importantly, where you find comfort in knowing who you are and your purpose. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you with our heads bowed and our hearts humbled, knowing that we are in a period where we can accomplish nothing alone with the collaboration and the comfort of having each other. Lord, during this time, I am standing here in need of prayer, standing here in need of your graciousness, standing here in the need of your understanding, and I ask for the same peace and protection for my colleagues here on the dais, and our city staff, our mayor's office, and those that saw it not robbery to want to provide as a public servant to the city of St. Petersburg. But God, I ask that you touch our hearts, follow us home, encompass the boundaries of our households, continue to touch and bless our families, continue to provide a guidance that we can understand individually as well as collectively. We are here to serve you. But we are also here to do what is right, to do what is just, to do what it would bring you so much praise to the blessings, so many blessings that we do not deserve. But we thank you for. We humbly come to you just to say thank you, Father, just to let you know that we are in your presence. We are cognizant of your place. We thank you. These blessings we thank you for, and we ask that you continue to touch each and every one in the sound of my voice. Let us all say in gratitude, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Councilmember Fig Sanders, thank you so much for that wonderful invocation. Thank you. Okay, council members, we have an agenda in front of us, including we have deleted F2, which was the Ed White Development Project. With that change, I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second on the agenda with the deletion of F2. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve the agenda passes unanimously.
Okay, we have a consent agenda. Clerk, do we have any cards on the consent agenda?
We do not, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Council members, we have a consent agenda. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the consent agenda. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve the consent agenda passes unanimously.
Okay, we're going to move right into open forum. Clerk, if you could please read the rules.
If you wish to address City Council on subjects other than public hearing or quasi-judicial items listed on the agenda, please sign up with the clerk. Only the individual wishing to speak may sign the open forum sheet. Only city residents, owners of property, business owners in the city, or their employees may speak. All issues discussed under open forum must be limited to issues related to the city or government. If you are speaking to an item on the agenda, you may only speak once during the open forum or when the item comes up on the agenda. In order to provide an opportunity for all citizens to address council, each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak, and after which the microphone will be muted. If you wish to address City Council through the Zoom meeting, you must use the Raise Hand feature button in the Zoom app or enter *9 on your phone at the time the agenda item is addressed. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and asked to state your name and address. At the conclusion of your comments, or when you have reached the 3-minute time limit, you will be muted. All raised hands will be lowered after each agenda item. Regardless of the method of participation used, normal rules apply, including the 3-minute time limit on comments, the requirement that any presentation materials must be submitted in advance of the meeting, and the rules of decorum. If live public comment is disrupted by the violations of the rules of decorum, the chair is authorized to accept public comments by alternate means, including by email only. And Mr. Chair, we do have some speakers.
Okay, thank you. Let's call 2 at a time, please.
The first 2 speakers is Dr. Perry Washington and Zendel Flooring. Please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Professor Perry G. Washington. Look me on the internet. Perry space G space Washington space owner. I'm working right now.
Washington, please give us your address.
I'm working right now here, 175 5th Street North. Look me up and you'll see I'm a political activist.
Dr. Washington, please give us your address or your cross streets.
Main Street and First.
There's no such thing.
Look on the internet, you'll see Main Street existed in St. Petersburg, Florida. Look it up.
Dr. Washington, please give us your real cross streets. I'm trying to be patient.
Tell me what rule or law says I have to give you that when I gave you that there.
Part of the rules of open forum, they were read out loud.
And I have told you many times I will not, because I will not be assassinated by the Ku Klux Klan. Are you a member of the Klan?
Dr. Washington.
I have a warrant by the Ku Klux Klan on my life.
Please give us your cross streets or I will have you removed for interrupting the decorum.
Now, what do you want?
I want your cross streets, please.
And I'm going to tell you, and you're not going to tell me, right?
You're going to tell me.
Central and First.
Thank you, Dr. Washington.
Look at your piece of paper with my name on it. I was arrested on my own property for stopping people, and the police arrested me, violating my civil rights. I called the police to protect me and my property. They arrested me. 7 months down the line, it was dropped. They take it over. One of you call the city chief of police and tell him and investigate this incident. One of you want to do that. One of you, District 7 councilman, gonna call me. You don't know your district, huh? Main Street was changed in 1920, the Central. It remained Main Street outside the purview of white folks downtown.
Ready?
Yep.
Thank you. I'm Zandale Flournoy. I've been here a couple of times before, and I'm still having a problem with housing situation.
I'm sorry, could you please give us your address?
Right now, it's 5721, 77th Street North, Collins Park, Florida.
I'm sorry, at this point, if you don't live in the city, you cannot speak during open forum. You have to live or work in the city to speak at open.
I also have an address at 2300 33rd Street South.
Perfect. Thank you very much, sir.
33712.
Thank you.
All right? My thing is, I've been here speaking on this public housing, and I find it unjustable that the city is wasting money on different things, but the homeless population, we all riding by it looking at it. People living on bus stops, people in shelters, and all that, $1,600 a week staying in motels with their family. Kids not able to learn and function, living in hotels. And I feel it needs to be, we got to go from the root up. And with Catholic charities, I understand, but it's a lot of Catholic charities, they're taking it underground. They're not doing for the people. They're taking the vulnerable people. Pilot's Hope and all that is deaths. The city sends fire trucks out there. Why is it not being documented how many times they come out there? It's been 28 deaths since April in those camps. And the city pays the bill for those fire trucks every time they leave out, correct? Why is it not being documented? Why is that not being investigated in it? They're vulnerable people. Everybody deserves a chance to live. They're on medications, they walk around like zombies out there, from camp to camp. And I'm a hometown boy, but I've been away 30 years, but I will fight for this city. I will go in my grave fighting for the vulnerable people of this city without a cause. Like you open your statement, and I told you last time, it's one nation, under God, individual, and justice for all, not for some, all. Everybody must have a consensus of living. You could be at your level, but some people are not at their level. You know, you can't just push people down in the ground.
Thank you. Next two speakers, please.
Jason Matthews and David Hugglestone. Please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Mathis, and I am the CEO of the St. Petersburg Downtown Partnership. Our offices are located at 244 2nd Ave North in beautiful downtown St. Petersburg. I wanted to start by saying thank you all for your service. I think I know you all well, and I can't come here and talk and not say thank you for everything that you do. You all serve our city really well, and you may not always agree on everything, but I know where your hearts are, and I know that you all care about this special place. I wanted to provide some context for the discussion about the ULI ASP proposal. You may have seen the Ark Ellison proposal for the historic gas plant already. I have seen it, and there are some really good ideas and a lot to like about the direction that they are going. And I want to be clear that I don't think the ULI proposal is intended to slow that down. In fact, the ULI concept predates this bid by several months. Lee Lowry, the executive director of ULI Tampa Bay, and I started talking about working with ULI's global thought leaders back in the spring and shared the idea with city administration. I think Councilmember Gabbard was also working on a similar idea at the same time, and I want to thank her for her leadership on this issue. As background, ULI is the oldest and largest network of cross-disciplinary real estate and land use experts in the world. This is a big project, it's an important project, and it would be worth including ULI as a resource however you move forward. This process has clearly been full of lots of twists and turns, and I would not try to predict what will happen next or what you all will decide. If you decide that this isn't the right time to instigate a ULI-led planning process, I believe the ARC Ellison team are hoping to work with ULI to refine and strengthen their proposal no matter what, if you accept their unsolicited bid. I would encourage you in any case to think about using ULI either formally or informally as a resource regardless of how the process unfolds. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Good afternoon. David Hugglestone, WJ Architects, 132 Mirror Lake Drive, and I also reside in Crescent Lake neighborhood. I'm here to speak on behalf of the ULI proposal as well. As local architects, we value the opportunity for local businesses, local businesses like ourselves to participate in our community's development. We also see a tremendous value in the ARC Ellison Horace proposal, but do believe that we'll get a much better end product or end result if we engage the community and in a city-led process. A city-led process gives the city control over the development. It allows the opportunity for potentially parceling it up into smaller developments, and which can potentially involve more local businesses, more employment of local residents. But again, back to the control of the development, a master development, you're turning over the key to 86 acres of the city to one entity, and while the ARC Ellison Horace team is grounded in local business leadership, and they could potentially do great things. Maybe there's some way, as we just heard, that we can involve the ULI panels in the process of developing a smart development proposal for the city of St. Petersburg. So we're in support of some kind of a process like that that keeps the city in control of this development. And that's all I have today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next two speakers, please.
Jeff Davis and Chris Steinacher. Please go to either podium. State your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Davis, 7248 15th Court Northeast, up in Harbor Isle. I want to open this up just saying thank you very much to the City Council. I've been working with some of you for a long time, specifically on things like lake, algae, pollution, and all this. The city is a great city to live in. Sanitation, every department that I've ever had to touch has been fantastic, including the PD. This is a current social note that I'm making here. In our area, including Shore Acres, Edgemore, all along 62nd Ave Northeast, Canterbury, the middle school, and the Lutheran school, the technologies that seem to get ahead of us a little bit because we have now roving groups of teens on electric dirt bikes running in and out of traffic, some of which have gotten to the point where they're vandals. They're destroying wildlife, torturing birds. They've had to be put down, the birds have, not the kids. I think the technology has gotten ahead of us a bit. And I know that I did speak to Councilman Harding, and I appreciate, Mike, everything you've done. It was very quick. The PD is all over this, but I think it's a bigger issue than that. And the reason I think it's a bigger issue than that is it comes down to parents having the means to provide children with a conveyance, a vehicle, that is faster than they ever thought, may not be compliant with type 1, type 2, type 3 state regulations on the road. Then it gets worse. Then you have the parents running non-street legal golf carts all over the sector, usually in and out of traffic, sometimes with kids on with no seat belts. and it's getting to the point where it's getting dangerous. I would say half of the nights of a week, roughly after dinner time, you will see groups of these kids with these electric dirt bikes going up and down 16th Street Northeast, drag racing, doing wheelies in traffic, and their parents are out there with the unregistered golf carts cheering them on. We need to do something about this. I think it's an awareness issue. It's not the fault of the police. It is not the fault of the city council. But I think we need an awareness program to get the message out that you got to be of a certain age, you got to have a certain type of vehicle, because people are going to get hurt. Thank you for everything you've done for Harbor Isle. I appreciate it, and I appreciate it all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Chris Stonacker, President and CEO of the St. Petersburg Area Chamber of Commerce, located at 100 2nd Avenue North. I want to remind us that we all stand on the shoulders of others who are in our positions before us, and they've all made great decisions because we all live here, and we all say every good conversation starts with or ends with, I love St. Pete. So we are in that position now where we're standing on shoulders wondering what to do next. I do want to remind you of two things. First of all, tonight we celebrate 10 years of the St. Pete store. I hope you come by and appreciate that, because that was you all as a different city council that gave us a seed money to start that program. And what we have done is put over $1 million in 227 individual artists in our community by selling their artwork to our tourists instead of the stuff made in other countries or other places in this world. So you all made that decision. It was an awesome one. You also, about 10 or 12 years ago, made another decision, and that was to help us create a waterfront master plan using ULI and what Jason just talked about. So we paid for a ULI study back then to help us just identify all the different opinions we might have about what we do with our waterfront, and then bring in other leaders from around the country who have waterfronts, who have understanding of mechanisms and projects and products that we can create. And I believe we did a great job getting our community to have a conversation that provided good data as well as good opportunities for thinking differently. And then it gave us the ability to create our waterfront master plan that we continue to work on and we continue to update. So when I hear about this ULI study about our area of the gas plant, I don't think that's a bad idea. I think it's an opportunity to, as what Jason and others have said, is Ark Ellison has put down the first proposal, and there's a lot of great ideas on it. That doesn't mean there's not someone else that has some great ideas too, or that things we can learn on together. And I know they can run in somewhat of a parallel universes, but I do believe, like, I still think I need to understand, like, hey, what happens next? And what do we want to do next? And what do we want this to really do for us? And what did we learn from getting the best master developer in Hines and the Rays that walked away from us? What did we learn from that, and what can we learn doing differently? What excited us about the development opportunities that we were giving the developer? What excited us about a city? And what did we hear from our constituents or our members about what would they have liked to see different? This is that moment in time where we have a second or two before we have to react, to act accordingly. And I really believe it's with the right information that kind of understand the resources creates a resilient community. You don't ask a community to be resilient by just saying, hang on, kitty, Friday's coming. You help create a resilient city by bringing resources to them that they didn't even think of yet, to allow us to consider broadening our opportunities as we go forward together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last speaker is Elihu Bradboy. Please go to the podium, state your name, address for the record, sir.
Thank you. My name is Elihu Brayboy. I reside at 144 23rd Avenue South, St. Petersburg. I'm here concerning the agreement that you're being asked to approve between the City of St. Petersburg and Green Mills Holding, LLC.
Mr. Brayboy, that's a public hearing item, and I believe, does that need to wait?
Report item
Okay,
two as
okay,
listed.
all right. Just wanted to make sure. Sorry, Mr. Brayboy, I just wanted to make sure I was following the rules.
I was hoping to be following the rules too.
I appreciate you having some patience with me. Thank
Give
you.
me my seconds back. Okay, thank you very much.
Touche.
I heard the prayer earlier when you guys started the meeting. This property on 22nd Street is a critical piece of property. One that I used to own, that I was not able to retain, but I was invited by the mayor and the staff to participate in the RFP. I was never told that that property could be leased at $100 a year. It had to be purchased. My agreement said it would be a purchase at $880,000, which was the appraised value of the land. Now, The land is critical to the growth of the future of the 22nd Street corridor. If this land now is going to be used for affordable housing rental, my proposal was home ownership and commercial development. This proposal that you're going to approve is rental property and commercial development. I don't think it's a superior proposal. We were never given an opportunity to talk with staff after the submission of the RFP. The results came out. We disagreed with it, but now it's on you guys. And I'm saying to you guys, this is not just a stamp again, stamp on everything. This will decline the commercial development of the 22nd Street area because the incomes of the new residents will not support the businesses that are there now. We believe that the income should be a mixed income environment. Not just low-income people, not just Section 8 families, but it should be middle-income families, upper-income families. The historic black community was a mixed-income group. Now, if you just use it only as a dumping ground for low-income projects, you know, we already have Jordan Park. You add this to it, you're killing the aspects of retail development in that area. I think the mayor does not understand this, but I hope that you as city council, you pledge to represent the whole city. If you do this in 5 years, I assure you, if you do this in 5 years, you'll have a crime problem so big in this city, you'll be coming back in here to me to figure out how you're going to solve the South Side 22nd Street crime problem, because people there don't have anything to lose. When you don't own anything, you don't have anything to lose. I believe ownership is the key to a revitalization of the community. Dumping it with more rental properties is not necessarily the key. That's my message. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair, no more speakers.
Okay, then we'll go ahead and close open forum, and we're going to move into new ordinances where we'll have E1. Clerk, could you please read the ordinance?
Proposed ordinance number 622-H, an ordinance of the City of St. Petersburg, amending Chapter 12 of the City Code to allow building official to waive certain fees for post-disaster emergency permits, providing for severability and providing for an effective date. The public hearing for this item is November the 6th.
Okay, and I think we have Don Tyre here. If council has any questions?
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on E1. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item E1 passes unanimously.
Thanks, Don.
Thanks, Don.
All right, we're going to now move into reports, and our first report is a Great Explorations update. I just wanted to give Council Member Vice Chair Hanowitz an opportunity. I know this sits in your district, so Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, I am very pleased that we're going to have the Great Explorations 2024 and 2025 update here. I had spoken with Angeline a while back. We had met, talked about all the great things that Great Explorations is doing, and it was a good time to bring it before City Council. And by the way, I reviewed the presentation. It's a fantastic presentation. So we have Beth here, and I believe you're gonna introduce also. Or are you doing the presentation?
Oh, I'll leave that to Angeline. So Beth Aaron,
okay.
Managing Director, City Development Administration. So thank you. Good afternoon, Vice Chair, Chair, members of City Council. We are very pleased to bring you Great X's annual report. As many of you know, Great X was founded in 1986 and has been housed at the Sunken Gardens Complex since 2003. In addition to being a world-class hands-on museum, Great Explorations has served as a licensed preschool since 2007 and offers educational programming for students in kindergarten through 5th grade. Under the leadership of CEO Angeline Howell and her team, Great X became the first mid-sized children's museum, children's museum in the United States to receive accreditation from the American Alliance of Museums. And during her 12-year tenure, Ms. Howell and her team have also expanded the preschool to serve more than 100 students annually. They've launched STEAM learning, so science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. They've brought new exciting exhibits and activities to the museum, and they brought Morris the Explorosaurus to life. In addition to that, Ms. Howell works closely with Enterprise Facilities and Events Manager Sarah Carvallis, who's also here today, and the Sunken Gardens team to not only be a great tenant, but also a terrific partner. Great X and the Gardens have partnered on a number of events over the years, including the Great Extravaganza, Night at the Bruseum, Chemistry of Cocktails, the Flamingo Festival, and St. Pete Chamber of Commerce Community Connection events. And the preschool students visit the gardens each day, which is certainly a highlight for all involved, including our birds, who love when the kids come over. So with that, it is my pleasure to introduce Angeline Howell, a Chief Executive Officer for Great Explorations.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Let's see if I can get that working. Thank you for the opportunity to meet with you this afternoon and provide our annual update. Great Explorations has been serving our community for over 38 years. Our mission is to stimulate learning through creativity, play, and exploration. Throughout this report, I am excited to share with you not only our successes, but some of our plans for the future. Okay, how do I work this? Ooh. Okay, wait, can I go back? There we go. Okay, sorry about that. Over the past year, I am proud of how Great Explorations weathered the 2 major hurricanes that devastated our community. We truly were a resource for the children and families of St. Petersburg and beyond. Overall, this past year, we delivered $165,750 worth of in-kind services back to the residents of St. Petersburg. Okay, it's backwards. Got it. Our busy field trip season is typically in the spring and in the summer. And as you can see, last fiscal year, we hosted 31 free field trips to Title I schools. Among those schools, just to name a few, is Campbell Park, Blanton Elementary, Jamerson, Lakeview, Maximo, again, just to name a few. Over the past couple of years, we have spent some time creating a position that solely does evaluation, research, and data analysis. This position has conducted numerous surveys, but just this last year, she spent some time evaluating our field trips and our partnerships with our schools. As you can see, 90 to 100% of our schools were pleased with the field trip overall and the educational content that was provided while they were there. Following the storms, as you can imagine, we had countless families who were impacted along with all of us. The request and the need for scholarships went through the roof. We are honored that we were able to offer 54 scholarships for educational opportunities to residents of St. Petersburg. As you may be aware, we have been impacted by the federal funding cuts, state cuts, and some of our local funding. We lost grants that have allowed us and our outreach teams to go into schools and into neighborhoods. However, at Great X, we believe that there should be no barrier, that every child should have the opportunity to learn through hands-on education. This past year, we provided 87 community outreaches here in the city of St. Petersburg. Our surveys showed that majority of the activities were educational and fun for our children. And this is a list of our outreach programs. Again, it's not all of them, but we wanted to list out a bunch of what we offer throughout this year, not only here in St. Petersburg, but throughout Pinellas County. During our fiscal year, we provided 1,689 free admission and memberships to St. Petersburg residents. We truly wanted to be a place that families could come after the storms, they could take a deep breath, and they could allow their children an environment that was safe for them to play, learn, and have fun. One of our favorite things as an organization is being able to partner with other nonprofits. We know that together we can make a bigger impact. This year we held 62 free museum rentals to area nonprofits. And this next slide, again, this is just to name a few of our partners. and the organizations that use our facility free of charge. As mentioned earlier, we believe in no barriers. We have numerous programs that meet the needs of our community, and this is to name a couple, not only on site in the museum, but we are out in the communities, we are out in schools, and we want to make an impact. This past year, we installed many new experiences and hands-on exhibits. Many of you have attended our ribbon cuttings, and I appreciate and thank you for being there to support us. Great Explorations holds many accreditations. We belong to some of the top associations in the museum industry, and we continue to receive countless awards. So what's next? Great Explorations is growing, and our impact is not only felt here locally, but throughout the United States. As Beth mentioned, this past year we earned a reaccreditation from the American Alliance of Museums. This is the highest honor a museum can receive. Since February of 2014, we were known and became the very first mid-sized children's museum to earn this accreditation in the United States. We are held to the same quality of services and educational impact with museums such as the Smithsonian, Metropolitan Museum of Art, and locally the Dolly. Our preschool is award-winning and has a 100% graduation rate. Not to mention I have no less than 300 kids on my wait list today. We have been dedicating the past several years to bringing science back to St. Pete. For the past 2.5 years, we have been working in close partnership with Pinellas County Schools, and we are now in all Pinellas County middle schools providing hands-on science, experimentation, and education. Their test scores have increased, and we're constantly talking to Pinellas County Schools as what is next. Through the Association of Science and Technology Centers, Great Explorations holds Pinellas County designation for a science center. With that designation, we are looking for a building. Great Explorations wants to open a discovery center. A discovery center is where you take the concepts, the dynamic concepts of a science museum and the hands-on education of a children's museum, and you merge them together. We want to open a discovery center to not only serve our young children in child development, but through adulthood, and educating every individual on learning through hands-on education, science, technology, engineering, art, and math. We're excited for what the future holds for Great Explorations, and we're excited for what the future holds for the city of St. Petersburg. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to be a partner of the city of St. Petersburg.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go back to Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation. I just hope everyone sees what an amazing part of our community Great X is, because when you see the slides and you see all the partners that you work with and where you are throughout the community, because you may be in my district physically there, but your reach is throughout the city. And that is critical for everyone to understand. I will tell you, my daughter is 10 now and going on 11. She's almost aging out of the grade X type, activities. But I spent many hours when she was younger there and in Sunken Gardens, and it is a jewel in our city. I mean, if you want to leave a place with a smile, you go over there and see all the children having a great time. And it's a great place to escape the heat, both at Great X and in Sunken Gardens. So I just want everyone, if they haven't had an opportunity to go, and plus, talking about the new exhibits, the interactive exhibit, I'm on Tampa Bay Water. Tampa Bay Water partnered with Great X, and they have a fantastic exhibit showing how the wetlands filter water into our aquifer, and it is truly amazing. So that's another thing that I hope people have the opportunity to go see. You're always changing your exhibits. You're always trying to make it new. I know with Shirley Proctor Polar, I sit on the board. You all have worked with Shirley Proctor Polar Foundation. So when I see the future plans of Great X, you always reach high. I love the fact that you all do. Continue reaching high. I love the idea of Discovery Center. I will note that for those who have attended the awards ceremonies for the city of St. Petersburg that are held there at the facility, parking is tight. Parking is very tight, and not just for the awards ceremony, it's because Sunken Gardens, Great X, you have the restaurant, everything there gets extremely busy. And so that is a challenge for you all in terms of finding a way to accommodate all the people that want to enjoy these great things that our city has to offer. But the other thing is, you know, when I think about the Discovery Center, there are things that as a city we can do and we can think about. And when we're talking about ULI and what can happen in 85 acres of land in downtown, imagine having a Discovery Center there. These are the type of things that to me make sense in the city that is growing. I love it in my district. I would happy to share it with Councilmember Driscoll. If it allows the Great X to grow and form a Discovery Center. I also love the fact that you're working on having the international conference here. And congratulations on the accreditation. That's huge. I'm just very thankful for all the work you and your team does. Sarah, thank you for being such a great partner with Great X and for doing such a great job also at Sunken Gardens and the team at Sunken Gardens. Like, y'all are just fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I am always amazed when I walk in to Great Explorations. And really because of a couple of different things. One, because whether my children are 2 or now 8, they're just as excited as they were when they were 2, now that they're 8, and run in just like they were the first day they ran into Great X, which is incredible. It's an incredible experience you can give, and I can't wait for them to continue to do that. But then also to continue to see how the museum morphs and continues to grow in its space. So happy to hear about growing out of its space. And I'm just so thankful we have such a cool thing in St. Pete like Great X, and we're just so thankful to you for shepherding that. And I think you know you have all the support in the world from all of us up on here. So just thank you for everything you're doing. Can't wait for next year's update to see what else is going on.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, council members, we're going to move into F4, which is a presentation about Task Force Dagger. And we're joined today by a close friend of mine, Mark Stevens. And Mark's not going to do it, so I'm going to brag on Mark a little bit. He's going to yell at me afterwards. So just everybody know I'm putting my own life in my own hands by doing this. Mark has become a friend of mine. Our wives work together, and Mark is the chairman of the board of Task Force Dagger. And my wife and I have had the pleasure of attending some of their events and supporting some of their initiatives. And what they do, there are no words to explain what they do for people that have served our countries and their families. And so I just want to give you a little bit of Mark's background. And Mark, I'm sorry to do this to you, but I would honestly I'd be doing you a disservice if I didn't talk about it. Mark spent over 21 years in Army Special Operations. His first assignments in the United States Army Special Forces in Okinawa, Japan, and Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Then later, he spent 3/4 of his military career with the nation's Special Mission Unit as a Special Operations Operator in numerous positions. This is where it gets interesting. He had over 17 deployments. Operation Iraqi Freedom, Operation Enduring Freedom, Task Force Sword, Operation Gothic Serpent, Operation Golden Pheasant, and there were multiple deployments to all of those operations. Mark's highest awards and decorations include the Silver Star, a Legion of Merit, 4 Bronze Stars for heroism in combat, 4 Purple Hearts, Defense Meritorious Service Medal. He is also a recipient of the President's Volunteer Award. And in 2022, Mark was inducted into the U.S. SOCOM Commando Hall of Honor. Colleagues, we are in the presence of an American hero. Mark, you know I love you, and thank you so much for your service, but Before we get to council member comments, thank you for everything you do after your service. And I know it's just a continuation of everything you gave for over 21 years to our country. And I love you, brother.
I appreciate you for that. I do. Mr. Chairman, Mrs. Vice Chair, members, thank you for having me here today. I've never done anything like this before, but I do love sharing about this organization. And as he stated, I clearly with 4 Purple Hearts, I'm the slow guy on the team. So when I retired, a lot of the things that are available today were not available when I got out. So I kind of experienced that transition and kind of had to learn on my own. And there was some challenges. And so that's kind of what brought me to this organization and the things it does. And I'm very honored to be able to share some of the things that we do as a core for the special operations community. Our department, our all the services, everybody within that umbrella do amazing things there, and everybody has a role to play. But I'm going to highlight special operations. The reason why I highlight them is because known or unknown, they're always out there. They're in the fight before anybody knows about it. They're the first in, last out. So the impact of these things is felt more largely with that community, both the member who serves and the family. And I would say that the spouse, the kids, the family serve just like the member does. And so it's very important that there's organizations out there, and there are many, and there's some great organizations that do wonderful things. But the area that we focus on is probably one of the most difficult areas for these families that they face. And what we do is we bridge gaps. We bridge those gaps that the VA, the government, and their own personal insurance doesn't cover. And unfortunately, there are gaps out there, and hopefully down the road, I would love to get worked out of a job, to be honest with you. But until that happens, there's a need for benevolent organizations of all types to do all kinds of things for people where those services aren't there yet. And so for us, we focus on 3 things. And the people that we focus on are ill, injured folks and their families that come to us with various needs. And we kind of break those needs out into a couple different categories. We have immediate needs, which are exactly what they sound like. Those one-off things that could be a financial burden that was unanticipated from a medical issue, something to do with, for example, wife has cancer, husband has to deploy, we need to bring mother-in-law to the house to watch the kids while he's deployed, take her to her anytime she's getting any kind of treatments. And we'll provide that stipend to help that family out so that she can be there to support while he's gone serving. And that goes both ways. It doesn't matter who the service person is. The other thing is our health initiatives. And since the recent 20-year conflict has ended, our soft folks, special operation folks, are still out there. And the needs have changed. So what was heavy immediate needs during the heavy fighting are now turned into health initiatives, which are, we have an aging veteran community. We have a lot of things that are starting to surface that were unknowns before. And so we have a big, huge health pipeline that addresses that. We are not a provider, we're a facilitator, but we have incredible pipelines of care, and we work with all kinds of folks in the medical industry to get these folks the different cares that would address TBIs, traumatic brain injuries, PTS, heavy metal exposure, a number of things that can affect the family, which then ultimately can turn into substance abuses and things that come from that. So we have programs that address all these things. Lastly, we have something called rehabilitative adaptive events, and our signature event, which he's heard me speak a lot about, is down in Key West, and it's called Dagger Dive. And we use diving as a medium, but to these families, this might be what they interpret as a vacation, the first one they've had in 10 years as a family. And we love that they see it that way, but what's happening behind the scenes is they are getting counseling, they're receiving tools that they need to maintain family and marriage and those things that we're not born with. When you get married, you may not have them. So it's nice to have a little bit of outside help. And an example of that is when you have an alpha personality deploys, and I'll use mom as an example, has to take over the household. She becomes the alpha. She's running the house. She's running the kids. She's handling everything. He gets back. Now you have two alphas in the house. You probably have about 36 hours of détente, little peace, but then the friction starts to happen. And unless you have the tool set to navigate that, it can become a big stressor on the family. What we do is we use diving to kind of remedy that and allow that to reset that social dynamic within the family. And how do we do that? When you dive, you can't talk. You have to touch, and it's visual. So they're learning how to communicate in a completely different way, and they don't even realize it. We literally have couples arguing on the dive boat, going out, get in the water, dive, come out holding hands. And you say nothing, you just let it happen. It's an amazing program, an amazing process. One of the other things that we do under that same umbrella is uniquely the skill sets that come with these special operations folks. We're able to work directly with DPAA, Department of POW and MIA Accounting Agency, to work with them and let our folks get mission, purpose, and focus, because we get them in a suicidal spiral, and put them to work on a real mission. And by working hand in hand, and also with East Carolina University, we go diving in various parts of the world to help recover remains from previous conflicts. And so from a purpose standpoint, it's a game changer for these folks, and that's another one of our big programs. And what's nice about that is that's something that we can fund through the government as we've developed a memorandum of agreement. And so when we go to our donors, I'm able to share this, but this isn't something we draw upon. We're actually able to cover these costs through this program because it's a real mission. And so I think that's, these are the things that we focus on. We stay hyper-focused on them. I don't allow any mission creep. And what I mean by that, it's very easy in the benevolent world to kind of chase things and do things broadly, but not well in a focused manner. So we stay on point in these areas. And I would say we're probably the best at what we do in those areas. But like they said before, in the benevolent space, I really like working with other great organizations, and I think you can get so much more done when you can share and from a cost standpoint, or take these families from when I get them at the worst and I take them to their next step, working with an organization that provides that next step and keep that positivity and that growth and that healing going. And so to me, it's very critical. And just a snapshot over the last couple of years, I mean, we're growing, and growth for us isn't creating more bureaucracy and making the organization big and anything like that. I mean, I think my staff hates me because we run so thin and hard. And we clearly grow when we need to, but we are, we're in the realm of doing about $1 million plus in direct support now, which is huge. So you're talking hundreds of families, hundreds of individuals that need this treatment, and we do the immediate stuff and long-term stuff. So not only are we helping them, but we're also collecting data, because I think where it's really important is to communicate that data back to the services or the different entities within the Special Operations Command to say, this is what's happening to your people when they get out. Understand this, and maybe you can get in front of a problem and help them before they get out. And in the business case, when you look at that, that means these people are getting out of their service in a better place, which taxes the system less, VA being the big one. And so you've actually reduced the stress across the board, and the benefit is back to the individual and the family. So it's kind of a win-win proposition. So we fight very hard with that by submitting that data, and in turn, we've had treatments that probably started out viewed as kind of taboo are now covered by TRICARE, because we were able to bring the visibility on the outcomes to the point that they would create their own tests and ultimately made these covered, which is a great burden off of a benevolent organization when I can point to insurance and have that process step in. So that's a little bit about us. And again, we run lean and hard. Each year our overhead will change, but I will tell you on average, we've been as low as 3% overhead to, 7 or 8% overhead. But that's a function of the year's, fundraising and output. But it's incumbent upon me to ensure that this organization is transparent with any and everybody. You see what we do, you understand our mission, and I'm very adamant about with our donors, they give us a gift, and I tell them what I'm going to do with it, and I have to be very clear and concise and transparent with them that I'm going to do exactly that, and that's how we operate. So I'd love to answer any questions. There's a lot to unpack, but I wanted to give you kind of an executive summary of what it is we do. And then ultimately, if you ever had time, you can visit our website and you can really see the impact from the individuals that are directly impacted in their own words and kind of understand how this has saved lives. And I'll leave one last thing. Just recently, on the 3rd of October, was the 32nd anniversary of the battle in Somalia. And I'm sure a lot of you, I was there, I was in that fight. I got wounded 3 times that day, and which accounts for one of those Purple Hearts. And I lost mates. And unfortunately, years later, I lost more from suicide. And just last Sunday, I lost another one. And it reinforces, one, why I do this, why we have to do this, and messaging. Because here's a guy that I would have never thought would have ever got to that place. But it's breaking that barrier of dignity and being vulnerable enough to reach out for help. Because we can have all the things in place, but I think until that first step is taken by these individuals, you don't even know what's going on for some of these people. And I know you've seen this in other ways in other people. And it's very important. So anyway, I cannot thank you enough for listening to me and learning a little bit about this foundation and things that we do. But if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you so much, Mark. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Mark, for being here today. I want to thank you so much for your service to our country. Thank you for your service to our service members and their families. We are indebted to you for all that you have done and all that you're doing. When you look at the direct impact that you have made, it's immeasurable. When you look at the indirect impact that you've made, it also is immeasurable, because you can't really put a dollar amount or a value to lives that you've saved. It's invaluable. So I just want to thank you so much for what you're doing, because I don't think we give enough credit to those people who are willing to put their lives on the line. And I come from a long line of service members, so I'm grateful. And I just want to say, a lot of people, they see the labor in the sacrifices that are made by those active duty service members, but a lot of times it's the pain that you endure post-war and post-service. Those are the scars that don't always heal on their own. So I thank you for providing just a little bit of healing and a little bit of help. May God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you. And thank you so much for everything you do. Seriously, I did not know about your organization. I thank you, Chair, for bringing it to light. Hearing you speak about your pain and your losses, and you're here today to share your mission after you just lost another friend. So that doesn't go unnoticed, and how your heart is in it. I did look up your website, and I want to focus. There's the part where it says our why, and I know this is from the SOF Truths, but I want to say it out loud because I think it's important. Humans are more important than hardware. People, not equipment, make the critical difference. The right people, highly trained and working as a team, will accomplish the mission with the equipment available. On the other hand, the best equipment in the world cannot compensate for the lack of the right people. You are the right person for what you do for your people. And I'm very grateful that we have you in our community.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you very much.
I have had the opportunity to be at a couple of, I mentioned earlier, be at a couple of the events for Task Force Dagger and for the operation in Somalia. And life-changing would be underrated of a word. And to see the brotherhood, to hear the stories that they share together, my ask of you to all of my colleagues would be, over the next couple years, go to one of these and not only hear about the impact, but you're looking at it in the eyes and see directly the work that is being done. And there's multiple opportunities to do that. Ryan is going to share some of the calendar for Task Force Dagger, and I would implore you to go and just meet some people in the organization, some of the people that they're helping, some of the partners of the organization. That was the point of today. I really wanted to highlight what's happening in our community for those who really, really, really deserve it, and being done by, and I don't use the word lightly, being done by our heroes. And so, Mark, thank you so much for coming in and being vulnerable and sharing the story and sharing the mission, man. I'm so thankful. Can't wait to have you again in the future to get an update, and hopefully, the county and some other municipalities in the state see this and they have you do the same things, because we need to be shouting this from the rooftops, the work that you're doing, man. Just so thankful for you, for your friendship, and I got your back, buddy. Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much. Thank you all very much for your time. I appreciate you.
Thanks, Mark. Okay, council members, we're going to move to F5, which is a presentation on some arts funding. This was pulled by Vice Chair Hanowitz, so I'm going to turn it over to Vice Chair Hanowitz as a good news item.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I am fortunate enough to be the city council member that sits on the Arts Advisory Committee, and they do such great work every year. And every year I'm amazed at how detail-oriented, tenacious. I mean, they go through, whether it's the criteria, the grants. I can't express enough how appreciative I am of each and every member of the Arts Advisory Committee and their expertise. A lot of times we get things here at City Council and you hear, oh, the Arts Advisory Committee. Nobody, not everybody knows who's on it, but these are true experts in their fields who are donating their time to the city to provide important service. So I want to publicly thank them. Thank you, Celeste. Thank you, Tracy. I don't know. I saw George, or the Vice Chair George, can't come in. He's back there. I'm sure Celeste will introduce him. Was Erica able to make it?
Erica's not able to join us.
The Chair, Erica Sutherland, she is amazing and fantastic. So I will turn it over to Celeste, but I just can't thank the work that you all do on this every year.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair Gertis and members of City Council. I am pleased to report on the City of the Arts grant, City of the Arts grants. Why St. Pete should be your next cultural destination. Sunshine, sand, and a seriously creative scene on Florida's West Coast. And I shared with Administrator Gertis while I was waiting, and I think I'll share it with City Council. This quote came from Fuse magazine in 2025. It is an international luxury travel magazine out of Great Britain that publishes 4 issues a year, and we made it. A little bit about the Arts Advisory Committee. This committee is made up of working individuals in the arts and cultural environment. They are highly engaged and active, and we represent a cross-section of the arts, the literary arts, the performing arts, the visual arts, and arts administration. A huge thank you to each of them, because not only do they also score the arts and culture, the City of the Arts grants, they also score the Level Up grants. So they are a hard-working committee. And no one could speak on how much work they do than a member of the committee. So now I'll ask Jorge Vidal, please, to come up. He is the Chief Executive Officer of Florida Craft Art.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Jorge Vidal. I'm the proud CEO of Florida Craft Art, and also the Vice Chair of the Arts Advisory Committee. It has been a real pleasure serving on this committee. First of all, I just have to thank Celeste Davis and Tracy Kennard for their work. It's been an exciting year for us, especially since we developed the Level Up grant, which really has broadened our scope in what we can do for the city. And I'm just going to share a few thoughts of what my experiences have been, and why I take on this responsibility of reading grants, spending my entire summer. It wasn't really actually that bad this year, only because of the systems that Celeste and Tracy put in place. But it is a lot of work, and but it's a proud that I'm proud to do, and I also think that it's very important for our city, and something that I've never really considered a burden. For me, it's an opportunity to give back to the city where I grew up, and one that I continue to care deeply about. And I believe my fellow commission members feel the same way. You sense it in the room when we're all working on these projects together. I've lived in St. Petersburg for most of my life, and apart from a stretch in New York City where my expectations for cultural life expanded considerably, it was this city's creative energy, which I've always acknowledged even before I left for New York, and its cultural growth that brought me back and has kept me here. Reading the applications offers me a meaningful window into the creativity and commitment of our local arts community. Each year, I'm inspired by the range of proposals, from small emerging groups with bold new ideas and to established organizations that continue to evolve and innovate and reach new audiences. I want to thank the Council for their support of the arts, their commitment across scales and disciplines. We're supporting large museums here, and we're supporting organizations that even I haven't heard about, is what keeps St. Petersburg's cultural life vibrant, inclusive, and vital to the spirit of the city. So I thank you all for doing the hard work that you all do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I want to talk a little bit about what happens should City Council approve the grants. It's an economic impact on the city. From the Cultural Action Plan, the AEP 6 calculator suggests that over $103 million come into the economy through arts and culture in St. Petersburg. St. Petersburg's arts organizations are vital contributors to our city's economic vitality. Not only provide direct support and opportunities for individual artists, but also drive significant local spending through exhibitions, performances, and festivals that attract residents and visitors alike. Their creative output fuels tourism, strengthens our city's brand, and sustains a vital cultural economy that extends throughout our community and beyond. So it's not just the grants, it is you are supporting the economy of the city, should you approve. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
And I just wanted to share with City Council, if you look at the material, I mean, there are 36 organizations throughout the city that are getting these monies. They go through a rigorous process, as the Vice Chair has mentioned, Vidal. And let me tell you, Jorge, thank you for all the work that you do and for what you contribute, because what I think sometimes you don't see outside of those meetings is the knowledge and expertise that you all apply to each one of these applications. I'm there sometimes, I'm learning, and I don't know the details that you all know about every type of, whether it's performance art or visual arts, you know, all the different types of areas that you focus on, and then you try to approach it in a very thoughtful and equitable manner in terms of providing these organizations the support that they need and making sure that the money goes to organizations that can use it, that you know, the purpose is outlined properly. And I will tell you, they're fantastic stewards of the city's money. I can't imagine when we're talking about level up grants, which are small dollar amounts. They go into detail in terms of making sure that those grant applications meet the criteria. So again, thank you for the work, and you know, maybe in the future, hopefully we have a little bit more money for the grants themselves, because once they go through the process, when you're outside the process, there's no vetting. There is vetting here. Organizations that don't go through the process don't get vetted. These get vetted by experts in the field. So I want everyone to understand that they're always very conscious of what they're doing with the money. So with that, I move approval.
Second.
Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll be brief, but thank you for pulling this from consent so that we could talk about it today. I had the pleasure of serving my first 4 years as the City Council member on this committee, and 36 grant applications with how in-depth they are, the deliberation that happens, the presentations, the work in this committee is huge. But the impact, to your point, Celeste, is even bigger. So I just want to thank everybody that sits on the committee. You know, this work is tireless, and you all do it with such vigor and very excited to do it. That was always something that was so surprising to me. I've never had like a moment where there were so many people so happy to do that much work. But really, the impact shows. So I just want to thank you. Thank you for your leadership, and I'm very happy to support this today. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, and thank you, Vice Chair Hanowitz, for pulling this item. It is just incredible to see this work that is done for these organizations. And when you look at this list, a good number, if not most, of the organizations on this list were also on the list of the funding that was cut by the state last year.
Yes.
That City Council and the administration worked together to help cover for that. And those organizations continue to thrive, not just because of the support of the city, from the support of the community, and from the dedication of people like those who serve on this board, who, for all the work that they do on this, it's not the only thing that they do, especially for the arts. This is the kind of stuff that gives me that confidence when I talk about our city of the arts, when I talk about the arts as an economic driver for our city, when I talk about how we need to support artists and organizations that support our local artists. We get it. And I am grateful for the cooperation and the partnership that brought more funding into the arts in general, and that I didn't even have to ask for it again for this year, for this fiscal year. we did it. And the mayor and the administration found a way to continue to add money to that so that we can make things like this happen. It is, when you look at the individual amounts, it may not sound like a whole lot to an individual, but for these organizations, it really helps to take their work, make their work happen and take it further. So I really hope that as the year goes on, I would love to hear back from some of the recipients throughout the year.
Okay.
Have them come and tell us what this means to them, what they're able to do because of this. Because I want to make sure that it's well known how this type of funding can affect our creative class, our creative economy in our city.
Will do. I think that's a great idea. Thank you.
Okay, good. And I do look forward to looking for ways to do even more by continuing our discussion on the Artist Sustainability Fund that I've brought forward, and that will be in next week's Economic and Workforce Development Committee meeting. So this kind of rolls right into that, and together we can keep doing more for our artists. But I do thank you and Tracy and Vice Chair Hanowitz and everyone who contributed to making this happen. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hanowitz, thanks for pulling this. Also, thank you for your service on this committee. Thank you to all the committee members and to Celeste and all the team. Just very thankful for this. Happy to celebrate it today. Okay, we've got a motion and a second on F5. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item F5 passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move into F6. And F6 is a GMP proposal for the Sunshine Center. This was pulled by Councilmember Harding. Councilmember Harding, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you being here today. I am late to the game. I know there have been, in years past, there have been lots of discussions about the senior center, especially since council was housed there for a little while. And I really just wanted to get a sense for, that's a big air conditioning. What's left? What have we done so far? Not just air conditioning, but the condition of the building.
Sure, certainly. Raul Quintana, City Engineering, Capital Improvements, and Rick Kraft with the Parks and Recreation department's here as well. His department administers the building, so he'll have a little bit more in-depth knowledge of what's been done. This particular project is the award of the replacement of the air conditioning system. It's about 20 separate individual mechanical equipment pieces, both rooftop units. It's all a DX split system. It's 18 years old. It's well past its life. We've been working on this for quite some time. The plan is to replace it in kind. We understood early on that this facility is dated, and it could be discussions for possible replacement. So what we decided to do was to try to replace it in kind, give it another 15 years. The system is very much needed. It's air quality issues, upgrading the outside air to provide for the facility. So that's this project. It's an award to Biltmer, our construction manager. He's been working with us throughout pre-construction. Everything's ready to go. There's about a 12-week lead time to get the equipment, and we're looking at doing the work between the months of February and June. As far as the facility and the plans, I think I'd kind of turn it over to Rick to discuss a little bit about what's some of the repairs that have been done in the facility. Rick?
Good afternoon, Council. Rick Kraft, Parks and Recreation Department, Recreation Programming Superintendent. Thank you, Councilmember Harding. Yes, the Sunshine Center is at the end of its life or near it, and we recognize that. And I know when you all were there, we ran into some issues there, and we do with a lot of our buildings. And we've repaired all those, but to answer your question about historical maintenance, I can say that probably over the last 10 years or so, we've spent almost $400,000 in repairs to the Sunshine Center. And that goes to carpeting, drywall repair, roof repairs, pressure washing, We had to do some HVAC repairs back. We had some mold in the building, which kind of prompted this whole thing. We did some mold remediation, did some temporary HVAC fixes to keep the moist air out and get some drier air in. But that's the study that kind of prompted this action that we're here today to replace the HVAC system.
Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Harding, for pulling this item. Very glad anytime we talk about our Sunshine Senior Center. It is, I think, one of the best jewels in our entire portfolio of assets. But to your point, Rick, it is at the end of its useful life. And so while I certainly support the item before us today, I really want to get us to a place where we're having a much bigger conversation about the Sunshine Center. And this is something I know pretty much everyone on this dais cares about, and we want to see some action moving forward. When Councilmember Montanari left the dais, I inherited his new business item on the PS&I referral. I was very happy to take it, a little jealous I didn't have it from day one. So that was filed in May 6th of 2021. Administration, I would love to see if it would be possible, depending on how the PS&I agenda is currently. I know, we're coming down to the end of the year, but even if at the beginning of next year, we could expedite a conversation around this. I know it came up in our budget, talking about how it's part of our long-term penny funds. We talked about Grade X and what maybe that might look like at the historic gas plant someday. What about a reimagined seniors center with housing above at the site? I mean, we have a unique opportunity here to really move something that could make this a state-of-the-art, world-class facility for our seniors. And so we need to kind of get on it. So administration, I'll leave it to you to kind of answer the question, but if we were prepared for PS&I at the beginning of the year to have a conversation, would administration be prepared to talk about it?
I appreciate that, council member, and absolutely we'd like to have that discussion. We can talk about some of kind of a standard process that would be more penny involved. We can talk about some alternative ideas related to maybe some creative alternatives at the current location, or maybe the historic gas plant. So yeah, we're happy to have that conversation.
Fantastic. Well, I will look forward to it. We have our chair now, who I can see is nodding, and hopefully we'll be able to make that happen. And so I'm very happy to support this today, and thank you, Rick and Raul, for the work that you've done to try to keep the center viable for as long as possible. Thank you both. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair.
It's funny that you mentioned that, because I was looking at the PSI list and I was like, wow, this is from 2021. Yeah. But again, it's like sometimes things are just sitting there for whatever reason. And so I'm glad that you brought it up. And now that we have some direction, I can put it on in terms of getting it moved at the beginning of the year. I don't know which month or whatever. We don't have December meetings, and we have the bond conversation coming up in November. So I have to see what else we got, but it'll be happening sooner rather than later.
Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome.
Motion, move approval?
Move approval?
Just got a motion.
Second.
Got a motion and a second on F6. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item F6 passes unanimously.
Okay, thanks, team. We're going to move into new business for this afternoon. G1, this is my item, respectfully requesting a referral to the Public Services and Infrastructure Committee meeting for an update on the license agreement with St. Petersburg Lawn Bowling Club. If you remember, this is just a placeholder to make sure that we get an update. I'd entertain a motion for approval.
Approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second on G1. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item G1 passes unanimously.
Okay, now we're on to G2. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair. Respectfully requesting a referral to the Housing, Land Use, and Transportation Committee or other relevant committee for a discussion regarding the Urban Land Institute, ULI Tampa Bay Advisory Services Program, and a proposal to study the historic gas plant site and the best uses for future development in alignment with the goals of the city of St. Petersburg. And I so move.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We'll go to Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, Chair. This is for the administration. In the open forum earlier in the meeting, Jason Mathis had spoken, and he, I just made a note that he mentioned that the administration was already working on something like that, and I just wanted to get some clarification from you on that. Has,
To my knowledge, we're not in discussions with ULI right now. If this goes to committee, we're happy to have the discussion.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. In support, and thank you, Councilmember Goward. But this piece of property has been looked at pretty heavily. Is there anything, and I wouldn't know who to ask, but I would imagine studies like this, possibly not by ULI, but we've had studies like this done. Are they available, or do they exist?
Chair, if I may.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Councilmember Goward.
So we do have Lee Lowry here from ULI if anyone has any questions. But I would just state, from my own perspective, being here through all of the reiterations of what we've done the last 8 years or so, we don't have a study like this. And what makes this different is that this is an unbiased professional experience from individuals who have done these sort of projects all across the country. They know what works for equitable economic development and a catalyst to really create sustainable development in very large tracts of land across the country. So we don't have anything like that. We don't have any sort of guiding document, in my opinion, that really helps City Council as we are working with administration to negotiate through any sort of deal that may come with a master plan developer. We don't have anything to even really help us be able to look and say, do we believe that it's even right to go with a master plan developer? And so that's really what this is. This is not to, put aside anything that may be before the administration at this point. This is to really give City Council some guidance as it pertains to what is the best use of this property and how can we really get the biggest return on our investment. We've had a lot of developers come to us with their own plans, which quite frankly, anytime a developer comes to you, it is based upon the yield that they're going to make on the property. I believe that this is an important step forward to making sure that we have voices at the table who have that experience but have no skin in the game. They're not here to make money off of this property. They are here to give us guidance so that we make sure we make the best deal, the best negotiation possible for the residents of the city of St. Petersburg. So that is the tool that I'm trying to bring to City Council. And I will leave that there because you do still have the floor, but I do have pushed my button because I do have some information for Councilmember Driscoll on her question.
Thank you for that. And I am in favor, Councilmember Goward. And my question was more about, is there anything else to add to it? Is there anything we've done in the past that was going on during Raise Hines that may also augment or supplement?
So ULI Tampa Bay will look at everything that has been done to this point. They'll do the past, present, and future, and that will all be taken into consideration.
Fair enough. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Okay, so the question that came about, this kind of being brought to administration. So I had started on this probably maybe about 6 months or so ago. Time gets away from us on the dais, but I had actually, all of us, I believe, had meetings with the mayor and with Rob and with Doyle immediately after the Hines Raise deal canceled. And one of the things I brought up in that meeting was really my encouragement for us to take a beat, take a moment, and bring in a third party, because I feel like even in those moments especially, we're all so close to it. We really need somebody to come in and give us some guidance about what those next steps should be. And then from there, the actual ULI presentation and proposal was given to administration sometime in the summer, and it didn't move forward for whatever reason. I can't explain why, but I was continuing to kind of look at ways that we could do this. And then it has also been provided to ARC Ellison, and Horst, and they had looked at it as well. It is my preference for City Council to have this conversation in a committee meeting to discuss City Council and administration really being the drivers of this study, and also working with the partnership, the chamber, and other organizations to come up with a creative funding model. It's a pretty inexpensive study. It's only about $135,000, but I want this to be a collaborative opportunity for our community. So we're looking for others to kind of come to the table with some funding to help pay for it so that not all of the burden of that would be on the city. And that was given to the administration in a proposal as well. So if this passes today, which I hope it does, when we have that conversation, I'll bring that information with me as well to that presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you. And as always, I'm always willing to talk about it, because we do often, sometimes we'll leave things on the table, and I'm on the same mindset as Councilmember Harding. When we say get the feedback, we just took the descendants of the gas plant through an extensive period of what they want to see on that particular site. So I love the fact that we can have the conversation. I don't have a problem with having the conversation. I'm definitely going to support having the conversation to see what we could gain from it. But I'll leave it there. There's a lot that I could say about it, but I will always entertain a conversation because I do want to see what we could possibly gain from this. And although the dollar amount was $130,000, we sit here and talk about $10,000–$15,000 that could help other organizations. So just $130,000 is not just a little bit of money with so many studies that we've already done. So I'm definitely going to support it because I always support having a conversation just in case we miss something in another endeavor. But there are going to be a couple of other questions that I'm sure during the committee conversation that I'm hoping that we can have and that we'll be able to get from administration on this. So with that, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hanwitz.
Thank you, Chair. And just because we're having this conversation in the sunshine, when we talked about potentially what's going to happen with the gas plant site, at least my conversation with the administration after the Ray's-Heinz deal, deal just didn't go forward, the first thing that I want to see is what do we need as a city to provide services from that site? Whether it's the residents of the gas plant, whether it's any resident of the city, as a council member, whenever I hear we don't have land, we don't have this, and we have like 85 acres in downtown, we may need a new fire station. That historic, the plant never had anything for services. We're going to have more people in our city. I think of Station 4 and how they're limited in size. I do want to have a real understanding of if you're going forward with development. And I know it's just like not the exciting stuff, because it's not, like the Barbie Dream House or, a stadium or whatever, but it's the basics. And we have to figure out the basics first before we make decisions on other things. And that's my perspective. I wanted every council member to hear it coming from me. I don't have like, okay, I want X amount of housing, X amount of this, X amount of that. I don't think you get to that conversation until you have an understanding of what we need as a city first before, because we have limited land in our city. And so I think it's really important for us to have, so I'm supportive because we need to have kind of a conversation about some of these basic things, and obviously with administration and in partnership with administration, kind of have an understanding. So, and understanding that, by the way, whatever proposal has to come from administration, but at least we have it in an open meeting. We have those conversations. So that's it, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
Second.
I thought there was one, but we talked.
Sorry, I just asked. And I got to know.
Oh, sorry, I thought.
My bad.
Okay.
We can make mistakes.
I wasn't.
We can make.
I'll move it twice, Chair.
There was no judgment there.
No judgment. No judgment.
You're just trying to move us along. All right, we have a motion and a second to G2. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, please announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item G2 passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move into G3. I am respectfully requesting a referral to the Youth and Family Services Committee for an update on youth programs, including internal initiatives and external partnerships. The update should include a breakdown of funding allocated to each program, an overview of how funds are used, and any relevant updates from external partners on the impact and progress of the youth-focused initiatives. And I'd entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on G3. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item G3 passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. All right, now we're going to move into council committee reports. Vice Chair Hanowich on H1.
Respectfully requesting City Council approval of a motion to move the referral item regarding the City of St. Petersburg 2025 Community Survey from the Public Services and Infrastructure Committee referral list to the Committee of the Whole referral list, and it's, I think, scheduled for the 16th. And I so move.
Second.
We move quickly around here.
Yes.
You know, I try to be efficient.
Yes, you
We have a motion and a second on H1. Is it H1A or is it H1? Oh, yeah, it is A. H1A. Clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item H1A passes unanimously.
Okay, we're going to go to H2. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. I am respectfully requesting approval of a motion to make the affordability period for both rehabilitation and reconstruction 1 year for owner occupants and 10 years for landlords. I'll move approval.
Second.
I just have one quick question.
Yeah.
Should there be on what we're changing?
I started to say like this.
We probably
need some more detail. Yeah.
Can we do that here? Is that
Yeah.
okay? All right.
I'd add that this is about, oh goodness, I need to make sure I get
This
the
is the
verbiage correct. CDBG-DR rehab and reconstruction funding. Yeah.
All right, so there's an amendment to your motion. Do we have a second? Who had the second?
I was
Okay.
the second.
You're good?
Are you okay with the
Okay.
amendment? Okay.
Just making sure.
Yep.
Discount double check. They just checked one off in the bingo box and back, on the AIDS office. I use discount double check. All right, we have a motion and a second on H2A. Clerk, please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item H2A as amended passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for making that change, Councilmember Floyd. Okay, we'll move on to H3. I am respectfully requesting City Council approval of the Budget, Finance, and Taxation Committee's recommendation to perform a management evaluation of the Billing and Collections Department for the fiscal year 2026.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I'll go to Councilmember Floyd.
Thanks. I couldn't make it to the meeting. Just wanted to thank you all for the decision you came to. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second on H3A. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item H3A passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to H4. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you. And after reading this action, Jackie, should I add in town before interlocal agreement?
You can. I mean, I
Make
think
it clearer.
It can't
Yes.
hurt. It's not necessary, but for clarification.
Just for clarification. Okay. I respectfully request City Council approval of a motion to ask administration to begin dialogue with the county on modifying the in-town interlocal agreement and the plan, with the intent being to shorten the length of the in-town interlocal agreement's existence, and I so move.
Second.
We have Councilmember Floyd, excuse me.
Real quick, I just wanted to say to administration, since this is about specifically like dialogue with the county, would love if you could just let us know like when that begins and keep us updated as to how it's going.
Absolutely, will do, Council.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on H4A. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item H4A passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Now we're going to move into legal resolution approving the retention of Bryant Miller Olive as special public finance legal counsel related to a bond referendum and judicial validation. Jackie, I'll turn it over to you.
Well, you pretty much took
Okay,
it out of
all
my
right.
mouth. So council has, and administration have been talking about the potential for a general obligation bond, which would require a referendum. This is what the process we typically go forward with BMO when we have a specialized retention of this nature. It's a not to exceed amount of $40,000.
Move approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second on I-1. Seeing as no council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Councilmember Driscoll?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Seeing as all votes are accounted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item I-1 passes unanimously.
Okay, council members, we're at our stopping point, and so we will come back for CRA and for public hearings at 5:01 p.m. City Council is in recess. Thank you. And convene as the CRA, and we're going to take up CRA 2, and we are joined by Aaron Fish. And Aaron, we'll turn it over to you.
Good afternoon, Council Chair, Vice Chair, members of Council. Aaron Fish, Real Estate and Property Management Director. Before you this afternoon to present a ground lease and development agreement on city-owned property on 22nd Street South. This is a mixed-use development to be performed by Green Mills Holdings, LLC. This is on city property that includes 3 contiguous parcels on 22nd Street South, Zone Corridor Commercial Traditional. This property is on the the west side of 22nd Street South, south of 9th Avenue South. In August of 2024, the city issued an RFP for the purpose of soliciting proposals from interested developers for the development of a mixed-use project to include affordable housing and retail commercial uses. In conjunction with this RFP, the city did issue a 30-day notice to the public of its intent to dispose of the property in accordance with CRA guidelines. Upon the expiration of the RFP in November of 24, the city did receive proposals from Green Mills Group, Tall Cotton, and Alexander Goshen Good Van Slyke Architecture. After reviewing the proposals, the mayor selected the proposals submitted by Green Mills Group for the development of the property. Upon selecting the proposal from Green Mills, city staff commenced negotiations of the terms and conditions of a ground lease and development agreement. These conditions included a 99-year ground lease for the development of a mixed-use project to include 54 affordable residential apartment units and approximately 2,500 square feet of ground floor retail. Green Mills shall pay annual rent in the amount of $100 plus applicable taxes, and with that, Green Mills shall owe the city a lease payment of $885,000 as evidenced by a promissory note. That payment can be deferred until the expiration of the affordability period, upon which time the city would have the option to forgive the note. The effective date of the agreement is the date that the parties enter into the agreement, with the commencement date occurring 36 months thereafter, when Green Mills secures all the funding commitments necessary for the development. Green Mills shall submit site plans for city approval within 6 months from the effective date. Within 24 months from the effective date, Green Mills shall submit a comprehensive building permit package. 36 months from the effective date, Green Mills shall commence construction of the development. And within 60 months from the effective date, Green Mills shall obtain certificates of occupancy for the development. The city shall record a restrictive covenant on the property, limiting the rental rates for the housing units to an average annual income of not more than 80% of the AMI. And Green Mills may rent the housing units at lower AMI levels, including 9 units rented at 30% or below, 30 units rented at 60 AMI or below, with 3 units rented at 70% AMI and below, and 12 units rented at 80% AMI and below. The initial unit mix for the housing includes 15 studios, 36 one-bedroom units, and 3 two-bedroom units. Real Estate and Property Management did get an appraisal for this property in March of 2024, which indicated an estimated market value of $885,000. The lease structure enables the city to retain ownership of the property, and it ensures long-term affordable housing opportunities for the community. As part of the CRA plan, this is consistent, in which the city shall utilize the land disposition authority of Florida's Community Redevelopment Act to purchase residential property and convey to housing developers for less than fair value to lower development costs, and maintain a regularly market an inventory of land in the South St. Petersburg CRA that is available for development of housing. And the city will continue to purchase land and vacant boarded housing and pursue residential development opportunities with for-profit and nonprofit developers. This proposed mixed-use development is consistent with the CRA plan by providing new affordable housing construction and by providing new retail space on a commercial corridor. And that concludes the presentation, and open it up for questions.
Okay, thanks, Aaron. Let's go to public comment.
Ray Tampa. Please go to the podium, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Don't think Mr. Tampa is still with us.
Okay, he's against.
Okay. Any other cards?
That's it.
Okay. Councilmember Harding.
Thanks, Chair. Aaron, thanks for your work. We received some, well, I did, and I think it went to council. We received some feedback about the company. Oops.
Oh, that's me.
About the, I got to take my medicine. Hold on one second. About the feedback, or about the companies that were involved in the RFP. And can you take us through just a high level of how that process works?
Sure. We have Mr. Corbett here this afternoon who can allude to that.
Good afternoon, City Council. James Corbett, City Development Administrator. Councilmember Harding, so with this RFP, as Aaron mentioned, we opened it up for proposals. We did receive 3 proposals, one being the Green Mills proposal, one from Goshen GVSA, and then a third proposal from Tall Cotton. At that time, we evaluated the proposals and we provided the strengths and weaknesses to Mayor Welch to make the selection. Just to kind of give you an idea or flavor of the proposals, Green Mills had the largest number of units at 54. The next was Goshen, which was 22 units, and Tall Cotton had the lowest number of units at 18. Green Mills and Goshen, both of their proposals included rental units, where Tall Cotton was for sale. Green Mills' proposal included 100% of the units at 80% of AMI or less. Comparatively, Tall Cotton, their proposal provided half of the units, which would have been 9 at 80% and 9 at 120%. Also, we looked at the experience from the various groups. Green Mills has other projects here in St. Petersburg comparable, or they've completed. Looking at the other ones, Tall Cotton, for example, because it was brought up earlier today, most of their experience was related to remodeling existing structures. They didn't have any examples of where they had done new construction on development like this. So by providing the strengths and weaknesses, it was clear to us based on experience and the nature of the development that Green Mills was the preferred option, and as such selected by Mayor Welch.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you very much, Chair. I appreciate it. I did have a question. How did we come to the decision that we would go with rental units versus single-family homes?
Again, we looked at the proposals that were before us. The proposal that had for sale was only 18 units, and it was a combination of half at 80%, half at 120. We also looked at what was already there. So if you look, this particular project is bookmarked to the north, or bookended by the north and the south by two projects that were already going to be for sale. As you know, the city of St. Petersburg is going to have 24 townhomes on Deuces that will be ready next year. And then if you go to 18th Avenue to the south, Habitat is doing two developments which are also for sale. So we felt like this would be a good mix to include some rental property with those other two developments already in the works that were for sale.
Gotcha, I appreciate it. Well, I think we know for sure when you drive around St. Petersburg, there is no shortage of rental units, but what we do see a shortage of, I think, is the single-family homes that are attainable for those who live in South St. Petersburg, specifically those who reside within the South St. Pete CRA. So just full disclosure, Mr. Corbett, I did receive a lot of feedback from my constituents. This is my district. And it was more so in opposition than in support or in favor of this project. I am very familiar with Green Mills. I love the Burlington Avenue project. But my concern is that we offered one developer an option that was not allotted to another developer. Can you talk about something that was mentioned earlier? It was brought up that there was a option, I guess, to lease for one developer versus another developer who was told that he had to, I guess, outright purchase that.
Yeah, that's not true, council member. The RFP was issued, everybody received the same information. The opportunity to respond in the manner in which they responded was equal. No one was provided any information or direction different than the other. It's all spelled out and advertised, so that information was all publicly available.
I appreciate that, Mr. Corbett. Thank you for stating that for the record. And then just lastly, thank you, Councilmember Harding, for asking about the RFP selection process, because that was something that I was curious about. I brought this up before. I think there needs to be a little bit more clarity for us council members and also more transparency for the public. When these RFPs come about, a lot of people wonder, how are these the awardees selected? So I just want to, be as clear and as transparent as possible to the public who wonder how we make these decisions. So again, I just thank you for stating that earlier. But lastly, it was also brought up by a business owner there, the Catalyst, in Sid's Caribbean Restaurant that operate right there off the corner of 9th Avenue and the Deuces. Apparently they've been utilizing this property for parking. Have we had any conversations with those businesses, specifically those two, about some temporary alternatives? I know that there's some projects that are happening along the Deuces, specifically the Manhattan Casino, that might require additional parking. So I'm just thinking, as we make upgrades along the Deuces corridor, is there parking that we can expect in the future?
We are looking at alternatives for additional parking. If immediately to the north of this site, there is a lot that's vacant, and it was previously used when Manhattan was open for parking. We're looking to do some improvements there to make sure that it's safe and compliant. But as I'm sure council realizes, this particular lot is not intended or set aside for parking for that business or any. So if it were to be developed, it's not, it was never allocated for any other business for parking, but we are working to identify other areas for parking.
Right, and just for clarity, I'm not looking for any special treatment for any specific business. I'm just thinking, again, with renovations that are happening at the Manhattan Casino, additional businesses that we want to bring to the Deuces corridor, and hopefully more patrons. We're anticipating there may be more traffic. And so with that, I'm just hoping that we'll be able to accommodate those people who are not traveling by foot or by bicycle, those vehicles that are coming to the area. So I just, again, it's not for any special accommodation, but it's just planning for the future for the traffic that might be coming to that area. So thank you for making that known. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, and thank you, Aaron, for the presentation. Just going along those same lines about the purchase versus rental, when I heard that earlier during open forum, I wasn't sure if it was referencing in the RFP if the land was specified for purchase versus lease, or if the development was to be designated for homes to be purchased versus rented.
Yeah, neither designation was in the RFP, whether, I mean, the proposers or the respondents had the opportunity to make an offer to purchase or lease the land, and they had an opportunity to make the development for sale or for rent. It was not prescribed in the RFP.
Okay, great. So you really just left it open and left it flexible for the best plans to be submitted.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, okay. Tell me about there's a plan for a first floor commercial.
Mm-hmm.
Was that, is there any detail on that? I know this is early in the process. Like, this is like the step one for approvals, which is the CRA compatibility. That includes not just housing, but also economic opportunity. Is there anything that you can share with us about what is planned for that? And will that too be offered at below market rates?
So we have Manny here from Green Mills. I'm going to defer to him. In the agreement, it doesn't specify that. It basically just says there would be 2,500 square feet of retail. But Manny, if you want to add some context to the retail.
Hello, Manny Diaz from Green Mills Group. Yes, so it's going to be up to 2,500 square feet, possibly 2 to 3 retail bays. We have identified Greenhouse Group as someone we want to work with to be able to fill these spaces at an affordable rent to minority-owned business people. And through the research I've done, Greenhouse seems to be a great candidate to help fill that need for us. So we'll be working a little closely with them.
Okay, great. Thank you. I wanted to make sure that the affordability factor extended also to our entrepreneurs as well as residents. Okay, great. And then I'm glad that the parking issue was brought up, because this is an area, especially with the park that we have there now on the corner. There is more and more activation in this area all the time, which is what we want. But like with any neighborhood that sees more activity, you see more cars. And I'm hoping that we will be mindful of that as things move forward. I see this as being, as inspiring more development opportunities in the area. So we're going to have to create that balance and try to get ahead of it before it starts to actually stifle the activity because of the parking challenges. So I appreciate that that's being taken into consideration as a big picture item. All right, that's all I have for now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. I have a quick question. Do we expect a financial ask for gap financing later on down the road?
We do not expect a financial ask for gap financing. Part of the way the deal is structured, which is why the $885,000 comes in at the end as a promissory note, is that would be, the city would look at that as the city's contribution to the development.
Okay, all right. That's $885,000 across 54 units is a great deal for us. So
for 99 years.
Yeah, for 99 years. Yeah, that's as good as it gets, really, for us sitting up here doing this kind of project. Okay, the only other thing I'll say is there's been a conversation around home ownership, and I think there's opportunities in the area. I understand the concern, but when you look at the area holistically, I think this makes sense. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Fix Sanders.
Thank you. Again, thank you for all the questions of my colleagues because they really did clear up some of the things going on. But I just wanted to go back and have some conversation in remembrance of a lot of times we were adamant that Deborah was over 120% AMI. And when were we going to get 80 and 60 and 30% AMI? And now we have an opportunity to do just that. My granddaughter lives right behind where this building is going. So I am a true proponent of subsidized housing. Everyone that lives in subsidized housing is not riddled with crime. And so it's in their backyard. When we look at rentals versus housing, everyone doesn't want to be homeowners. We're trying to house people immediately. The sooner, the better. So I do appreciate that we do have the bookends of home ownership options, but I'm more on the side of getting people in homes. Rather they're rental, they need somewhere to go, and if we have as a city to provide the opportunity to do so with 54 units, what was proposed earlier I'm sure would have been a fantastic project as well, but if I'm looking at the numbers and the fastest turnaround to house our constituents, I am truly there. Especially with some of the rebirth and regrowth of 22nd Street. That's generally how it happens. You know, you have a place that sits stagnant, and people have the opportunity to do something with it until somebody else does something with it. Then all of a sudden it becomes a priority for someone else when that area sat there for a while. So with that being said, I don't know if we need a motion, but I'll move approval on this. But thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Councilmember Goward.
Thank you, Chair. And James and Aaron, can you just talk a little bit about the assignability clauses that are in the contract, just for transparency purposes so that everyone understands how an assignability from the operator might work?
Sure. So with tax credit funded deals, there needs to be an entity that is created specifically for the development. So the way the assignability works in this agreement is that the developer, Green Mills, is permitted to create that entity and assign the development to that specific entity, but otherwise they are not allowed to assign without specific. Now, to back up, the mayor does have to approve that assignment, but any additional assignment other than that is not permitted.
Okay, so I just want to be crystal clear. So when they do an assignment for the entity for the tax credit purposes,
Yes.
the mayor is allowed to sign that. But if there would be, let's say, for instance, there's some sort of default and they have to assign because they go bankrupt or something like that, that comes to city council for approval. Okay, I just wanted to be crystal clear about how all of that worked. So, okay, very good. And the repayment on that affordability, again, is the 99 years. Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. There is there's just one additional thing that I wanted to add before we move forward with a vote. I do want to thank the administration for selecting Green Mills, and I want to thank Green Mills for continuing to believe in St. Petersburg and to believe that there is a way to provide quality, affordable housing for our residents. The Burlingtons are such a prime example of that, and that has made me a true believer in this particular developer. The people who, if you go to one of the Burlingtons and see, it does not, you walk in and you feel like people might be paying an arm and a leg to live there. It's beautiful, it's well constructed, it's quality residential, and the people, this is even more important, the people are very positive about it. They're very happy. There's a focus there for seniors, and we know that as we move forward, we're going to need to ensure that we're providing more and more options for seniors to live and thrive in St. Petersburg, and Green Mills has shown how that can happen. Now there's this opportunity to provide families with affordable housing in a wonderful historic part of our city where you probably could fetch much higher rents. with that type of quality. But this is giving 54 families an opportunity to live in a setting that is positive, that is safe, that is stable, and then below that, giving entrepreneurs an opportunity to find their way and thrive as well. So that's why I'm very supportive of this. That's why I'm always perking up whenever I see that Green Mills has submitted a proposal for something. You guys have shown, that not only can you finish what you start, but you do it well, and you make people happy once they do move in. So thank you.
Thank you very much for those kind words. Yeah, we don't believe there should be a difference between market rate or affordable. Just because someone's paying an affordable rent doesn't mean that there needs to be a lack of conditions or anything like that. So yeah, we do believe there should be no difference. And this project specifically, Heritage Grove that we're speaking about today, we have realized the cultural and historic impacts of this project and have been taken into account into the design, the interior design, how we approach this project will be fully backed up by the historic impact of it in the heritage area. So yeah, I'm very passionate about this project and looking forward to getting it done.
Yeah. Well, that's what it means to be a thoughtful developer. You're aware of the neighborhoods and the communities that you are creating housing in. And I appreciate that, and I hope you'll continue to believe in St. Petersburg as we move forward. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair. Almost forgot to ask, and that's actually a perfect segue, so I'm glad that I waited. So will there be any preference given whenever the units are built and, you know, the list opens up for people to come, for any preference for current CRA residents to be able to give priority on those rental units? Because this is something, just for background, I've asked about this before. I asked about it last time with the last Habitat deal that we approved, which you mentioned earlier on the corridor. So I'm just curious if there's any opportunity for current CRA residents to be able to have preference, at least a certain percentage of the units.
What I can speak to is that when marketing we typically do it 6 months before we CO the project.
Yeah.
All the marketing is done locally, and the objective is to fill the building with people who are from that area. That is the goal. That is always the goal. It's not until many months later, if we're not able to achieve that, which I highly doubt because of the need for affordable, we start to make that circle wider and wider.
Okay, very good, and I'm glad that
for 54 units, I'm sure we're gonna rent that up very quickly with the locals.
Right. Yeah, and I wanted to bring it up because I think it does align with a lot of our priorities and goals around housing to make sure that we're creating spaces where people who already live in these communities can continue to thrive and can continue to afford to live there. So it's always very important to me whenever we are giving an asset or we're giving funds that we try to directly link that to the residents we need to serve in that part of our community. So, okay. Very good. Well, I'll look to hear more as you get closer to completion, and hopefully we'll have all 54 that are residents that are already living in the CRA.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second on CRA 2. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item CRA 2 passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. We're going to adjourn as the CRA and reconvene as the City Council. And we're going to take up report item F3. And
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Let's go to public comment.
We have a call for F3.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yep, go ahead.
Jerome King. Please go to the podium, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Welcome.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jerome King. I live at 4546 10th Avenue South, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33711. And I'm here to just address a couple of concerns centered around this apartment development, and that there are a total of 54 apartments for affordable housing. But the higher we get up the scale of the AMI, the further we'll get away from the target residents who really need affordable housing. And so the further you get from the 30% or below, you really start to come out of the pocket of people who truly cannot afford housing in its current state. It's a well-known fact that St. Pete is unique because in Pinellas County, it's the largest concentration of African descent people that live here. And for many reasons, that may be the location where the AMI may drop significantly low. So allocating 9 units for 30% or below is making a very small window for people who truly need it, especially with the effects of the hurricane and all of the displacement that's going on. And so I know sometimes you have to make difficult decisions, and 9 units is better than no units. So I get that. But as we go up, the 60%, there's 30 units, and it's 60% or below. But it's 30% or below, so in between 60 and 30, you have 30% where it will eat up those 30 units where it should be appropriated to the people who truly need it, which would be the 30% or below. When you get to 70%, they only give 30 units or below, with the idea that people who are below 70 will also be able to take advantage of it. I just think that the way that it's put together, if possible, maybe you could reallocate or ask for more housing for people who are 30% or below. It is in District 7, which is a very high concentration of people who may not be able to afford, and having new folks come in, it only deepens the disparity that these people are going through. So I just want you guys to look at it. Yeah, it's a great deal. It was only 3 people who decided to take advantage of even building here, so I get all of that. But maybe a conversation can be had, because 30 units at 60% is taking a lot of people out of the way, and a lot of folks that really need it won't. Housing has a long waiting list. Affordable housing itself has a long waiting list. So I just think we have to be realistic. People in your district are living under 30% AMI, all right? And they're staying with other people. They're doing the best they can. So anything you guys could do to up that number would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, no more cards. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you. Can someone from administration just please address his concerns, if Amy's around or someone that just can explain, to package these type of deals for banks to lend money, they come up with numbers to be able to finance such a deal, and it's not a simple process, and it's very rare that you get even the numbers that low, and they're very difficult. And it doesn't have to be a long thing, but Amy, you're the expert.
Councilmember Hanowitz, staff were trying to tell me what you were saying while you were saying it, so can you please repeat the...
No, I just, based on the question, you know, and you've explained it many times at committee meetings and city council in terms of you have to make the deal pencil in, and how difficult it is to get the units that you want. Sometimes you want units at a lower, 30% or 60%, but the banks can't lend, they have to make the numbers work.
Right.
And we've had those conversations many times with different deals, and it's just, I guess, if you can give the simple dummies 101 type version at this late hour of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think every deal is different, right? And so it depends on whether it's housing affordability for rental or if it's home ownership. Certainly we're always looking to get the lowest units possible. But in order to provide those lower 30% AMI units, oftentimes we have to see the higher units. It really depends on the funding source that's being utilized and what those AMIs look like.
Because when you talk about the higher units, they're basically subsidizing
Correct.
the lower units because somebody's paying for it.
Correct.
And so for you to have units at a lower cost, somebody has to be bearing that cost. And that's why the money, and you still have money coming in from different sources.
Correct. I mean, sometimes, vouchers are another strategy for how you can subsidize those units, but without vouchers, you're usually using the higher AMI units to help subsidize those lower AMI units.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you. Thank you. I just had one question. It's probably, to be honest with you, it's probably for James or for Green Mills. And I was going to bring it up in the CRA, but I didn't think it was part of the CRA conversation. So I understand, I think the contract was built with the 36 months go to have the funding amounts and just the timeline of getting this shovel in the ground and opening doors. Can you talk about I'm assuming this is not your goal timeline. It just seems like we've built in some flexibility here to make sure that it gets done, but I'd love to it's just probably more for Green Mills. My guess is you want to open the doors faster than what this is talking about. Can you just talk to that real quick?
Of course, yes. Yeah, our goal would be to get it done as quickly as possible. But again, that revolves around the tax credit.
Tax credits.
We're going to be submitting at the end of this month this property for sale. So we're going to be doing everything we can to be able to achieve tax credits on this. But again, it is up to the tax credit selections.
And James, my guess is we're trying to give them 2 opportunities to apply for that. Is that the reason for the somewhat lengthy?
Correct.
Okay.
So the time we're putting in is before they're in default of some of the provisions. So we want to give them ample opportunity with the understanding that they're at the mercy of some of the tax credit opportunities.
I just wanted to make sure, one, that I was understanding it, and 2, that it was said out loud, because it seems like a long timeline, but the opportunity to be able to apply twice is obviously important just because of how important the tax credits are.
And all those timelines are the latest. They can certainly be earlier. This is the absolute latest.
Great. Okay.
The goal, let's say if we win the sale and we can get maybe some additional funding, we could close on a 4% bond, which is at pretty much on our timeline. So that is the goal. We want to chase a 4% bond so that we don't have to be at the will of, let's say, the 9% tax rounds and stuff like that, which is very competitive. With a 4% bond, we'll be able to, that's the goal here, to be able to close quick.
Great. Thank you for helping spell that out. Okay. That's really all I had, Vice Chair. Thanks for the question. I was going to go there if nobody else did, so thanks for bringing that up. Okay, we have F3. Council members, I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval. I think it was
There already was.
We did? Oh, then I apologize. Oh, it was right off the bat. I'm sorry. You're right. We have a motion and a second for F3, seeing as no other council members wishing to speak. That's twice I've screwed up today. Clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Not that anybody's... Please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item F3 passes unanimously.
Okay. Thank you. Not that anybody's counting how many times I screwed up. All right, we're going to move into our public hearing items, and we have J1 and J2, which I think we can take together.
Move for approval, J1, J2.
Second.
We have a motion on J1 and J2. Seeing as no council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda items J1 and J2 passes unanimously.
Thanks, Joe. Okay, now we are going to move into J3. This is a quasi-judicial item, and I'll turn it over to staff. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, the ordinance title. Sorry.
Thank you. Can you please read the ordinance? There's 3.
Proposed ordinance number 764-L. An ordinance amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan for the city of St. Petersburg, Florida, by changing the future land use map designations for 2 parcels totaling 17.25 acres located at 3200 34th Street South from institutional I to plan redevelopment commercial PR-C, providing for repeal of conflicting ordinances and provisions thereof, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Could we also swear in all the speakers, please?
Okay. Anyone speaking on this item, please stand up and raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Okay. Turn it over to you, Britton. Thank you.
Sure. Good afternoon. Britton Wilson, City Planner, presenting an amendment to the future land use map initiated by the Coulter Group for the 17-acre St. Pete College All-State Campus site located at 3200 34th Street South, which is currently under contract for sale. Here is the surrounding uses. Starting on the top right is the Aldi Shopping Center, followed by the Sur Club Apartments with a self-storage facility, then the subject All-State Center St. Pete College campus, followed by a senior living facility, and then on the west side of 34th Street South is a Wawa, the Walmart Supercenter, and then the Skytown mixed-use development that is under construction, and then the Bayview Animal Hospital is further to the north. This is a future land use map showing the subject site as designated institutional, where this land use designation is limited in application to only those parcels utilized for government, hospital, religious, or educational uses. So being that the current college educational use is going away due to the sale of the property, the planned redevelopment commercial or PRC land use is being proposed to be consistent with the surrounding PRC land use and the Skyway Marina District Activity Center overlay. So again, this is a future land use map, but zoomed out to show the extent of the Skyway Marina District Activity Center overlay and to show that the majority of the overlay parcels are also designated planned redevelopment commercial. This is the zoning map showing the subject site and the surrounding lots as zoned retail center or RC1, which will remain as no change to the zoning is proposed. And this slide shows the current mixed-use development potential for the RC1 with activity center overlay, which will remain unchanged at 45 dwelling units per acre with a 1.12 FAR. And as noted in the staff report, the proposed amendments are consistent with many policies of the comprehensive plan, such as supporting high-density mixed-use development in activity centers supported by mass transit and is compatible and consistent with the surrounding area. And with that, staff recommends a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and recommends approval of the proposed future land use map amendment as it allows for redevelopment of land located within an activity center supported by transit, which is consistent with the surrounding neighborhood's land use and zoning pattern. And that concludes my presentation, and I believe the applicant also has a presentation.
Okay, great. Go ahead, you have 10 minutes.
Good evening. For the record, Kevin Reale, 4400 44th Street South. I actually live just near this. My presentation is pretty duplicative, so really it's there in case there are questions to answer, so I won't take the council through that. I will point out, usually when you see these types of requests, you have a zoning and a future land use or just a zoning. This is a little different because the zoning is already set up for the Skyway Marina District, and we just have to request the change to that public future land use. Once the sale of the college property happens, it has to change to something, and what we're proposing is exactly in line with the rest of the Marina District in that area. So to spare the council going through the exact same presentation that you just heard from staff, I have some slides to answer questions if there are any, and we're here to answer questions for our council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And there's no registered opponent, correct? Okay. Okay, so now we'll go into public comment. Do we have any cards?
We have one card.
Okay.
Rachel Kennard, please go to the podium, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Rachel Kennard and I am a public policy and administration student at St. Petersburg College. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. As a student studying public policy, I reviewed Ordinance 764-L, which would change the future land map designation for approximately 7 acres at 3200 34th Street South from institutional to planned redevelopment commercial. From a policy standpoint, this change supports controlled economic growth and aligns with the Skyway Marina District's long-term redevelopment vision. The planned redevelopment commercial designation allows for greater flexibility in how the land can be used, encouraging business activation, job opportunities, and revitalization of underused land without disrupting the character already planned for the district. As a future policymaker, I see this as an example of responsible land use and strategic planning. instead of leaving the property limited under an institutional designation. This ordinance opens the door for intentional redevelopment that reflects the goals the community has agreed upon. Based on my understanding of redevelopment and planning and community policy, I support the approval of this ordinance. It represents forward-thinking development, promotes economic opportunity, and supports the continued growth of the Skyway Marina District. As a younger resident and a student preparing to enter public service, it is inspiring to see city leadership planning not just for today, but for the future of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Derek, if you're listening, you might want to get her resume. Okay, we're going to go into cross-examination. Staff, any cross?
City waves.
Applicant?
We waive.
Any closing remarks?
Staff waves, thank you.
We also waive.
Okay. All right, we're going to go into an executive session. Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you. Tell me her first name again.
Rachel.
Rachel, I just want to say great job. You did a phenomenal job.
Thank you.
SCC should be proud that you are a student graduating from there, and that was a wonderful presentation.
Oh, thank you.
Thank
you. That means a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you very much, Chair. And Rachel, you stole all of my comments, so ditto. That's all I want to say. I'm so excited to see this, but as you said, and I can only, repeat what you said. It's all about the future of economic development, right? And I think that's what this does, is it opens the doors for, future jobs and future economic development that will help small business owners. And I think that's what this site was created to do, really create future policymakers like yourself, future entrepreneurs, and futures for St. Pete that we can be proud of. So thank you for being a part of that. I appreciate you showing up. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, council members, J3.
Motion, a move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on J3. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item J3 passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you, everybody. All right, open forum. Any speakers?
Mr. Chair, we don't have any speakers.
Okay, we'll close open forum and we'll go into announcements. Council members, any announcements? Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair. So I wanted just to bring to City Council's attention. So last week there was a motion made to move the conversation regarding the flags to a committee of the whole. And I wanted just to bring to everyone's attention that we do still have on the HOUT referral list a discussion regarding the prohibition of street murals and potential alternatives for public art and placemaking opportunities. And so I feel like I wanted to bring it up because I wasn't here to finish the conversation last week. I would have brought it up then, so my apologies. But I feel like this all kind of goes together. And, we've got the survey results. I'd love to have a conversation about the survey results. I really just feel like at this point, it makes the most sense to me if we have a conversation as a body today about moving that HOUT referral item to the COW, combining it all and having a comprehensive conversation, which was the goal of the new business item to begin with. So I wanted to bring that up. Curious what everybody else thinks. Jackie, if you want to, give some input as to kind of how, maybe I can make a motion about that, but I just really want to make sure that we're all kind of having the same conversation in concert and not leaving things on a referral list that are unnecessary.
So, Councilmember, you could make a motion to that effect during announcements. There's nothing that would preclude that.
Okay, so I would make a motion that we move the HOUT item to the COW taking place next week.
Second.
I'll just quickly comment, and if you could clear the board just so we have people who want to talk on this item real quickly, and then we'll bring Councilmember Givens back just in case somebody pops in. I think the intention from the very beginning was to have a comprehensive conversation. I'm happy to add it to make it official, but I'll let Administrator Gertis chime in.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, from a staff perspective, I would just like to have some clarity on what council is expecting. What we were planning to do at the CAL was to bring council the feedback that we received from the community outreach that we did. Yeah. And then we have kind of a list of some potential suggestions that we think we could go forward with, and then to ask council for your feedback on those, but also to add and to suggest other suggestions to represent our values like we discussed through symbols and art. And so that's what we were planning to bring next week. It's not a long presentation, but it has that information in it. We thought it would be a lot of discussion.
Okay. Which is, I think, what we talked about last week. And so that was my expectation. Again, I'm happy to officially put it all together. It sounds like that's everything you're looking for.
Absolutely.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we all level set. Councilmember Gibbons, you want to speak on this item?
No.
Okay. Councilmember Driscoll?
Thank you. The item from last week went to a committee of the whole meeting because it came here, because the intention was to have everyone talk about it together. So I want that to stay at the CAL. I believe that the item that is in HLUT is, it's really all about the same thing. And so moving that to the CAL, that really should be an everybody discussion too. So rather than having two different meetings about the same thing, I think it does make sense to have all of it as long as it's in the CAL. And the chair of HLUT might want to weigh in or say if I don't know what the committee chair's work has been on creating the agendas and working the agendas. All of us who have been the chair of a committee understand that there are wheels in motion all the time. So if there's not anything that would prevent this, I think it would be fine.
I'll just say quickly, no, this is fine. We already are full in HLUT till the beginning of next year. I think it sounds like what you're mentioning is the intent of what Councilmember Gabbard's saying. So I think this is appropriate.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, great. We have a motion and a second on moving the item from HLUT to the CAL and combining with last week's motion, however we're wording that.
Yes.
Yeah. However Councilmember Gabbard put it up.
Yeah.
We have a motion and a second. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak on this item, clerk, please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion made by Councilmember Gabbard passes unanimously.
That's how I would have repeated it too.
That works.
Okay, we're going to go to, thank you. Councilmember Gibbons.
Thank you, Chair. Amazing how fast things move when it's something you want to talk about, huh? Nice. So the St. Pete Fire Rescue Department will be having a 100 firehouse at 2800 30th Avenue North, Fire Station number 10 on Saturday, and that will be from 5:30 to 9 p.m. And there will also be the rescheduled 727 Drone Day show celebration at Spa Beach from 7:30 to 9:30. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, looking forward to both. I know my kids are already yelling at me about both. So thank you, Councilmember Gibbons, for bringing both of those up. Just quickly before we adjourn, because I don't get to poke at Janie very often, but today is Boss's Day, and although she's not technically our boss, she is our den mother. And the legislative aides just wanted to say a very public thank you for all Janie does in our office. I would echo that in spades. Yeah, happy Boss's Day, Janie. Thank you. Thank you for always taking care of us. We love you very much. Okay, if there's nothing else for the good of the order, City Council is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Move it, body, move it, baby. Move it, body.
Okay, Kojak, going out. I'll see you later tonight.
We used to live in a world where dog and dog owner only hung out at home or on walks. What if there was a city that treated dogs like people?
Hey, Kojak, you ready to go? Let's go.
In a city where humans' best friend can pretty much go anywhere. Where you can sip a hot cup of coffee and get an ear rub. Where you can shop for fresh vegetables and a bone. Where you can stroll and shop and be called a good boy. Where you can have drinks with your two-legged friends and your four-legged friends. Together.
Good boy, Kojak.
From the city that brought you Dog Swim Day and 6 dog parks citywide, comes a movie where we will play, fetch, go to work, meet friends, fall in love, and grow up. We all fall in love with our dogs. Now watch our dogs fall in love with the city. It's a great time to be a dog in St. Pete. Now playing.
All right, Kojak, good boy.
Growing up, one of my biggest female role models was my grandmother. My grandmother was an incredible woman. She was hardworking, she was kind, she was sweet, but she was tough. And she really taught me from a very, very young age how important it is not only to work hard for everything that you want, but once you achieve those things, to give back to others.
When you look at who did I look up to, I have to say my mother was definitely the primary one, because she was actually able to take so little and provide so much. She taught me what fortitude was. She taught me what commitment was.
Even in this day and age, it can be really tough for women who are, aspiring to achieve their career goals or their own personal goals for their life. For those of us who are at this level, who have, accomplished some of our goals in life, we have kind of a responsibility to reach our hand out to that next young woman, grab her hand and pull her along.
Well, I think growing up, children learn from those who are around them. And even as they're babies, they mimic everything that their parents do and what they teach them. And I think having the positive role models that are necessary to make the right choices in life, role models are helpful.
Well, really, I think the sky's the limit when it comes to female leadership in our city. I think there is a day when we will have a woman in the mayor's office.
The future of female leadership in St. Petersburg is awesome. It looks bright. I am so encouraged. We take a lot of our lived experiences and we apply logical applications to making decisions.
I'm inspired and encouraged by the number of young women who are rolling up their sleeves, getting involved in their communities, and really stepping up to be true leaders.
There was a time where it was, when is there going to be the first female on city council? Then we got to, there's a supermajority of women on city council. And I think that question in terms of whether or not women can be a part of our city and whatever leadership position isn't a question anymore. Women do lead.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
And the future of the women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor the women in your life this month and every month. Mi nombre es Lisette Hanowitz y yo soy parte del Consejo Municipal de la Ciudad de St. Petersburg. To me, a trailblazer is someone who sees opportunities that others can't see. Sometimes they see a world that doesn't exist. And I think people that are trailblazers has this burning desire inside to do something. And that doesn't end when they blaze that first trail. I see more and more people coming from different places and calling St. Pete home. And I think our city council is reflective of that. It's shocking, but we're still in an era where there is first. What really became clear to me what my trailblazers were as I got older is my mom and my family. You don't appreciate the struggles they go through until you're older in life, and then you can see how difficult it was for them. And my family came from Cuba in the 60s through the freedom flights, and they left the country to go to another country where they didn't speak the language, completely different culture, and brought nothing with them and started anew. And if that's not a definition of a trailblazer, I don't know what is. My mom passed away last year. And when I won the primary, my mom was alive, and I was able to share that with her. And I wish I would have been able to share it with her that I won. The fact that my family left Cuba for freedom, and here I am being an elected representative. My family left a place where there are no elections, and I was elected to represent our city. That made me very proud, and I wish my mom would have been able to see it. It made me so proud that my daughter saw me be elected. She was so excited, and all the other little girls, her friends. And in me, they saw themselves. And I think that's important because there were times when I was a child, I didn't see elected representatives that looked like me. We all bring our life experiences that are so different from each other. And the more diversity you have, the more life experiences you have, and you're not in an echo chamber. You're able to make better decisions if you do have diverse points of view. I think people think it's better when everyone agrees with them, but the only places I know where everyone agrees are places like Cuba and not free societies. In a free society, you should have discourse. And with discourse, diversity is important. I think everyone needs an example or someone to look up to. I think our kids need an example of what can happen in their future. And I think we have a diverse community, and that diversity should be expressed in every institution in our country. So once we do that, I think we're going to see more and more people participate. It's never too late. I had to drop out of school when I was 16 to help my mom work and pay the rent. And I went to school at night while I got my bachelor's and my MBA, and I went to law school at the age of 30. My path wasn't the normal path. And I think sometimes people think that it's too late for me. I can't get that degree. I can't learn that skill. And it isn't too late. I think if you want to do something, you should do it no matter what age.
The American Rescue Plan Act provides relief funds to governments negatively affected by COVID-19. The City of St. Petersburg has received about $45 million in the ARPA funds for investment and have identified key projects that will directly impact St. Pete residents, focusing 75% of funds on affordable housing and support, and 25% of funds on health and social equity efforts. These projects also fall within Mayor Ken Welsh's 5 pillars of progress: housing opportunities for all, neighborhood health and safety, equitable development, arts and business opportunities, education and youth opportunities, environment, infrastructure, and resilience. So, what happens next? We plan to spend ARPA funds in the following categories: $34 million for housing affordability and support, and $11 million for health and social equity. Here's a closer look at the plan. To address the affordable housing crisis in the city, 75% of the ARPA funds will be allocated to affordable housing and support. The city received the Housing Champion Award from the Florida Housing Coalition, which recognizes the city for dedicating the highest percentage of COVID-19 state and local fiscal recovery funds from the ARPA to affordable housing. What might that housing assistance look like? Financial assistance toward things like new housing units, shelters for families in need, and additional supportive services. With the rest of the funds, the plan addresses mental health challenges and food insecurity. 25% of the ARPA funds will be used to develop projects that treat root causes of these conditions and situations. Things like food security programs, mental health counseling, youth development and nonprofit funding, and other neighborhood services. For more information about the city's use of ARPA funds, visit stp.org/ARPA.
My name is Niveen Naruz, and I'm a lead chemist in the Environmental Compliance Division Laboratory. Our lab here is a monitoring lab, so we tested the water to make sure it meets the standards. It's Water Resources Department, so we test all the water resources within the city and outside the city to make sure it's safe for consumption or for recreational reasons, and make sure the community is safe and the environment in general is safe. After all, everyone needs water. So we test drinking water from all over the city on a monthly basis. So every month we cover all the areas in the city. And also we do beach monitoring. We do the beaches on a weekly basis. We found that we have more control over the data and we produce more reliable data in the lab here than the private labs. We make sure that all the water in the city is safe for you, your family, your pet, the animals, the aquatic life, to protect the water. I feel I'm giving back to the community as well. I do a lot of troubleshooting and problem solving. I'm like a scientist and detective as well, so it's very interesting. I really like my job because it actually has a real effect on people's lives. You know, like no one can live without water.
Good morning, and thank you all for being here today. Despite the recent rain, it's still a beautiful day in the great city of St. Petersburg. And I'm especially glad to be here at one of our water reclamation facilities, ground zero, for some of the most important infrastructure improvements underway in our city. Let me begin by recognizing several of the leaders of our St. Pete team joining us today. On my westward side, council members, City Council Chair Copley Gertis, Amber Bolding, our emergency management manager, is with us as well, and she'll be saying a few words. We're also joined by members of our City Council. Thank you all for joining us this morning. Police Chief Anthony Holloway, Fire Rescue Chief Keith Watts, and our City Administrator Rob Gerdes and members of his administrative leadership. Thank you all for the job you all do every day. We're also joined fresh from, I was going to say the chaos, but from the legislative session in Tallahassee, Senator Darrell Roussan. Thank you for joining us today. Now, it might feel like we just wrapped up the last storm season, but the 2025 Atlantic hurricane season begins in just a couple of weeks, and we've begun working hard to prepare. The back-to-back storms we experienced last year, Helene and Milton, were unprecedented in both strength and scope. Their impact made it unmistakably clear that climate change and the effects of extreme weather is not a distant threat. It's here, and the time to act is now. That's why we created the St. Pete Agile Resilience Plan, or SPAR. SPAR is our accelerated strategy to strengthen our infrastructure and build long-term resilience in the face of a changing climate. A core part of that plan focuses on our water reclamation facilities, critical infrastructure that was pushed to its limit during last year's storms. Today, we'd like to update our community on the progress we've made to fortify these facilities and to share additional steps that we are taking to prepare for this year's hurricane season. On water reclamation and infrastructure resilience, the theme of this year is clear: resilience. Last year, we faced projections of storm surges as high as 15 feet, levels we have never seen before. 2 out of our 3 water reclamation facilities are in evacuation zone A, leaving us with a very small window of time to act before landfall. Now, our staff worked aggressively to protect these sites and equipment. Still, despite their efforts, some services had to be temporarily suspended so we could avoid extensive long-term damage and initiate repairs. That's not a situation we want to be in again. And that's why we chose the Northeast Water Reclamation Facility as the site of today's event. This facility is home to several infrastructure projects now being accelerated under SPAR. Originally, many of these projects weren't scheduled to be completed for another 3 to 5 years. But that's no longer acceptable given the escalating environmental risks that we face. We must be more agile in our response to significantly greater weather impacts that we are now experiencing. So we're expediting timelines, elevating critical infrastructure, floodproofing buildings, and installing new pump stations. We purchased and deployed an aquafence to protect one of our key lift stations. All told, we're accelerating more than $545 million in infrastructure investments across our 5-year capital improvement plan, advancing projects that will help safeguard our city from future flooding. And this work is happening now. Many of these improvements are either nearing completion or will be done by year's end. And we are exploring additional ways to fund more improvements more rapidly. Following our remarks today, we'll provide a guided tour of this facility so the community can see how these systems operate and what we're doing to strengthen them. Now, some may ask, why did the city wait so long to act? And the fact is, we did not. These projects were already in the pipeline based upon the best available science and projections at the time. What we've done is take aggressive action to accelerate these projects based on our updated data and our experience with our current realities. You can view the full list of SPAR projects on our website at stpete.org/SPAR, and I encourage everyone to check it out. Now, beyond infrastructure, we're also making strategic preparations for the upcoming hurricane season. We're cross-training staff, we're pre-staging critical resources, and preparing recovery centers across the city. This includes securing backup power, boosting internet access, and positioning emergency equipment. We've launched the Resilient St. Pete Task Force in partnership with the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. And just this past weekend, the task force held its first resiliency listening tour, gathering input from residents in our most flood-prone communities. St. Pete Fire Rescue is adding 3 high-water vehicles to our fleet. Thank you, City Council. And our Public Works Department has secured additional pumps to respond to future flooding events. We're also working with our debris contractors and preparing debris management sites so that they're ready for immediate activation. And let's not forget the Hometown Haulers program. After a successful launch last year, we're working to make it a permanent post-storm recovery effort. Earlier this month, the city's executive policy group participated in Operation EOC Ready, an annual training exercise to ensure our leadership team is prepared to respond when the next storm hits. Now, this list isn't exhaustive, and our preparations will continue throughout the season, but it reflects our city's commitment to addressing storm preparation and resiliency as an important priority for the city. And in closing, to the residents of St. Petersburg, I share all of this with you to assure you that our team has been working hard to be ready for the storms that will inevitably come. We spent the last several months not just recovering from storms, but applying lessons learned and acting with urgency. Still, we cannot do it alone. While the city is doing our part, we need the community to do your part as well. Please start making your storm plans now. Prepare your homes. Talk to your neighbors. Don't wait until it's too late. Storms are only getting more powerful. It's not a matter of if we get hit, it's a matter of when. In a moment, I'll turn it over to Council Chair Gerdes, followed by our Emergency Management Manager Bolding. And after all remarks, we'll take your questions and invite you to join the facility tour with Public Works Administrator Claude Tankersley. And remember, we are St. Pete. Thank you. Mr. Chairman.
Good morning. Thank you for being here, and Mayor, thank you for your continued partnership, the administration, all of our city employees for their dedication, not only on a daily basis, but certainly through some of the hardest times we've ever experienced. If you know me, I say it often, and I'm going to say it again. Thank you to my colleagues. We've got a lot of them here: Vice Chair Hanowitz, Councilmember Gabbard, Councilmember Harding, Councilmember Fig-Sanders, and Councilmember Givens here in attendance. Councilmember Driscoll and Councilmember Floyd had conflicts, but let me tell you, if you've watched a meeting or a committee meeting over the last 6 or 7 months, you know the dedication and the passion that my colleagues have for storm preparedness and resiliency. Thank you for everything you do on a daily basis, and it's my greatest pleasure to work with you on a daily basis. What was coming to mind in my silly kindergarten brain as I was thinking about these remarks was the very eloquent and well-spoken Rocky Balboa. It's not how hard you hit, it's how hard you can get hit. And when I think about this, I think about the storms of 2024 and how hard we got hit, and how these storms did not discriminate in our area. You think about District 2 in Riviera Bay, District 3 in Shore Acres, District 4 in Meadowlawn and Coffee Pot, District 5 in Lake Magori essentially being shut down, District 6 in the devastation of downtown and Coquina Key, District 7 flooding, unprecedented flooding in Broadwater, and in District 8 inland flooding in Kenwood, and kind of the cross between District 1 and District 8 near 58th Street, where you saw homes that are miles away from the water take on feet of flood. And then in my own district, districts that had never flooded before, neighborhoods, Causeway Isles, Yacht Club Estates, and Jungle Terrace take on water. These storms hit us all. But what I think about is us coming back stronger and even more prepared. And I think about those storms and I look at what we have accomplished since. Activating multiple debris sites. The mayor touched on the Hometown Haulers program. Councilmember Fig-Sanders, thank you for your leadership there. And I'll say it again, 2.1 million cubic yards of debris picked up in 90 days. And I used the Empire State Building the last time I spoke about this, but just to give you some more context, imagine 400 Central, doubled in size, the entire block in which it sits. And that's the amount of debris that this city picked up in 90 days. Examining what we have done helps us get ready for what is coming this next season. We talked about an aqua fence, elevating our most important assets that you're going to see just in a couple of minutes, a pump station in Salt Creek that we have quickly moved on, and what was going to be one high water vehicle turned into 3. Vice Chair Hanowitz, thank you for your leadership there. And tens of millions of dollars in investments just in 2026 in resiliency and infrastructure. So again, if you've watched or listened to a meeting, the city is preparing. It has not stopped. Both administration and city council are constantly thinking, preparing, and imagining what the future has in store for us. And let me tell you, working side by side with them on a daily basis, I would not want a different team thinking about what this city's vision is going forward. So finally, once again, thank you to council. Thank you for your innovation, your dedication. Thank you for the partnership with the mayor's office and all of administration. And we are so blessed to have you. And so as we prepare, we ask you to prepare as residents. We're trying to have that vision, think forward. Please do the same. And you're going to hear much more of that from our next speaker, Amber Bolding, the Emergency Management Manager. And Amber, thank you for all of your work and dedication, and thank you for your partnership. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Mayor Teragurtis, really for your support and your partnership throughout a truly unprecedented 2024 season. And even more for your continued leadership as we head into this new season with 2025. So today we've heard some really important updates on the city's preparedness and resilience initiatives. And I want to focus on something really equally important as we look ahead, and that's preparing ourselves, our family, and our community for this 2025 season. So as we think about preparedness, this year we really have an advantage that we've never had before. We've all experienced record-breaking impacts in the 2024 season with Hurricanes Debbie, which we forget a lot about Debbie, Hurricane Helene, and Hurricane Milton. We've seen firsthand what nearly 7 feet of storm surge can do to our coastal neighborhoods. We've seen what 20 inches of rain in a short amount of time can do to our interior, our normally high and dry neighborhoods. And we've seen what nearly 100 mile per hour plus winds can do to our homes, our parks, our infrastructure. So why do I say that's an advantage? Because there's power in knowing what to expect from these storms. We have that knowledge now. We've learned from it. Understanding how you and your family were affected last year now allows you to pinpoint those specific preparedness needs for this year. So just as the city is applying lessons learned on our infrastructure and the way we prepare and respond to things, you now have that for your personal preparedness plan. You can do the same. So what do you now know that you wish you would have known before Helene or Milton or even Debbie? Was it the critical importance of your evacuation plans and maybe your sheltering options? Was it knowing how much food and water would be sufficient, especially in light of a outage if water gets shut off? Was it ensuring or knowing where to access the latest and the most accurate weather updates or the emergency notifications? So each of your personal lessons learned, and everybody's lessons learned is going to look different, each of your personal lessons learned underscore the vital importance of proactive preparation. So now is the time to review your family's emergency plan. Reflect on last year and make a better plan for this year. Remember, no one can better prepare for your family than yourself, and then you can. As a fellow St. Pete resident and living in a coastal community, I understand and I know that these preparations are overwhelming, they're challenging, and they really are easier said than done. But the key is to start your planning now, during blue sky, and not wait until gray sky times. So to support our residents, the city is partnering with Pinellas County for our annual Hurricane Preparedness Day. This year it'll be on Saturday, May 31st from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Willis S. Johns Recreation Center. That's at 6635 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Street North. This will be larger than any expo that we've done before. It'll be a free family-friendly event. We'll feature presentations on critical and crucial topics like evacuation plans, storm safety, and emergency preparedness. The folks that come will have access to valuable resources, including free hurricane kit supplies, so it'll help you kickstart whether it's your Go Kit or your Stay Kit. You can look up your evacuation zone, register for the Special Needs Evacuation Program. We'll also include resources for pet owners, information on sandbags, and a kids' education zone. It's going to be a great opportunity to ask the questions. Ask them now. We're going to have resources. We'll have the experts there. Ask your questions, gather essential information, connect with resources that can make a real difference when a storm threatens. And finally, I want to emphasize the strength of our community bonds before, during, and after a storm. Chair Gertis said it well. When we come together and we go through something, we come back stronger. It really is the spirit and the heartbeat of our city. Check on your neighbors, especially families with children, the elderly, those with mobility challenges. Simple acts of kindness and support can make a profound difference during difficult times. We can't control the weather, but we can control our preparedness for it and what we choose to do today. So I urge every St. Pete resident, take this opportunity seriously. Attend Hurricane Preparedness Day on May 31st. Review your plans and implement those lessons learned that we all have from last year. Ensure you have what you need to protect yourselves, your families, your loved ones, your neighbors. And let's work together to make this hurricane season a safe one for our entire community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amber and Chair Gertis. And before the tour, we'll take any questions you might have.
Mayor Welch, so how much, you said it's accelerated. When do you expect the project to be complete?
Well, there are several projects. There are a number of projects that make up SPAR.
The sewer plant, yeah, the recreational project.
Recreational?
Reclamation.
Reclamation, okay. I'm going to ask Claude Tankers to come. He's the best dressed of all of us today, but Claude, our Public Works Administrator, if you can answer that question, please.
Thank you, sir. So as the mayor mentioned, this project, the platform you're standing on right now, has been under design and construction for several years now. The storms really kind of caught us off guard by hitting before the project was complete. So the project was originally supposed to be completed next year, next summer. We are pushing hard to get it completed before then. Some of it is going to be completed this summer, and the rest will be completed either by the end of this year or early next spring. Thank you.
Claude, can you describe the project and
Sure.
what we're standing on?
Actually, yeah. So we are standing on a large platform, as you all have noticed as you climb the stairs. This platform, what we're standing on right now, is 11 feet above sea level. Now, why 11 feet? FEMA recommends when you're in a flood zone like we are that you build 2 feet above the base flood elevation. FEMA sets that base flood elevation. The base flood elevation for the property we're in right now is 9 feet above sea level. That's the base flood elevation. You add 2 feet to that, that's 11 feet. That's why this platform we're standing on right now is 11 feet above sea level. And this platform will house all of the generators that will run the plant when power is no longer available.
Can you talk about the impact of those changes compared to what is here now? And I know you guys didn't make the decision lightly in either storm to shut down any of the facilities, but just how much goes into that moving forward in the next storms?
Yes, and so our goal ultimately is not have to just shut down during a storm that it would be similar to what we saw in Milton or Helene. Again, 11 feet above sea level for this platform. So the impact would be that we would be able to safely protect the equipment as well as the employees. So remember, when these neighborhoods evacuated, our employees couldn't. They had to stay here until the last minute and then escape through floodwaters to try to save themselves. We don't want to do that anymore. So these projects that we're going to be doing over the next 3 to 5 years will help to protect the employees as well as the equipment.
So,
Let me add on to Claude's statement. Don't go anywhere, Claude. Okay. One thing for folks to keep in mind, though, is although we are increasing the elevation here, and I think we're trying to get to 15 feet ultimately, that folks need to factor into their planning the fact that if we get another Milton, another 15 feet projected of storm surge, there's a possibility that the sewer plants might go down. We haven't had to factor that into our planning before, but folks need to factor that in now. Also, our staff worked very diligently, and thank you, Senator Roussan, for your work on getting some kind of crane regulation that's standard around the state. They made good progress on it, but at this point, folks need to factor in if they live in the vicinity of a crane. The city still doesn't have the authority to regulate that. So we're going to have to warn folks again, build that into your planning. So those are things that folks have to change. It's not the hurricane planning from 10 years ago. That needs to be updated as well. Who's the next question? Yeah.
Hi. Hey, Claude. So just to clarify, this is now 11 feet. Will these generators be here by this hurricane season? Specifically for this project, what's the timeline?
So the generators, we plan on them being here part of the challenge we have, as hopefully everybody knows, is that these generators and all the equipment are very expensive, very large, and they're often not manufactured nearby. So we have to have them shipped in, oftentimes overseas. And so any kind of disruptions to our supply chain could and will slow down the delivery of that equipment. It is our goal to have them here before a storm hits. We will not guarantee it. And you know, the mayor mentioned a good point. We're standing on an elevation of 11 feet, but last year we had a prediction of a 15-foot surge. So that's why you see these forms along the edges here. We're going to be raising this up to 15 feet. So we're building a wall around the edge of this. This will remain at 11 feet here, but we're going to be building a wall around this platform that'll lift it up to the 15 feet.
And is that also before the storm season?
That is our intent.
So it could be 12. You can get a storm surge of 12, but this would be okay.
Yes, that's correct. When we get the wall in and the other barriers, that if we got a 12-foot storm surge, this should be fine.
And if that's the case, then you wouldn't have to shut off the sewer plant.
We hope not. Now, remember, we still have to evacuate our employees. That part is not going to be, that improvement won't come for another couple of years. So we still have to figure out how to evacuate the employees. But we're working so that we won't have to shut the plant down.
When you say that improvement about the employees, that's
Yes.
not the wall. You're talking about something else?
Yes. Well, if you look around you, you'll see there's multiple equipment here. There's multiple facilities. This isn't the only facility on the plant. And so where the employees are stationed, their operation building is at the far western end of this property. That has not been elevated yet. And so that's one of the future projects, is to elevate that facility also.
Okay. But if employees can't be here, then the sewage plant needs to be taken offline?
We're working on a way to find a way that we can we can operate it remotely without having to shut it down before we leave. One of the challenges is not so much the operating it remotely, but is shutting it down remotely. So we're working on a way to be able to do that remotely, and we hope to have that in place before we get a storm.
This year?
This year before we get a storm. But again, you know, I can't guarantee anything because we never know when we're going to actually get that storm.
Let me just chime in on Claude's word guarantee. We are investing millions, upwards to $1 billion when everything's put together, but there is no guarantee. You can only invest so much. You're never going to be storm-proof for a 18, 20-foot, 25-foot storm surge. Folks need to factor that in. We're doing everything, I think, humanly possible, everything fiscally possible to give us a higher level of capacity and resilience. But at some point, if a storm crosses that threshold, folks need to understand they need to evacuate.
Any other questions?
Yes.
On the cross-training employees, is that when it comes to, permits and that sort of thing too, or when did you see this season that you decided to do that?
Rob or Claude, can y'all speak more to what we're doing with that cross-training? Or James? James Corbett, our City Development Administrator.
Good morning. So as it relates to cross-training for post-storm, whether it's storm damage assessment as well as permitting, plan review, we're looking to get individuals that are typically not involved in those processes trained so that they can step in a time where we have a surge in need for permitting. So yes.
Thanks, Jim. Any other questions?
Yeah. I remember last year when the sewage plant shut down, the city had ordered like porta-johns or porta-potties. And is that still the case this year? Is that being...
We are evaluating the effectiveness of everything we did last year, including those portable showers and toilets as well. So that's something we're still evaluating.
And is the other sewage plant the one that was shut down in the
Southwest?
Southwest, yeah. Is that going through the same thing too of raising,
It's
generators up?
Yeah, it's a different model, but Claude, can you speak to what we're doing at Southwest?
So a lot of the Southwest plant, the equipment was raised after we had the expansion back in 2016, 2017. We raised a lot of the equipment there during that process, and so we have more work to do there, particularly on the operations building for the employees. But the Southwest plant is in a better position than the Northeast plant has been.
So will those changes be by this season as well, before the storm is over there?
On the operations building, no.
So how much storm surge can the Southwest plant take on right now before it's shut down? Before it has to be shut down?
I can't give you an exact number, but it's higher than what we received during Helene. The problem is that during Milton we got a prediction of 15 feet, and we knew 15 feet was not going to be something that we wanted to leave our employees there to deal with.
Okay, so as long as it's not 15, so it's more than 7?
During Helene we had a 7-foot storm surge. Yes.
Okay. So it can handle more than 7, but less than 15.
That's a good approximation.
Chair Gertie's had a comment.
Just Colleen, to your question about porta potties and to Mayor's comment about some of the effectiveness, I think that's one of the important parts about the community survey that's going to come out later this year. City Council just got an update with Administrator Foster this past week, and one of the questions is we want feedback on the effectiveness on those programs. So it's not just what we're seeing and hearing, it's what our residents are hearing. So what I would tell you is that survey is really important for people to complete, whether you're one of the 5,000 people that get selected or when it opens up to all residents, we want that feedback because we want to continue to do programs that worked and discontinue the ones and get innovative for new ones that will. So,
thank you, Chair.
Mayor, real quick, last year the public didn't have a lot of advance notice that the sewers were going to be shut down. If God forbid it happens again this storm season, will they get more public notice?
Well, I think from our first press conference, we had a couple daily, we were mentioning that possibility. And starting now, we're telling folks, if we get a like storm that exceeds our capacity to operate our sewer plants, we might have to shut them down. Now, again, that was the first time in our history, right, Claude, that we've ever had to shut those plants down. And that just shows you how more powerful these storms are, how much more surge we're dealing with. So that is our new reality. That is a new possibility. It needs to be dialed in every year when you're doing hurricane prep, getting your 7 days of food and water, understanding that if we get a Milton-like storm, the 2 sewer plants might have to be shut down. Any other questions before the tour? Thank y'all for coming. I thought we banned New York Yankees hats, but you're okay. So Claude, are you going to lead us on the tour?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank y'all for coming.
Today, we had our Contracts and Contacts bus tour in partnership with PSTA and several other businesses and agencies in our area. While the city definitely has tons of opportunities for our small minority women-based businesses, it's no guarantee that you can get on a contract here or there. So they need to know about all the different opportunities that are available to them in our areas.
We want to invest into our community. So for us to educate them and them educate us, it's a win-win for both of us. We also find that the community, when they can actually put their stamp on a project and say, I was part of that, it's just a wonderful sense of accomplishment.
There is lots of opportunity out there, not just within the city, but around the city, in the county even, for them to get work and do work right here locally, close to them. We just want to make sure we have the engagement and increase the likelihood of small businesses being able to participate.
In order for us to help them, we provide ways in which we can just put the word out there of the work that they do, so that way they can be contracted and win these projects. It's easy to say, oh, that's a $200 million project, and they're not going to look at me. Well, you know what? They're looking for small businesses.
We did a lot of networking on each of the buses between the different groups, and there was a lot of really, really good conversation I heard being had. People was kind of saying like, oh, I could use you on this project, and I'm working on a project that I need this type of work on. And so those connections were going on, even as we were riding the bus to the different stops.
It's a benefit to both the city and to us as business owners to come together, to network. After all, we live here, and so what better way to come together and make the city better than to use our talents and our skills and our expertise to make a positive difference.
It's been really exciting to see this program develop. We've been registered as a small business with the city for several years now. I'm really excited that they have expressed that commitment to encouraging small businesses like mine.
I think that it says that this city cares about its businesses and its minorities within the city.
For me, I feel like this is huge because a lot of times we hear people talk, but there's little action behind it. So this is a place where the talk and the actions align, where we see a real commitment from the city to increase the number of diverse suppliers and to create a pathway to allow us access to those opportunities.
We do plan on having a lot more creative, new types of events coming out of our office. So we're just looking forward to offer our business community something different and something that they can hopefully make new connections with.
This is our first City Hall on tour for 2024. We're here at Pinellas Technical College, and it's an opportunity for the community to talk to any of our departments, from sanitation to codes to law enforcement, police, or fire, about our community, about their recommendations, their concerns, and get feedback on the spot.
Community folks who are where you're at. The City Hall on Tour is designed to put you in spaces where people live in real time.
It's also a focus on education and career paths, and that's why we're here at Pinellas Technical College. They're a great partner with us. You heard about the Mayor's Future Ready Academy, where we have 12 young people who are going through on-the-job training in various city departments like sanitation and public works.
For our Future Ready Academy, we really consist of like going through each department through the city and then learning new experiences through each department and what each department consists of. So you kind of get a win-win in each opportunity. So it's kind of a lot through each department. You get to learn a lot.
We look at the city of St. Petersburg, from the historic gas plant to all of the housing developments that are going on, corridor development. Most of those are driven by the trades: plumbers, electricians, craftsmen of all kinds.
It's also a focus this year on careers and getting folks connected to career paths. We try to have these around the city. We had 4 last year. This year we'll have 3 and another one dedicated to youth. That's how we all move forward together.
PCCA, Gibbs High, was high school that was invented because initially black people didn't go much beyond the 6th or 7th grade. And they created it. And then they put this performing arts magnet there. And I remember the first time I went there, just the art in the hallways that was from students, very sophisticated. And I thought, who wouldn't want a job there? Teaching motivated, talented young people. And obviously you were called because you taught. How long did you teach at Gibbs?
I believe I taught for 9 years, 8 or 9 years. Yeah, a long time. I think teaching at PCCA for those years made me a better artist. Mm-hmm. Working with young artists and inspiring young artists. But beyond the inspiration, teaching them how to coexist as artists in the community. They did not seek artists who were teachers. First, you didn't have to have a teaching degree to work in the magnet.
I didn't know that.
No, they wanted you to be an artist first. So you came with your artist degree or your art, and then from there, once you were inside, because I didn't have a teaching degree, once you were inside, once you got hired, then they put you through, Pinellas County School District has a phenomenal program so that you could get your teaching license. They wanted all of their educators to be working in the community so that their students had the opportunity to network and with the community members so that it strengthens the school and it also strengthens the community. And I think that was very important. I think it's a pivotal part of the program. I think it's a thing that makes it successful. And then not just the community as in St. Pete or the Southeast region, but our national community too. Because so many of our artists, visual and performing artists, have gone on to do great things. Broadway, LA, and beyond, tours, all those things, yeah.
To address St. Pete's growth and rising housing costs, Mayor Welsh launched the Housing Opportunities for All plan in April of 2023. It is a multi-year plan that will help residents settle, stay, and feel stable in St. Pete. Housing affordability is a key element in Mayor Ken Welsh and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The next milestone in the Housing Opportunities for All plan is the citywide expansion of the Rebates for Affordable Residential Rehabs program, previously only offered in the South St. Pete CRA. The program provides rebates to eligible homeowners to make improvements to their properties, making it easier to stay in their homes. Examples of potential improvements covered by rebates are structural repairs, roof replacement, electric and plumbing upgrades, window and door replacement, HVAC replacement, insulation upgrades, kitchen and bath upgrades, and accessory dwelling unit construction. For more information on qualifications and how to apply, visit stpete.org/home rebates.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. Oh, hi, I didn't see you there. Just brushing up on some of my favorite literary classics. Even if a page turner like this isn't up your alley, did you know our libraries offer so much more than classic books? There's also things like passes to local museums. You can download ebooks onto your Kindle device. And super cool things like a team gaming program. Visit your local library and see all it has to offer.
Hi, I'm Mike Perry from the Stormwater Pavement Traffic Ops Department. I'm the Senior Stormwater Operations Manager, and I'm here to talk about floodwaters. First and foremost, here's what the city does to get ready for wet weather events. Our department sends out street sweepers in low-lying areas to get rid of debris on the streets. We also have special crews that do stormwater inspections to make sure our stormwater systems and the conveyances are clear, including our pipes and our ditches. We do have our sandbag operations mobilized citywide, and where we can, we also pump down lakes to provide storage in the community to get ready for any extreme weather. Should you encounter any floodwaters, do not walk through that area or try and drive through that area for safety reasons. You are the eyes and ears of the community, but please do let us know either through calling the service center or using C-Click Fix on your phone so that we can prioritize that work.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's 2 Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Child's Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Child's Park neighborhood, but the greater Child's Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program is a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Childs Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Childs Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Childs Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street, have a place to go, a safe haven you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Childs Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I'll encourage people to come and see for themselves. There's more to Childs Park that I've seen more positive in Childs Park than I have seen negative.
And my Childs Park encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narratives that come out about the neighborhood.
District 1 is located west of 49th Street North, from 7th Avenue South to 40th Avenue North. It's where the city meets Bogosiega Bay. I'm Councilmember Copley Gertis, your representative for District 1. Standing here by the baseball fields at Northwest Park has a special meaning to me. This is the park where I spent my childhood racing in the pool, playing youth baseball growing up, and where countless residents have enjoyed all kinds of outdoor activities. Northwest Park is also the home to the J.W. Cate Rec Center. District 1 is filled with an abundance of beautiful large parks. Residents can enjoy a run around Walter Fuller Park, the boardwalk's water views from Abercrombie Park, or a round of frisbee golf at Azalea Park. Swimming pools, dog parks, walking trails, outdoor gym facilities, and more serve whatever you seek this side of town. I love that the neighborhoods surrounding the parks, such as Jungle Prada and Jungle Terrace, inherit the lush landscape and wildlife we love within the park system. As if these parks aren't enough to keep you in touch with nature, some of the best beaches in the world are a quick drive or a bike ride away. The proximity between the Gulf beaches and downtown St. Pete make this part of St. Pete one of a kind. This side of St. Petersburg has become a mecca for local shops and restaurants like Alessia, Two Graces, the Wheelhouse, and the Nosh Pit. With long-standing institutions like St. Pete College, St. Pete Catholic High School, and Admiral Farragut all help support the diverse culture throughout District 1. There's no denying the vibrant display of energy, nature, neighborhoods, and great local businesses when you spend a little time in District 1.
Everybody wants to know what the future holds for 620. And I'd have to say, first and foremost, my job and my duty is to make sure that we continue to reflect the entire community. I think that what I am introducing to the world is how I see art and the stories in which I want to celebrate in the community. And so what we do will probably remain the same. How we do it is the thing that shifts a little bit, right? And the stories that we choose to tell. I want when people leave here, they're like, wow, that was a great story. Or continue to, what's going on at the studio? Because, you know, it's Friday night and I want to do something. Let me go check it out. I really want that to be the thing. The studio becomes the place.
I think the validation is, the answer is yes. Yes, we can. Yes, we will. And yes, we did.
The future is bright.
Why not? I'm inluminated that you have accepted this assignment.
I'm excited about the assignment. I don't take it for granted. I don't think it's gonna be super easy, but I know it's going to be challenging in the way I like to be challenged.
Yes, and if it wasn't, you wouldn't have taken it.
I wouldn't have taken it.
So, I think it's one of those things, and this is what fortune looks like, or good fortune smells like and tastes like. You know, you're coming in, and you meet right at that point where it's this makes complete sense.
Hello, my name is Bob Turner. I'm the Assistant Director of Sanitation for the City of St. Petersburg, and I'm here to talk to you about a very important issue called hot loads. Historically, hot loads for us were centered around hot coals that folks had put into the garbage cans. Now the new culprit is rechargeable lithium batteries. These batteries actually combust when crushed. So as soon as they go into our garbage trucks and we compress the load, either the batteries themselves or the devices that contain these batteries are crushed, they ignite, and they set the load on fire. The important thing for our residents to know is that these types of batteries and the devices that these batteries are in can't be thrown away in the regular garbage. They need to be taken someplace where they can be recycled, where they don't cause a hazard to our trucks or our drivers. The best way to find out information about where you can take a particular device or a battery is to go to the Pinellas County Solid Waste webpage and use their Where Does It Go tool. It's a great resource. You can type in the item that contains the rechargeable battery or the battery itself, and they'll tell you what to do with it. It's important for our residents to please keep these items out of the trash so that we don't have trucks catch on fire and we don't risk our employees.
The waterfront view is my favorite part about living right here in St. Pete.
Sounds of the water, the sounds of different species of birds. I find it very soothing and relaxing.
Everybody ride good? How you feel?
Yeah, I feel good. It's like a perfect day for it.
The pelican? Yeah, he's fishing for some fish too. Say yay, fishing!
My art style is mixing a little bit of traditional painting methods with like a little urban art flair and bright colors. I think it's a way of expressing yourself to the community, and especially through public art like this, putting a little color into the community. It helps tell a story of the community. It helps have a sense of pride in the area. A lot of us live in the area, so you're contributing to the growth and belonging of your own backyard. We all share things in common, and I try to show that in a fun, colorful way, kind of through a lot of my artwork. My name is Francisco Gonzalez. I go by Frankie G.
Hey St. Pete, I'm Amber Bolding, your Emergency Management Manager, here to explain the difference between floodplains, FEMA flood zones, and evacuation zones. Understanding these terms is key to protecting your safety and property. First up, stormwater floodplain. This is where water naturally collects during heavy rainfall due to the terrain and our stormwater infrastructure system. If you're in a stormwater floodplain, your property may be at greater risk of flooding from heavy rain. Next, FEMA flood zones. FEMA identifies these areas based on flood risk from storm surge or proximity to water. This affects flood insurance requirements and building regulations. Finally, evacuation zones. Set by Pinellas County, these zones indicate areas at risk from dangerous storm surge during hurricanes or tropical storms. An evacuation order means you must leave. This is about protecting lives from potentially deadly storm surge. Pro tip, being in a non-evacuation zone doesn't mean you're in a non-flood zone or outside the stormwater floodplain. Heavy rainfall can still cause freshwater flooding. In St. Pete, you need to know your zones. Visit stpete.org/hurricane and use the Repair St. Pete map. Just enter any address or click a location on the map to see its stormwater floodplain, FEMA flood zone, and evacuation zone. Understanding these differences helps protect you, your family, and your property. Stay informed by following us at St. Pete FL before, during, and after storms. Stay safe, St. Pete.
Well, we just finished Move with the Mayor, which was a mile walk around downtown St. Pete. Really sponsored by the U.S. Conference of Mayors and Healthy St. Pete, of course, right here in our city, to stress wellness and the link between mental health and physical health.
May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and so it's important that we do things like this, and we're happy that we have administrative support and the city to come in and celebrate with us.
We went for a walk with the mayor. Yeah. Moved our bodies, connected with
Wait,
some
first we
friends.
did a warm-up. Don't forget the warm-up.
Yeah.
We did
A little dancing.
a little aerobic dance and activity, and then we walked around the city.
Yeah, it was great.
Yes. Awesome.
The whole point of this is to connect the benefit of physical fitness and mental health. As we know, moving our body is good for our minds.
Wellness has been a focus of the city and continues to be. We want our city to be healthy. Healthy and safe neighborhoods is one of our pillars for progress. We want folks to get out, move, and enjoy some of the natural benefits we have in the city of St. Pete with this kind of weather and the beauty of our city.
We're all yoga teachers, so we're all very familiar with encouraging people to move their bodies to help with mental health, really,
Yeah.
and just feeling their best.
Mental and physical.
Yeah.
Yes.
We have an inclusive approach to health. It includes mental health, it includes physical health. So we look at the entire person just as we look at our entire community.
I hope the community had a great time today, came in and just learned more about the resources out there. The city is rich with resources, and we hope we gave them an opportunity to connect.
District 4 is centrally located in St. Petersburg, from Coffee Pot and North Shore to the east and I-275 to the west. It reaches as far north as 77th Avenue North. and as far south as 5th Avenue North. I'm Councilmember Lisette Hanowitz, your representative for District 4. I love where I'm standing right now, where baseball legends played. Huggins Stengel Field hosted the New York Yankees spring training sessions with players like Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, and Joe DiMaggio, all the way back in 1925.